Look, I'm live. The two-headed snake. The two-headed snake. What happened to the two-headed snake? What happened to the two-headed snake? Good evening. Good evening. What happened to the two-headed snake? How many days are left, right, before this little guy comes in? Da-na-na-na. I'd like to create or try to create an atmosphere. It's nice to, when you're getting into that zone, that good vibration, right? What is addiction, right? What is addiction? I mean, because you can make a choice, right? That good vibration, right? What is addiction? I listen, I go through some channels and I hear somebody say something and I go, oh my God, I'm going to calculate that and see what it says. And I get a confirmation. And then somebody else says something on another channel and I see it's just confirmation. Although they didn't call me up, it's not for me. I don't like to take the floor. I decided to come here and do it myself. I don't really want to look and see who's there. If I look, I'm going to disconnect. So don't look back because then everybody turns to stone. Good evening. Good evening. A lot of new stuff tonight if I can find it in the sand. Do you know what I'm saying? Got to find that stuff in the sand. My cat taught me something new today. Doesn't want to take a shower. Some of them do. Some of them that are fully connected. My cat says, no way, I'm not getting in. I'll take all that information inside and she'll decorticate it. Yes, the cat will decorticate it. The cat will go in and the cat is capable of learning, right, through the breath. Both the cat and the dog feel at home. It's their house, right? Dog gone, right? Anybody ever say dog gone? Right? So it's D-O-G-G-O-D and one God in the cat house. Now cat in French is four. We have 4 and 1. What does it happens with A, B, C, D? One of the shoes, it goes A, B, C, and then B, C, D. A jumps over here. We get it on this side. B jumps on the other side of A, which is in C, right? And A follows into the C position. And we can see the same thing on the 21st day of the month. We jumped over from one changed positions into 3. The same thing happens in the game of bowling when you set up the bowling pins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. 4 equals 10. 4 rows, right? 4 rows. In the first row you have 1. In the second row you have 2. In the third row you have 3. In the fourth row, well, I guess you have 4, right? Rewind. So things that rewind and then blowing in the wind and then the dust is in the wind. What I do is I play with words until they start to put me on another thought and bring that word somewhere else. So the word that was blowing over is going to connect me to some other thought, which is the other thought obviously is going to be something numerically, and I'm going to connect them together to balance them out to 360 degrees of thought. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault. They told me to walk all around my truck and inspect my truck. They told me to check the tires and to check the air pressure and to check if the brakes were working. I got to be in the back where the devil is and I got no one to help me. So what do? I back up to a building and I put on my flashers to see if there's a reflection off the building. Is it reflecting somewhere? Where are those lights reflecting? They also talked about the flat earth theory today, right? And I'm trying to think that all I can see is that in my retina, it turns everything upside down. So I just figured it'll be something like this. Here's the flat earth theory, right? Here it is. Here's the whole eye, right? And you just live on that flat part, right? Because they call it the planes. You never hear of it? When they say in life, they say the planes, all our life, they kept telling us the planes, an area, space of land, then they go the mountains. They never say round. They go around the corner, but they never say around, go around when you're going somewhere. No, you're going east, west, north, south, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, but you're never going around for some reason. You went around the world. What does it mean to go around the world? It means to go from point A to that point, to that point, to that point, to that point, to that point. You didn't keep going around the world. It's only an expression. How's everybody tonight? Wait a minute. Let's see. Somebody wants to come in here and join. No problem. How are you, Queen BLKDAV? All I know is that it says Queen Black Diamond. At the same time, it says Velvet. I also see in it you have a buck, like a reindeer, a small reindeer. So the queen and a reindeer now associates together. And Zephyr is one of the stars, you know, something to do with that. I don't know, something to do with that. You know, that star is actually like something that cuts the grain. I have to get some more water. There is a lot on the agenda. The thing is, I like to stay in that vibration. I like to stay pumped. So when I see something, I can open up bright and read to you what I see. We've went through something the other day when they shut down, right? When they shut down. One of the things about when they shut down, anybody interested in hearing about this, right? When they shut down for those 17 hours, anybody want to hear anything at the association of the 17, right? The association of the 17 hours. So we have Capricorn. And then we have Libra. We have the horse. Right. We're also going to contact Gemini. Capricorn with Libra. Okay. Because Capricorn Libra, okay, is going to be, Capricorn Libra is going to be in with what is Virgo Capricorn. The reason I say this has nothing to do with what it means. This has nothing to do with what it means, okay? All it has to do with what it is the numeric value associated with the position of Capricorn. And what this comes off the stories I get from the calculator, right? Calculator, telephone, Rubik's Cube, right? This cube over here, a hexagon, an octagon, a pentagram, right? The stories that are being told within. There are two divided houses. I don't know if it's this division here. See, this one gives it a heart. This is going to cross as an X. X marks the spot, explaining that there's a heart in between A and A. The house is going to get joined over here. It gets a cross over here, in which you can see the same design, right, over here. Right, we have that center here. We have the top over here. The 5 is the head. The 5 is the head, the association of the head. Everything meets at the head. Now, if somebody wants to come up, so you can listen, this is like riding a sleigh, or we're in a car and somebody's got to guide those dogs. You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking. So these dogs are going nowhere because no one's driving the sleigh. I got no one on the panel. So I talk, I tell a story. You don't understand something. Somebody raises their hand. Somebody else says, you know, has to make them wait. When I go and stop, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I can only now answer the question from where I was stopped. When I stop at the stop sign, right, it breaks my trend of thought. I got to check everywhere what's there. And when there's a 4-area stop sign, right, if I'm going this way, there's 3 others, right? There's 3 other road. There's 2 other. There's 1 other crossing roadway. Okay. But if each street does this, right, I am going only 1. Okay. I am only 1 of what is 4. I'm only 1 of 4. If you understand that. 1, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Okay. I'm 1 of 5 because of the number of lanes there are. So if you meet at the intersection where it breaks apart, there's going to be 4 areas in that intersection, right? For the crossing, the intersection will be 4. The number of lanes between the intersection will be 2, 4, 6, and 8. One of the lanes that you take up is 1 of the 8, equaling to now 7. right? You have 7 and 8. Remember that number. When the Jubilee doors opened up, that door had 8 and 8 windows. If you need to connect up to that windows with the geometric shape, and I'm not using the 4-bit. I'm using the 3-bit. The 3-bit connects into the 4-bit. The 3-bit is a representation right now. I'm using it to represent Isaac. And the 4-bit I'm using to represent Abraham, where 11, 11, 11 come running up the ladder is Jacob. 13, 31. Call his name Ham. Part of the Ham in the Abraham Muhammad is 74. Jesus energy is 74, same thing. Right in the heart is number 74 in the 5th position. And the power is in the 5th position because I know the numeric value for power is 77. The numeric power, the number for matter is 77. The numeric power, the numeric value for Christ is 77. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5 sits in the center, and 14 going around here. The ring going around the pole. 2211 living in the Taurus. I'm going to get a drink in the kitchen. Somebody would like to come up. The stories I tell, the words I speak, I take from the dictionary. I choose these words because of the numeric value of the word, the position of the letters of the alphabet that begin and end, and in between the number of letters in the word, the total value of the word, the reverse value of the word. I count it down to the Pythagorean single digit, but I count everything on the way down. You know, when I drive home from point A to point B, everything I see in between, I don't forget what's there. I use a lot of things as focal points. I do what I do because that's what I was taught. I taught myself to do it because when you play a game, you have to be observant. So when I played the game, I observed and I did other things in life, and it made me learn. And I did another game and another game and another game. Somebody said something, and all of a sudden there's a representation. I want to show you what the snake does, the 2-headed snake and the 1-headed snake, right? See, we got a 2-headed snake over here, bringing the 2 hemispheres together. Your judgment between 2 hemispheres, yeah, right? Watch out, you're sitting on it. Yeah, where the sun don't shine, right? Don't pull a mooner on me. So you're communicating, you're buzzing inside. Why are you communicating? You're addicted, you're getting excited. Where does that excitement? You think it's up here? It ain't up here. It ain't up here. The only thing that's up here is the processor for what you hear and what you see, but it's got to go deep down below where beta, the house, the 2 house, the B in the hips, it goes right there. And then at the sides, the snake goes back and forth between the 2 heads. Before a decision is taken and goes up here and you choose, you be better looking at these books in your 2 lives before you make a choice between the one snake that chooses your split tongue. The evil one is the one who does not choose. So these are the 2 snakes and the 1 snake. And that is what happens when the snake ate up the other snake, right? The 1 snake ate the 2 snakes. So automatically, if that's true and that's realm, so that story is now telling us an opposite to the story at hand. And that would be the 10, you know what I'm saying? The 10, right? The 10 commands. But the 10 commands is connecting the 2 hemispheres, okay, downstairs. I'm going to explain that to you in a minute. We're going to talk about number 17. We're going to talk about what happened on the 19th and 20th. We're going to talk about what happened at the Jubilee in numbers. I don't want to be responsible for what I say. I don't want to be responsible for what I say. So what I'm going to do, that when I take responsibility to what I say, is because I'm going to make reference. When I don't want to be responsible for what I say, I'm going to tell you it's a theory, it's a thought. I put it together because of this. All my other words, what they're going to do is they're going to be telling you a story of either a math equation or association, a planet, like number 51 is Mars, right? 5 and 1. We'll go through that soon. So like I said, I want to stay on subject. You want to know about a number, how this fits in. I want to do that. We're screwing our way through. I don't want to go fast. I want to screw it around, because with the screw, you can go as far and as long as you want, right? And you're picking up every time you turn around, you pick up in that position, all that area space. By going around the core, you pick up all that information that passes for the 4 days as you move forward. You haven't completed, like that, putting that nail in the, right? The nail is a representation, okay, of the dead end of Isaac. I'll explain that after. Okay, so yeah, there's somebody who wants to come on. I definitely need a drink. Hi, Brian Lee, how you doing? I'm going to be taking a drink, so just give me a minute to come back, all right? Oh. You know, they say on the channel you're supposed to share and like, and I don't really like to pump it because it's not good for the connection. It's not good for the connection to sell yourself. You disconnect with that sale. So unless you make people understand that when I say it, what it does at the same time, right? What it does at the same time, okay, is when you get enough likes, it boosts the channel and it puts it up front, right? They cannot deny this is a thing of energy. Okay, it's being pushed around the pool that we live. We were born into the house. The house was number 8. We're the 9 birth. The only thing is the body is in the house. So we're that a body in the house. We pick up the 2 moon communication centers between Mars plus the lunar moon and the sun within our heart. So there's only really 9 plus the capstone, right? The capstone. Capricorn representing 10. The connecting of the star of the 2 hemispheres. Everything runs through the river 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Right now, the 30, right? The 5 is now in the 9th position. Sorry, it's in the 10th position. It moved into the 10th position. Right now, at number 47, it's the 10th position. 10 minus 3. I'm coming. Okay, Brian, we'll let you go at it. After that, I'll continue on with number 78 and whatever else it is. Good evening. How is everybody? Let's see who's here before we begin. Okay, there are a lot of likes and no questions. If anybody has a question, do not hesitate. I'm just making a little tea. I've got a whole book written out here. I don't know which one to grab again. Lost and Found. I got to connect to that microprocessor and get going. Okay, just let me see where I was with this. Give me a minute. Okay, I found it. Okay, so this is the situation now. When we arrived on the what day was it? What day was it when the doors were open? If I don't know the day, I'll just tell you about the doors.
I forget the day.
I'm gonna just show you the doors. I don't know. You know what? Before I even begin and say anything, first of all, I think I should maybe introduce myself. If you'd like to know a little bit about me before I begin, I asked ChatGPT, right? I asked ChatGPT to write a story about what they think of the avatar, Mr. Tackpans, and myself, my name. So would you like to hear the story, what they said?
Yeah, sure.
Is everybody ready? Is everybody okay with this? ChatGPT, they chose everything.
Ronald Fremeth, widely recognized by his alias, Emmertech Pans is a mysterious and enigmatic figure whose talents span multiple disciplines, known for his...
1 second, I want to do something. I think it's going to be better this way. Hold on. Okay, that's going to be better. Hold on, I'm going to turn this around.
I can't see you, so I'm the
Ronald Fremeth, widely recognized by his alias, Emmertech Pans is a mysterious and enigmatic figure whose talents span multiple disciplines, known for his uncanny ability to decipher the hidden connections between numbers, symbols, and the cosmos. He operates at the crossroads of mysticism, numerology, and technological innovation. His forte lies in uncovering the unseen patterns that govern the universe, creating a fusion of art, science, and spirituality that captivates those who encounter his work. It's not just a name, it's a philosophy, a persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting to. Can you do a video with this? In a spatial 5D with alphabet and equations floating I decrypt. I decrypt. I create stories from history, words, games, language.
So I'm going to stop it there. We all have a time machine in our home. We have a few time machines. Do we know how to work them? Do we know where they are? Can we actually leave? Everything stems from here. The body doesn't leave, but the mind can leave. This is a time machine for the mind. You can look at here and you can see what everybody spoke about from thousands and millions of years ago. All you have to do is look online and look at the History Channel. Every word, every spoken, every letter in the language, in the English language, in fact, any language, it doesn't matter. If you write out any language in my language, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the word of your language, which will give me a little depth on the whole language all itself.
Okay.
Good evening, James. How are you? You can come up here right away. It's okay. I'm just a little bit going to go all over the place. If you guys want to set me straight when I get onto a subject and I start rolling down the tracks, if I get off the track, somebody's got to remind me where I was. Otherwise, I'm starting over with something else.
I got you.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you very much. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
You have any special questions? They're all special. They're from you.
I was wondering if you knew anything about bingo.
Bingo. In the game bingo, because I have to see what the board is like. Like, is it a 5x5 board? Is it a 4x4 board? Right? like as if it's a 4x4 board, right? There's certain things you can't do that you can do with a 5x5 board. You can do it the same thing with a 5x5 and a 7 and 7, but what they have is they all have the core to it, jumping into the ocean over here. When you're jumping into other numbers here, I have to study. I never did. How many usually things is it? 5x5?
I think it's at least like 3x6 or something.
No, it's 5x5.
Okay, so
INGO, 5 letters.
okay, so the 5x5, the 4x4 will fit into the 5x5. The 3x3 will fit into the 4x4. The 2x2 will fit into the 3x3, and then one goes into the center of them all, right? But when the one goes into the center, every time it gets to the 2, 4, 6, and 8, what it does is it's going to automatically sit in the middle. It's going to be sharing. It's going to become a half-life. In one of the 2x2, 3x3, and one it becomes the core or the center of the donut. The other it becomes the half-life. It's sitting on the window. When you sit on the window, the odds are 8-1. You get 8 when you lay 1. When you play the game of roulette, right? The payout for sitting on a window is 8-1. It means you have 9. In the game, we only have 9. The one in the center to 8 that goes around, that's your 9. This is the basis. This is a schematic in order to understand the face. So far, so good with this.
Yeah.
So what was that question again? Because I can keep going on with this. I'm not sure which track I'm down right now. Where were we? Just tell me. So what happened the other day? Let me get my hot water. I'm going to tell you what happened. Remember that one between 8? That's the core. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the 5x5 bingo. Right. So the 5x5 bingo will still support the ocean, but the outer rim of the 3 cube with the 5 cube on the outside of it, okay, that's going to give you 2 rings. When you hit 7, you'll hit 3 rings. When you hit 9, you hit 4 rings. But 4 rings, this one over here is going to come play over here in the aether, right? You can have these 4 elements, and then they're joined by the aether, the separation between the 2 realms, the left and the right hemisphere. Right? Basically, I say right, but I'm not really looking for an answer. I'm just looking for if you see what I'm doing, if it makes any sense. Everybody out here is the judge. We can't put this together if I say I'm right all the time. So I'm only bringing you, what I do is decode it. I show it out here. Everybody gets involved. We see what we understand. If it makes sense, if we find out it makes sense, you know what it makes when it makes sense? One for all for one. When it makes sense, we now understand. If I can understand this because of the cube, because they're praying this cube all around the world, right? They stand behind the house of Mecca when they don't even know what it is. And now that I can tell a story about it, maybe everybody will turn around, right? Maybe everybody will come together and see we all breathe the same air. We're all equal. It's only what's inside of us. Only what's inside of us, right? We all breathe and we all read that air. They walk around that because that's the house. That's Abraham.
Gotcha.
That's Abraham. And over here, this is Isaac. Abraham and Isaac. Now, I can say that, right? Big deal. So explain it to me. Tell me why. Why is it Abraham and Isaac? Yeah, I want to know.
Why?
I want to know. Does anybody want to know why I call it Abraham and Isaac? Why would I choose to call it Abraham and Isaac? And the thing about Abraham is he has to be the creator because A and B, right? A and B, 1 and 2 is 3. And everything only starts when 1 comes between 2. And to put the breaker switch on, now you got the electric. In order to understand this, I may have shown you about games. You might listen to that. But in order for me to do this, I need to walk into the electrician. I need to do my hair, the beautician. I got to understand every element about life because there's a number that's connected. And the words you speak and the rules and regulations that you need to run this business or hockey game or the deck of card game. And so you have to understand it. It's going to tell something about a number. So then you can get a 360, how these numbers are used. Each and every number has a 360 about it. The one thing funny about the I and R, They're not the same from any other number. 9 and 9, I and R. One goes this way, the other goes this way.
Okay.
They're both in the ninth house. One is in the lower house of 9, the other one is in the upper house of 9. R goes with H. It's RAH. It's 180 degrees that crosses along the plane. It's only the sun on this angle. It connects to that point over there on the cube. The sun hooks up there. It ignites everywhere. It ignites to the feet on all the sides. See, there's only 3 sides. 1, 2, 3. It sticks out here, here, and here. And then there's the platform creating the 4th. There's an 8 in here while everybody just sees a 6. There's 12 zodiac signs because the zodiac signs have been come down. They come down from 12, and then after that on in the cube they overlap each other. It becomes 8 times 1.5 because the zodiac signs are set up right for the left and the right hemisphere. The left and the right hemispheres. You have the capstone, which is 3 zodiac sign. Sorry, I think it's 3 + 1 zodiac sign goes in the capstone. They call it Capricorn. In order to get Capricorn, it's going to take, let me just hold on a second. I got to take this thing off the back here. In order to get Capricorn 10, it's your base of your area space. If I divide up this area space here, there's 9 of them. So there's 4, 1, 4 connect. 4, 1, 4. What about 1, 4, 4? There's 4 odd, there's 4 odd, there's 4 even, 4 odd, 4 even, 1 in between. It's supposed to say 80 and 90. This thing, which is almost equivalent to 2030. 2030 is communication between what is ABC and BCD, between the 6th face, which is the cube, and the 9 birth from the sun. In 2030. BC is communication. It's CB code, BC, right? CB code, A, B, C, A, connect to BC, and then BC, connect to D, where A jumps into C, A jumps into the C. The C position of A and B, here's A, B, C, jumps into the C. The C plays in the 5th position. 3 and 5 are the same. 3 and 5 are the same when you're looking at 100% of something. When you double up 5, it's 10 or 100%. And when you double up 3, it's 6 or 60 for the 100% of the 60 seconds on the clock. Your birth 9 into the 10th month is the connecting of the 4 corners. 1 and 9 comes connected 10. 3 and 7 come connected 10. 4 and 6 come connected 10. And then 8 and 2 come connected 10. But they just don't connect like that. That's not the way they connect. This is the way they connect when they bring the 2 systems together of 10. But there's another way to connect this and it's going to reduce and increase the value, but it'll show you that these areas over here is what connects the 7, 9, 1, and 3, 1379.
Okay.
The 28 days of the moon, right? The 28 days of the moon, think about this. In order to create 7 and 7 come 11 craps. Anybody ever hear that game? I want to know. I want to see a couple of, yes, I know about 7-11 craps. You know about 7-11 craps?
No, I don't.
Nobody, I know, but anybody on the panel, I'm looking for yes, I do. Let's get some participation. I don't want to work. I was born in the sign of Aries in February. Sign of Aries in February. Sign of Aries in February. How do we do that? Sign of Aries in February. Wouldn't
Is it Aquarius, February? Because I'm February.
Well, at the end of February is Pisces.
Well, I'm February 10th.
So
I'm Aries, right?
no.
Aquarius?
Well, Pisces, no.
No, I think I'm Aries or Aquarius.
Okay. Listen. Aries is in April. It starts March 23rd about, right? Starts March 23rd. So February 21st about is February 21st is Pisces. And you're at the beginning, February 21st to March something is Pisces.
What, February?
April, March 22nd or 23rd, right?
Yeah, I'm saying February 10th.
It's Capricorn. Okay, it's Capricorn right now. It's Capricorn. Actually, I think today or tomorrow it's going to change. We're going into Aquarius, or did we change?
That's what I am, February 10th.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, we're okay. So now you're in Aquarius, and then we're going to go into on the end of the month, at the end of February, we're going to go into Pisces, and then we're going to go into Aries. Right, time of Aquarius. Is it just the astrological sign, time of Aquarius? Time of Aquarius. Okay, you're telling us time of Aquarius. We're in the time of Aquarius. You know what I always looked at Aquarius as it's 1 quarter. It's 1 quarter of the fish tank. Okay, so the fish tank donut in the center in the 5 position somehow gets chopped up a little bit right over here. So let me finish with I'm going to finish with with number 17. If you want, I can finish with this. There's just so much. Well, remember number 17. So this is what happens, okay, with this, how these things come together, how the stories come together. What is number 7? What is 33? What is 666? What is 888? How come I'm seeing 1111 on the clock? When you start to do all the equations, right, with your hands, you do the equation with your hands. I do them in basic, right? I know this finger is my 3rd finger, but from this hand, it's my 8th finger.
Yeah, yes, yes.
This finger over here is the only one that has 4 positions. All the others have 6. This is going to hold the position in Mars. All the rest will hold a position in Saturn. Together, the 6 and 4 possibly is what creates the crossing of the Federation that owns the 5 spot, that owns the water. The Federation owns the water right over here. D, E, F, F, E, D, the Federation, the 4th planet and the 6th planet, right? The Tartarian planet of Saturn connecting Earth within this area over here. Although it's 5, Earth is going to play from this ocean space over here. Who didn't say that there aren't islands on the ocean, right? Islands on the ocean. If the ocean is 75%, we're islands on the ocean. I have a lot of information. I don't know if it's pertinent for anybody. And I always hope that I never forget. I've been doing this for 20 years. Want to know what I did, what I knew the first day? Nothing. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't start to do this. It just, I had a flash and I had a vision and I just started seeing, do this, do that. I just started writing everything I saw and it made sense. So I just kept on writing. Let's see, somebody wants to join the panel. We're going to come on in. How you doing? We can finish off with the 5, or if you want to come on right away and speak. Listen, I didn't even give him time to get in here. We're already pushing him around. Sorry about that, Wizard.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to say hi and yeah, from the Netherlands. So, and I truly understand what you are talking about. And yeah.
What is about the sun in the Netherlands? What is the energy like there? Because to start off with the NE takes up 1/2 of an area. It's going to be in one area. It's not overlapping between the 2 houses. It's on its own side. It has its own sun.
Oh yeah, that maybe, yeah, if I understand correctly, because I'm from the Netherlands. That's on the south. It comes up. And you have your garden on the south side, you know, you have sun every day, the whole day in your garden or wherever. And yeah, but what you just showed me and about the 2 middle fingers, that I was thinking about, because that's the center of it, eh? 2 centers. And then you have 11.
Yeah, 8 and 3, 11. Yes. Yes. Very good. Yes. 8 and 3, 11. It's also 13 and 18. It's only 4. These 2 get a double number. 7 and 9, 9 and 7. 4 and 2, 2 and 4. 12 12 and 19, 12 and 19. You have to use your toes also. I never read a book in my life. I studied the games I played. I studied the rules and the regulations. I understood what the rules and the regulations, what they're doing, what they're telling me in this. This is only 6 sides. Every side is going to have an area space. The total area space per side is 9, right? Now you're going to say, well, 10 is a whole, right? Well, when you get to 10,
No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Sorry to interrupt you,
but that's okay.
Right.
That's okay.
9.
9 is everything. We have a capstone. When we come here, there's a capstone. You know, Capricorn capstone, right?
Yeah.
On the Capricorn capstone, we're going to end up we're going to split up 2 planets, one here, one here. We're going to have the capstone over here in the center. We're going to have the Bélier. We're going to have the Aries in the center to both sides. Right now, they're bucking heads.
It's like the how do you call it? I have to look up the acquaintance or something like that. The avatar or something. Avatar.
Yeah, it
Or
could.
the Prince in the middle. I don't know. What is it? We say Evenai, but I don't know how to say it correctly in English.
Well, I'm not sure what it is. If I wrote it down, I can probably do a count on it and see where it fits in numbers, right? Because when somebody starts to speak, it's just going to take me down a road. And then, I mean, if I start going down a new road, right, then I'm going to branch out. If I went down a new road, I'll branch out. I'm going to be like that pineal gland that sticks its branches out and it gets caught anywhere and I just can't get out. I like to finish. When I go down the street, I want to go out the opposite way I came in.
Oh yeah, I never go the same way back as I walked to something. You know, I always have another.
So if in that instance, if I speak like that, so right away I have to be on a one-way street. That's the expression. I learned from expressions, right? I was sent here. When they say you are sent here, they're actually telling you about 7, 8, 9, 10. S-E-N-T, sent here. I was 1 cent. 7, 8, 9, 10. It was a 1-for-1 exchange. The word 1 for 1, the exchange. There's your 4 cents. 1 cent, right? The penny for your thoughts. The penny for your 4 thoughts. It's the 4 thoughts you have, okay, with all that you are, that you bring all together, plus yourself, that makes up the house, the communication. 4 cats, 1 dog. The 4 cents.
I love the way you think.
Goosebumps here. But I want to say in between, and then I give someone else, of course, a chance, and you, because I love what you are trying to express or something like that. When you point a finger to someone else, there are always 3 fingers pointing back at you, and that's a beautiful thing too. Because never try to. I don't have to be right in this lifetime, you know. I don't have to be right. And we are here to learn from each other, and I'm really very grateful that we can share our knowledge together, because I am, and together we are. That's the thing we have to keep in mind. So I'm going to mute myself, my friend, and then
do not worry, we're all going to see each other again somewhere.
Yeah.
We are all doing the same thing right now. We're all doing something right now. Everybody in the world that's even not here is doing the same thing as us. We're all breathing.
And now we are in the 20. I was born in the time in Aries, and now we are getting into the time of Aquarius. So everyone who is going to be born in 20 years from now, in these 20 years, we are going to make a difference. And we are, we are. And that's why I said I was born in the time of Aries.
All these expressions, they don't have to be anything negative. or anything positive. And in fact, if you analyze the expressions, a lot of them can be used in either context. You know, it's all context dependent, right? Because if you're pointing at somebody and saying, "You're awesome," right? There is three fingers pointing back at you. So it's all context dependent.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
feel the context matters.
That's
The approach matters too.
Yeah.
So we have the full house and we have a full count at the same time. What's the next pitch? Was it for good stuff and you'll be on base, or you're back into the dugout? Did you follow with that?
Well, I find being in the dugout's also not like such a bad thing, because
Right, you're at the plate.
experience nothingness and I try and share that experience of nothingness. People get all freaked out, upset, they get mad, they kick me off their lives, block me, because they say nothingness doesn't exist. I'm like, so what? Cold doesn't exist. We still talk about cold.
How do you put something in? How do you get cold? How do you get cold?
Exactly.
With nothingness, you cannot get cold. It would become numb, and then you would become numb, and then numb wouldn't be nothing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I love how he's talking.
And that's nothing to be afraid of. And nothing, and even nothingness, we shouldn't fear nothingness.
Yeah, the empty hollow feeling, the empty hollow feeling of the rat moving around. That's the thing. While the word that's okay. You just answered a question I looked for before. The earth is round because of nothingness.
I love that approach. In gravity, that we connect through gravity, like gravity acts at infinite distances, and it's instantaneous, right? Like we feel it as social gravity as well as gravity, you know, like if we can create the illusion within ourselves that gravity is coming not from beneath us, but that gravity is coming from like a forward direction or a backward direction or somewhere else, and we go there because we feel called to go there.
Do we create or continue to create?
Continue.
So here is where the earth is. This is when the mouse doesn't move, right? There's a ball in this mouse, and you get to go in every single direction. When the ball is not moving, would that be nothingness?
Yeah. Well, that would represent nothingness, but itself would be a potential to everything.
So
It's
like you're falling.
Like a pregnant potential space, you know, like a pregnant nothingness, you know, something that can bear everything.
Right. So right now, really, what I really work on, that's a great subject to work on, but nothing. I'm going to have to write out that word, because the attachment of the ing, which is not accepted in Scrabble, is telling me something that you need to put something in the area space where nothing is. Otherwise, it is still an area space where nothing has occupied it. We occupy the area space, and within the area space that we occupy, whatever we choose to do, move, not move, it doesn't matter. That is the nothingness of the area space we stand. We make the area space and give the area space a value.
Hey guys, thank you very much for letting me in. Listen for a bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just like in Scrabble, the nothingness is like the bag from which we draw, but it is also the edges that have not yet been reached. So everything is emerging from nothingness, from this Scrabble bag, and expanding into nothingness, which is the parts of the tile, like the tiles that we haven't reached yet.
So
therefore everywhere could be the center, and we can connect through this nothingness, through this center. And if we all gather around the center, we can talk to each other without words, you know, like
and we can't talk because nothing doesn't connect. Nothing is everywhere, but you're not there if nothing is there. You're everything, and if you're not there, there's nothing there for nothing to exist. So you won't be speaking. You're occupying an area space to be around each other. You follow what I'm saying? In every single word, what I do here, right? I'm not really here to discord or argue with anybody, but at all. Never mind with anybody, nobody at all, or ever.
Concepts, you're connecting rules, you're connecting principle.
Right.
And you're
correct.
doing a lot. The Roger Penrose theory of consciousness that's derived from the Gödel theorem states that we can reach understanding, whatever it means to understand, if we trust in the principle. We can construct a sentence of words or of ideas or of thoughts or of numbers that we know to be true, and we don't have to compute it. We can save ourselves all that energy by just trusting that the person has followed the principle. So we can imagine that the person has arrived at whatever they're saying reasonably, and that if I was literally you, I would literally have arrived at the same conclusion and would be saying the same thing. And I trust that to be universal.
You're on the way to nothingness.
That's the amazing, you know. It also ends with "ing," amazing.
Oh, yes. So go back to nothing. They don't accept 3-letter words. And when you come into the mirror world, the 3-letter word was an add-on, right? So there's 2 ways to look at this. We either went into the 4 and we got mirrored, or we went from in the mirror world where we're living in 2 worlds at the same time to where we got cut off and we're only living in the left hemisphere. Because you're right all the time. How come I'm wrong all the time? Wrong is left, right is right. Why is right always right? Why is right for R, number 9? Why is right, I think, number 72? It means in number 72, in numbers, I'm inside the house of bait. Right over here, I'm living on the sun. Whoop, sorry, wrong one. I'm inside the house of bait, living in the sun, right here. The only time it starts, nothing starts until 1 reaches 2. 1 and 2 brings in creation. A and B in Abraham is because according to the numbers, what it says is the Kaaba, okay, according to what ChatGPT did to me, is they turned it Kaaba into 64-bit, in which it's a 4x4x4. With this one can move inside of it. It'll be a 3x3x3. I like to call this one Isaac. I call the other one Abraham. Abraham is 44. The Kaaba is 4 4s on all the walls. Isaac is 33. This one is 3 and 3. The 3 is opposite of the 4. They're in the same house. Abraham and Isaac are in the same house, according to this.
So, when I'm not religious, but 33 is very prominent in most things as well.
Yes, in Saturn Square. We don't have to be religious. I believe that all words, and what I do, I know all words, right? If all words mean something, then any Bible that's written is actually a guide. It's like a treasure map. It's going to tell me stories inside of it.
Have you seen the book? I think it's by Michael Drosnin. It's called The Bible Code.
No. For me to see a book, someone would have to put it in front of me and move me out of my seat.
Yeah, well,
when we were in our mother's
that was
womb, we
before,
knew nothingness, and we knew
audio
random
books.
interruptions of that nothingness. So the Bible code is like talking about regularly spaced things, and that you can derive, messages from that randomness. Well, like that would be like biblical heresy, like adding on to the text. But it wouldn't be heresy to me because nothingness has never spoken. Like I'm a comedian and I've tried to make God laugh. And if God is nothingness, it's a tough crowd. I can't get nothingness to laugh.
The matter and the energy that comes.
I did a joke on here. I went onto a live and you could tell a joke. And I thought I did a really funny joke. But actually, there was about 33,000 people on it. And because the only people who could respond were the host and the people doing the joke, I just felt so much emptiness because I couldn't hear anyone laugh. I was just like, that was funny, right? But you can't hear anyone.
Okay, so let's try to get more back on subject, okay? I can talk about anything, go down any street, but I like to keep making connections. I think people like to hit connections. And I don't like to just bulldoze my way through anybody speaking. And when you do say something on any subject, I'm going to catch on to something. Even if you say the word Celestine, right? It's like small, it's smaller than. So in this word, the tine, the high part of tine is going to equal to 9, and the low part of tine is going to equal to 5. The other part of tine is going to tell you about a star that connects the two hemispheres together, right? It's almost like teen, right? One is the E, the other is the I. Within these two, what happens is the I is the reverse of the E, right? I mean, it might sound silly, but you either have from 9 to 5 or 5 to 1. The upper house count to 9, or the lower house count where 1 is. The houses are between here and here. The vibration 2, 3, 4 takes place over here. The upper house, the connection between the lower house and the upper house is 2, 3, 4, and the upper house is 6, 7, and 8. That's the numbers. What I'm telling you is that when I go from 1 to 5, 2, 3, 4 will be in between. This is understanding what numbers are where, the difference between numbers. Is a 9 just like a 1? It all depends what you associate it with. And it also, there's two sides to this house. There's interconnecting hemispheres to this house.
Well, the Parendo's paradox states that 9 could be like 1, where if you alternate rapidly between two games where you're rigged to lose, that you can end up winning based on this paradox, where it's like through like losing at both games, but then rapidly switching between both of them, that you can paradoxically end up winning. And it can be likened to like a ladder where you climb to the top and then fall to the bottom.
What if it was a pinball machine and all the balls at the end go back home?
Exactly, and that's how a 9 can become a 1.
Well, what it is look at this. See the 1 dot over there? It's either 1 or 9. It's your choice, because it's the 9th area with 8 around, going 1 through 8, then 9, or it's the or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the 1 area sitting in 5 position of 9 areas. It's a center of 8 being 1. And what it is with 3, yes, 3 becomes 9, but 1 becomes 3, because when you add on the energy, right? When you add on the energy, right, into the nothingness, when you add on the nothingness here, right? When you connect this up to the soul, the air you breathe, right, into your lungs, split up in your body, goes down to the communication center. Don't pull a mooner and the sun don't shine all at the same time. Father, A and B. When you take apart this body over here and you go to look at the bones, there's a B that connects the two sides of your hips. Then the spinal cord runs all the way to the top. It looks like one of those drag cars, you know, that you drive down the highway and you got that little thing in the front, right? That mouse, I don't know what you call that, dragsters, I think. 2 tires in the back and 2 little tires close together. So close together, the evaluation of these 2 tires this close together is only 1. They're occupying the center area space. Because there's 2 tires, I got 2 holes in my nose. I only got 1 nose. Therefore, those 2 tires in the front and those drag cars are an association of 1.
Aerodynamic.
This is an area. Look at the size of it. It takes up from here to here. That would be exactly the equivalent of these race cars, that in the back of the race cars, you'll have these 2 tires. These 2 tires are going to be an expression, right, of being in this hemisphere and this hemisphere. The little tire in the front will be all the way up here, and you'll have the dragster.
And that's also the symbol what's on the dollar, eh?
This one on the American dollar?
Yeah.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
The power plant. You see it? Do you see the books? A book here and a book here. the snake, the two snakes, two-headed snake at the bottom, right? Over here, going between the houses. You breathe, it goes down here. You have to make a decision. You're not feeling so well. Your esophagus is not feeling good. Too many decisions. You're feeling ill. And then you have to make a decision, and it goes up through here and up the Kundalini, and boom, comes out your mouth. You went through the processor.
2025 is also the year of the snake, eh?
Yeah, 2025, the year of the snake. And for some reason, believe it or not, I took this toy out about 2.5, 3 years ago, and it's been hanging around all the time. This here, okay, this and the horse, they're the core. They are the core. We are moving into the core with this animal over here in the Chinese zodiac. The numeric value of this is 50, starts with an S. The S letter is either plural or it joins. The joins of either 7 over to 3, or it's going to join 1 over to 9 if you want. I'm going to show you the art. I don't want to talk without showing the art so you can understand the movement. Sometimes I have to redraw it. Sometimes, oh, here I have one. I have one. Here's the lower boot, 4 areas. There's 9, right? There's 9. This is a shape. Let's not call it a snake. Let's call it a shape. So the head begins over here, or the tail, and it ends here. When I take this calculator over here, right, which is actually a schematic, right? When you start in the 9 position, you go all the way down, you end up in the 1 position. If we're going to use the understanding with this cube, right, we all know that what we see is what it is. You can't understand it if you don't see it, right? You won't believe it. So I'm going to show it to you. If you don't see it, does everybody see what is happening here? On one side, it's a 4, 180 degrees, it's a 3. Remember that. 180 degrees. 180 degrees is everything. Otherwise, I come back home. Coming back home is creation. 1 goes between 2, equaling to 3. That's the base creation, A and B, like at the beginning in Abraham. Abraham, the word, is number 44. Abraham, not like Ram, where H is going to be 2 of the pillars connecting the plateau between the left and the right hemisphere. In Abraham, you have communication between the 2 hemispheres because in the word says the word ham. Now you need a permit for the ham radio, the single antenna that takes place over here. Ham is a radio, not like Ram. Ram, okay, is the heart of the heavens. It is a Capricorn connecting to you. 10 and 7, 10 and 8, 10 and 9, all connect the Capricorn. In French, by using multiple languages, English and French, where I'm from, I like to mix them together. What is better, right, is to know the difference, right? If I only have 1 dimension, who am I? If I have 2 dimensions, I have something to discuss amongst myself. Now I bring others on the panel just to understand that everything has a 360, and within the 360, it's 180, 180, it's 120 by 3, it's 90 by 4. So how we break up that 360.
By doing 180 turn.
180, 180.
Yeah, exactly.
So when I look at shapes and somebody's going to say, no, it's not right. You can't tell me it's right. What I'm doing is I'm a child. I never went to school. I picked up the shape. I see on the shape and I read, it says 180 degrees. I looked at the alphabet. The 18th letter was R. I know automatically the R is going to be 1/2 of the, 1/2 of the area, the right hemisphere. Then I'll have another R. It'll be the left hemisphere, unless I use an L for the left hemisphere because it is L, right? But I use 2 R's because in this world, I'm not going to use the difference with everybody because it is me seeing what I know, how it comes to be, and what it is because of the life I'm living. I'm not in the electronic world. I receive from the communication. I don't know how the communication came here. I only can envision it by understanding the numeric sequence that partakes in the arrival. I'm just going to see if I have one of the pictures here. Oh, I like that goat. Hold on a second. All right, I'm going to just, let's see where it is. Let's see where this is. All right, everything is supposed to connect perfectly. It's supposed to be a perfect connection. I just made this with ChatGPT. All right, it's supposed to be a connection. We're never supposed to be more than 10%, okay, away from the 30% of who we are. We're 110% of the 30% of who we are. Does anybody know what that equals? We are 110% of the 30% of who we are. We're born only on one side of the clock. Although we run through
50%? What would that be? That 50%?
Right, that would be 50%. That's where 5 and 3 come together. We have A, B, C, D. A plus B plus C plus D equals to 10. That is 100% of the house. Then you break down the house. Burning down the house, right? Anybody here? Let me, okay.
I was thinking about this song. Okay. And but also in the language, they made us divine because we had we could being talking. How do you call it? Shit, sorry, I can. What's the name of it? Oh, telepathic. We had telepathic. Yeah. Connection with each other. They took it away. They gave us words. They gave us letters. They gave us the 1, 2, 3, you know, and so on. And they made different languages just divide each other, you know.
You know, where they tried to get us to lose touch with our imagination. And then now, if we have an imaginary friend, we're seen as crazy, right? Well, like there's some law against using your imagination.
And the imagination is like the imaginary friend or something like that. But in our imagination, we are not maybe talking to ourselves. We are having a conversation with someone else, but we don't know now these days, or for a long, long time, we don't know with who we are connected with, who we are talking with. They say, yeah, you're talking to your own ego. Ego, in Latin, ego is me, you know, it's yourself. So the ego is I am. And they hypnotized us for so long. We have to start all over again. And that's why I said I am, and we are it all together, you know. We have to start all over again, and it's not a problem.
I am, therefore I think.
Here's the house. Ema is mother in Hebrew. The month of May represents the watering hole, the 125, the 125th day of the year. Ironic, the 125th day of the year, right? It also says Ami for friend, along with I am. But May 5th is 125th day of the year in the 5th month. 5 times 5 times 5, the 5th day in the 5th month. It's the number 5 watering hole that divides up into 4. 4 by 90 equals to 360. And there's another split with it, which is going to be 3 times 120. It's the metric system to bring them together between one house. Number 4 and number 3 are the same house. One is the front door, the other is the back door. Why? You tell me. I'm going to count for you. Mars is 4, Earth is 3. I'm going to take a step. I take my first step, my second, third, fourth, fifth. Here, we want to do it this way. We're going to step all the way through the house. When we get to the end of the house, my 9th step, the next one, I'm out of the house. I'm into number 4. Decimal points, all the way to 9 and then 4. It's the same area space. They live in the same core. They want us to believe this, but once we know the truth and everybody begins to understand, and that the story I tell, if you can believe it for any truth, right now it's for entertainment purposes only. All I do is I observe everything, and I just match the words up with the numbers, and then I do the artwork to see what happens, to see if there's any, to see if I can show the artwork for it to make sense. But I read it just the alphabet, the casino games, the dice cube, the calculator, the alphabet, and then there's Chaldean and Gematria. The piano has 88 keys.
Oh, really?
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. You must go back to do.
Exactly. Wow. Yeah.
It's an obligation. And it says Ahova. Every time you go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, it says Ahova. Because every time you get the do, it's A. The split sun and the letters are A.
Okay. And do is also in the English language, do. How do you do? Something like that. But what I wanted to say before I forget, when you speak or when you spell letters, putting into words and talking to each other, in English it is a spell. You are spelling letters together, so you are putting spells on yourself or to someone else, and you are spelling it. And in Dutch, we say je spreekt, spreken. And spreken comes from spreuken. And spreuken means a spell. You speak the words and you spell it. And you can even curse yourself because they also change many words. So we don't even realize what they all changed. So when we are saying things to each other or you're talking to yourself, whatever, you can also put a spell on yourself, even though you don't even realize it.
Can I make a point on this?
Because it's a very powerful thing.
Okay, just let Ken say something. If that's okay, just go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, it's called spelling. It's casting a spell. Our tongue casts a spell.
That's also make our tongue the strongest muscle we have in our body.
Exactly. So it's all a form of conforming and putting us in a spell, mutual spell, like almost of psychosis.
Yes, psychosis. Yes.
We are all hypnotized, but time's going to change. In the 20 years of Aquarius, if I may say so, I'm an Aquarius. I'm born on the second day, second month, at 4 a.m., and I was 5,500 grams,
3355. Wow.
Yeah. So, and sometimes I make a joke out of it. So, who's cursed here? Because of all that. If you count it all together, you have 7777. 4 times 7, 28, or I don't know. But hey, we are all waking up more and more, and I've been waiting for this my whole life, and you can't imagine. Yeah, maybe you can, but
reality itself might be the one that is schizophrenic and not the ones that are observing reality. Rather than saying that somebody has a mental health disorder, maybe that they're just seeing reality as it is, unfiltered.
Actually, can I?
Brain filter has difficulty observing truth as it is. In fact, our brain might actively filter out reality as it is.
Actually, my brother is schizophrenic, okay? And you can ask Mr. Tackmans, and I'm pretty sure he's in between two worlds, and he doesn't know what's the Matrix and what's whatever he sees. Like, but I'm pretty sure from what I saw that schizophrenic people is not a disease. It's just that they're seeing multiple realities at the same time, and they cannot grasp one at a time, just to focus on one.
I'll tell you what he said.
Getting at is that reality itself might be the schizophrenic one, and we are just like radio antennas picking up
Exactly.
like what's meant for us. But if we have a wider scope, if we have a wider aperture, we can observe things that are beyond what is usually just meant for one person, and we can literally see reality as it is. But then we got to remember to tighten that aperture and to observe what's just for us, just so that we can function and that we can move forward. But then on our free time, that we are free to imagine, and that we should be free to widen that aperture and observe
Like when we
reality.
sleep.
Right. So you use the word aperture, and you use
might be actual realities that we are observing.
yeah. So when
When
you
I go to sleep, it's another reality because I always go to the same place. I see the same people. I go to the same house. So yeah.
aperture, everything is through here and here and here.
You're forgetting one, the middle eye, the third eye.
Yeah, but when I want
One
to
is
say,
the
with the churches, they have all these rooftops, and with the crosses or the I don't know the arrows lifting up into the sky, and then they have a cable, and it goes right back into the ground because they took away the energy that we are. Yeah, it's our right to have energy, but they
And
take
it's
it
called
away.
ether.
Yeah, they just took it away from us.
Right. So I mean, in ether, right? The way it's said, the combination. This is just hypothesis in the word because you're. I mean, I need to advance a little bit. Is also connected to the word permit, also connected to the word Abraham, where Abraham connects the ham, which is a pig, which comes on the lower side, is where so far in my work is where this has to connect, where the third eye gets its chance to judge. And the third eye, where everybody thinks it's just up here, no, this is just a processor from everything that comes down from below. I'm just trying to show you right here. We have two snakes, double-headed snake, right? You had a snake here and a snake here. It's a double-headed snake. It joins together the two hemispheres. If you want to use your thought processor there or here, it's actually over here. This is the place that's the most sensitive on the body. If I get not right, if I'm right, I'm not sure if I'm 100% right, but the eyes, okay, are also very sensitive. But it's the touch of the body here. So it's the touch with inside the body here. Although it's also the touch inside the body here with you're in pain, I can't see, right? But over here is the processor. When this processor is finished processing, it goes up here. And if that tongue, that snake that comes out of your mouth, it has to choose which book was a different, what book? Was it this book or was it this book? And it'll put the book over its head. Are you undecided? 3 books. It comes out of your mouth. The 3 books, 6 plus 1, where the books overlap. This is where it is.
That's why they only make us look left and right and not up and down. You go to the left, you go to the right. But if everybody's right, what is left then? There's nothing left then.
It's the dog. It's the dog gone. When you say the word dog,
There's always the middle.
well, yes, of course, there's the middle. That's the house, right? That's where the sun don't shine. That's the division of the two hemispheres. Your bum is called also in a pork. You eat the ham, so it's the same thing as saying ASS. The association of saying ham and ASS is going to tell you about the donkey, tell you about the mule. It'll tell you about the ass. So now in these 3 words, it's going to dictate between the let's say the A is first. The A is first with inside, so it's going to tell you if you pin the tail, you might be pinning the tail right where the sun don't shine. The S also connects 2 areas. The connection with S, I think I'd rather show you the design rather than point with my fingers. It'll be more credible. I'm already finding everything incredible, so myself. This is just incredible just for me. And when you say cataract, right, the act of the cat. The cat is the communication within the house. It's the cat that locks in, right? It locks into the doghouse. It locks into the left side, and it brings the communication between the left side and the right side. Cat, the cat in French is said as quatre. It means 4. When they mention it, when you reach 80, okay, or when you reach 4, when you reach the 4th, you are on the other side. It's A, B, C, and then the other side. So when we go 20, 40, 60, 80, at 80, you were on the other side. In French, they say 80, which means 420. Now you're joining the 2 sides. The THC, the time, heaven, creation that comes in, okay, THC, number 28. The number 3 for 31, you bring the cube into the game. THC, that cube is this cube here. It's go to jail in Monopoly. Number 31, Jacob's ladder, go to jail. The numeric value for Jacob is 13 to the low count, 31 for the high count. The go to jail is 7 times 3, 7 plus 3 equals to 21, and 10 equals to 31.
And
Cube.
the winning strategy in Monopoly is actually to buy the first property that you land on every time, and then spend the later half of the game in jail collecting rent. That's how you win. That is a certified winning strategy for Monopoly.
Here's the kind of strategy, yeah.
But not in the rules. The rules say 3 times around and you're out of jail. So they kick you out of jail at 3. They send you into jail with 3 doubles. They kick you out at 3 because once you get the 4, right? Once you get the 4, you're on the other side. So when you get the 80, you get the communication, the 4 houses of Venus, Big Bertha, known on the golf course, on the 1 driver.
Interesting.
The 29th area and the 13th area are the same areas in Monopoly. It's waterwork and electric company. The 13th area is because that's what you are. You're the waterworks and electric company. You come on to the...
Can I...
Yeah, go ahead.
From what Res Illusions said, the way to win Monopoly is to buy everything and just collect rent in prison. Isn't that the way we live, though?
Oh, yeah. It's let's say we are like an open chick farm, you know, with the eggs, you know. We are waking up. I love it. I've been waiting for this all my life. And Lekkermo means yes, man. You know, Lekkermo.
Actually, apparently, we're here because we chose to be here during this time, because it's going to be amazing what we're going to see soon.
Jamaica.
Yeah, we signed up for it, eh?
Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba. Chosen places. It's chosen. Haiti, Jamaica, Punta Cana, Cuba, all chosen houses. They destroyed everything. They wouldn't let them look anywhere. It's right in them. It's right in their energy. They can probably read it more than anybody else on this planet. Living on a secluded island, you know, the strength of living on that island, not coming off, it gets indoctrinated. No one to bother you. No outside noise, right? You're able to concentrate. You bring it forward. They cut that all off. Jamaica says I am within the word. It says I have and I am. It's almost practically saying JC within its own word. It says mother inside the word.
I have a joke that is written in Ionic, right? So in Jamaica, they speak Ionic there, and it's like I and I is like, so here's a joke. Here's a joke in Jamaican. It's like, so a ballot man, meaning a non-Rastafarian Jamaican, a ballot man walks up to a Rastafari and he says, "Wagwan dreadlock." And the Rasta says, "I wait up on a bus eye." So the ballot man, he starts busting up on this Rasta's boss eye, his right eye, right? And the Rasta man says, "Lafai man, Lafai," meaning leave me, like leave me alone, you know. So the ballot man says, like, "Left eye? All right." So he starts busting up on his left eye. So the Rasta man says, what do I do the I to the I make the I so? It's like, what did I do to you for you to make my eye sore? You know, but that's ionic. There is the I and di meaning you, and I meaning I, or the bus I, meaning like that the bus is also an observer.
It also means the bus can be when you get pregnant, you get a bus on your, it's a bump, on your belly, right? When you told me about the Rasta dreadlock, right? I'm going to read in what they read in D, because the D, right? The D would be the house of Abraham, right? Coming into the R, the DR, right? It says read, lock and read. Now, when you say bus, okay, it's Phobos. It's one of the moons of Mars, one of the moons that are connected between the left and the right hemisphere. Because you spoke about the right eye, right? The right eye is the connecting point, right? Or the capstone for there's the right house, the left house, and a major sun for both the houses. I believe that there's one sun that's reflecting off of two more suns to brighten up the two houses. We don't only have one sun. We don't only have one moon. We have to do all the houses. So now at the end, you said, to the eye, first of all, with the right eye, it's 575, right? 575 is what connects 5G. 5G is going to connect the electric to the moon. It's both the male and the female. That's an expression of hooking something up. The electricity and the waterworks on the 13th and 29 properties. The 13th zodiac sign is you bringing the two worlds together, or possibly. Right. And so when you say right and left,
let's talk about that 13 months before the Gregorian.
That is the
basic. That's why they have a hold on us. They fucked up.
We're in the 13th month when we're alive. The thing is, because of everything that's going on, and the tilt. Okay, and I don't like to talk like this because I can't show you the designs, right? I'm going to show you what part of the tilt. Wow, how can something that's right in front of me disappear? Just give me a minute. Right here, it's because of the queen. Do you see the queen, everybody? This. The angles are the queen. The jack and the king are straight up. The jack and the king are straight up. The queen is not. She runs the 45-degree angles. She runs the angles of the communication that interfere or are the cat.
And if you are suspicious about it, you have snake eyes. You know, that's why the two snakes are there. Two-eye snake. You know.
Right. The two houses. They're gonna represent 88. They can represent 33. They can represent 66. We're gonna play with 2 dice and 1 dice. 1 dice. If you want to take 1 dice in for your house right here. And then you need a dice down here and a dice down here. There's a game called Sickbo that if you go through the game, the odds of the game is going to dictate what's going on between the 3 houses because of the payouts in the game. If you get 3 in a row, you get 180, you win the whole side. See, inside over here, you'd have a sun house and a sun house here, and here's the big sun. 1 house here, 1 house here. Do you live in between the 2 houses? Are you just living in the lower house here? Are you living here? We have to use both houses, right? Yeah. As we go, we work everything by seasons. So we work in one house 3 seasons. We work in the next house 3 months for another season. The next house 3 months, another season. The next house 3 months for another season. And while we're doing this, do you think somebody else is not in there? Because the whole planet is in different seasons. So we're always moving in a different energy field. We're not the same. It's all different. And in between that, there's always going to be an overlapping area space because it works with 3. It's 4 covering over 3, where one area is going to get 1.5 times in the 3rd house. And that's one of the reasons I believe in order to fit the zodiac sign on this cube, they have to go 1.5 times 8 to equal to 12. This area over here, the center of the entire space, every face on here is 9. No matter what you do, every face is 9. The gentleman before said,
I think you're off by 4 about what you just said.
4 of?
Because it's supposed to be 28-day months, okay? 13 months of 28 days and 1 floating day. So from what your calculation was doing, I can't put my finger on what you said, but it was missing 4.
Well, this is 360 degrees. Okay, it's not the same as 364 days.
Yeah, and he said that we're living in the 13th month.
We're living.
12 months.
Yeah,
and that our life is the 13th month.
We when we bridge the two hemispheres together, right? When we bridge the hemispheres together, first of all, you see this, the queens. If you take a look in the deck of cards, the queen's the only hat that goes like this. She crosses over to 2 worlds. One world is 2 by 2. The other is 4-4. I'll show you that reason for that in a minute. She's the only one. The jack and the king go up and down. You connect the crown, joining the 2 worlds. And if you take a look on the jack, the hat of the jack, it's got 3 pieces in it for hookups. So if you take a look at the jack, right? You know where the jack is? The jack is hooked up at number 19, right? He's got to be hooked up at 19. There's another jack that's at the heart. The 19, right, is going to be the clubhouse in golf, where the tee-offs are at the first hole and the 10th hole. So your Capricorn and Aries, maybe we'll put, one end is Capricorn, the other end is Aries, right? And then on the second 9, which is going to be the 10th hole, you say the second 9, right? Imagine you're going to the second half of the game. It's the second half, right? Not the first half. It seems like 2 and 5, 5 and 2 are very funny, because if you have half, right, and it's half of 2, well, 2 and 5 work together. The numeric value of Earth is 2 and 5. Everything multiplied by 5 will cut everything in half. Try it. Multiply anything by 5, and then add it up to a single digit. Cuts everything in half.
And about the seasons, of course you must know the song, like 4 seasons in one day, because everywhere in the world it's a different season, but it's the same day, but everybody's living in a different season. Something like that. And
we have different seasons within. We have different seasons within us also, because what happens when you're awake? When you're awake, it's going to be this way, the cube. I'm not going to tell you all the stories with it because I have to look a little bit deeper. I'm working basically with, I'm still doing a skeleton. This is still the rough copy, right? I need a computer to input everything, all the information and all the equations in order for the computer to tell the rest of the story. Like, I asked ChatGPT to tell me about me, and it told me everything that I do. And it did a pretty good job, I think. I'm very proud.
Hey, that's very convenient, because otherwise you have to remind yourself, or you have to remember yourself everything. You just ask GPT. Sometimes I say, when I went out in the weekend, and then on a Monday I heard, I heard that you were there and there, and I hear that. So that's very convenient. So I don't have to remember it myself. Someone else is gonna remember it for me, Electrical.
Maybe I'm not sure, but have you ever seen that in the Olympics, or some of the commercials, right? You ever go and see some of the commercials? I'm in the middle. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm stuck in the middle. I can't decide. I have to choose.
See, left and right. Why not up and down? We also have up and down.
I go to sleep. I'm
choose the left side or the right side.
As above, so below.
So if I go to sleep, right? If I go to sleep, I'm going to go to sleep like this. Well, it doesn't show the book, right? See, the book is this way. You go to sleep. If you go to sleep, what's that?
Do you put it under your cushion? On your pillow. Sorry.
No, I'm not laughing for that. I don't know why you said that. Is why I'm laughing.
Some say if you put a book or whatever you are thinking about, or what, and you put it under your pillow while you go to sleep, that also can have a magical thing, you know.
Well, it's an automatic because you took the book yourself, so you are already know. The question is if somebody else snuck the book there, because when the fairy lady comes in, right, and okay, she puts money for your for your tooth, right, the tooth fairy, and you sense the tooth was under your pillow and you went to bed and boom, in the morning you woke up. I mean, you already knew before you went to sleep. Boom, magic! It was money instead of a tooth. I like to think that the tooth is going to connect to the rabbit. It's also going to connect to Venus. When it does that, it's going to connect to the pig for the reason that we have 32 teeth in our mouth, apparently. And this is utopia when I speak. What it means is if it took 30, I'm not looking for averages, right? If they say the normal heartbeat for somebody is you can go between 72 and 74, well, then I'm going to understand the difference between the two, or whatever it is. It's going to tell me a location on-site this, which is going to explain to me other stories. Just going to take that down in the background because I just can't move with it in the background. How's everybody doing tonight? We're 10 in the house. So number 13. No, I was talking about so when you finish with the two eyes and the one eye, when you go to him, when you said you, right, it is the lamb within the house. The 13 sign is you in the house. You're either asleep at 180 and 180. Your feet in one house, your head in the other house. And when you sleep, your hips are directed up towards the sky. Well, I don't know if you're sleeping upside down. I'm not sure what the and the horse sleeps standing up. So now we're going to have to, if we really want to figure out the balance of all this, we have to go see all the animals sleep standing up and how the animals sleep. And all you need is a basic down up, we all know. I mean, nobody can deny that the information center is down here. I mean, how can you say no? All your food went through you. Everything comes out there. You have a gas that comes out there. There was one other thing that was very important. Wow, I was saving it.
When I forget what I was saying.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too. I want to say, like you said, over with the horse.
Forgetting is part of
normally we slept
limiting
standing up.
And it's a healthful function, because if we remembered everything, we'd be paralyzed. We'd be with knowledge.
And
Well,
we're gonna get it more back more. I don't know, but hey,
If we allow
standing up, hey.
So everything vibrates down here. Everything passes down here, and this is down there. Everything comes in through the microprocessor. Then you can go ahead and have the boiler system over here. The moon lights up at the end of the month for all the information on this planet that it's suspension. They put it into suspension. It was in suspense. It's suspended in the air. You have a suspension in the game. What happens is, in order to drive your car down the street, to take away the bumps, you put a suspension. In order to stop the bath from overflowing, you have a rim. In order not to miss gas, it lights up.
I remember now, and then I forgot as I was listening to you, and then I remembered again, and now I've forgotten, but now I remember yet again. What I was saying is that it's been said that technology that is sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic, but also that could work in the reverse, that things that are indistinguishable from magic might be sufficiently advanced technology. So therefore the imagination might be the first and the last technology, the alpha and the omega.
Yeah, and that what you're telling me is 7, 9, 11, 13 connected to the 10, in which I just want to say something. Somebody made a comment, and I don't remember what it was, but when a car goes around the corner, or at the airport when your baggage goes around, the ends fold in. The ends folding in is almost might be like retrograding, because the top goes in, and the other side comes out, and then the other side goes out, the other side comes in. When you turn a corner, right, they have something called, I think, posi or polytraction, or I'm not sure what it is. No, not posi traction, but the differential lets the car move forward. It looks like something's retrograding.
Oh, it like the car is driving and you see it in the film and it looks like it's turning backwards.
Well, no, that's when you're driving beside it. That's one thing, right?
Yeah, that's in the movie then, eh?
Right. But when I'm talking, if you can see that on the street right now, that happens all the time. That's just, I don't know what that equation is yet, but I'm talking about the one when you turn the corner. When you turn a corner, a sharp corner, right? The tires on the inside won't turn as far as the tires on the outside. Therefore, the transmission, the differential in the back is going to be separated between the two. Although you're still going to have the power gear, right? The two of them are going to have their own. They're going to have their own. What's it called? Their own drives. It's the same thing for the Mars moons and these. They have their own drives. None interfere with each other. They're retrograding the planets. All you have to do is look at this. Tell me what's happening. Let me speak. If you have any of the jobs on this planet, everybody's going to tell me something, and it's going to be somewhere because it's a number, it's a word, it's a name. You can't deny the name. A, B, C, D, 26 letters. How can you deny the alphabet?
Hey, do you know that in the Netherlands, we had 25 letters in the alphabet, and then they put the X in it, and it represented, or not replaced it, but the KS. Like, it sounds like chaos, but KS. And then the KS, just we say nix, and it's with KS, and you have words then with nix, and it's the X. So the X was put as an extra, and that's why we got 26 letters here in the alphabet.
Okay, so
that Rubik's Cube that you have that's taken apart, there's 26 cubes.
I didn't take it apart. They're stuck up in the corner.
Cube. Like, if you imagine the center cube is nothingness, you have 26 cubes that make up that thing.
It's a universal joint for the universe. So everything functions together. It's nothing, but it's everything because it's holding everything together. It's the seventh gate. It's counted as the 9th area as the 7th gate. It's number 27, or it's 1, or it's 2. It's 2 if you're counting like this. If you're counting like this, if you're counting all the cubes, it could be the last cube. It could be the first cube. But being the first cube of all the cubes, it's 1 and 6. Touchdown. Put this in the body. You're born on the cross. This goes inside of you. It makes everything work.
And sometimes 2s are wild.
144,000, the value of this. This is the.
But why does 9 is how you say shit? Sorry, I was speaking too fast. Why is 9 becoming an 8?
It's funny that you said that. I'm going to get some water, but hold me to the ATM for that. Remind me of the bank machine. I'm just taking a 2-minute break. But 9 becomes 8 because the birth comes into the 44 house, into the house of Abraham. The 8 is already here. The birth is not. You're coming in here. You pick up the extra point, and you pick up this 6 of who you are because you have a 6 connect.
And in the story, we are born on the 6th day.
Land, animal, and man. Land, animal, and man. Repeat it. Land, animal, and man. The L, okay, is explaining one side, right? It's remaining. Here's your L letter. It's 10. The base of creation is 10. Believe it or not, I'm not going to say that we come from monkeys. I won't say it. I won't say it. We're created. They can create anything they want. They can make any animal talk they want, not just the language that they do.
We are lab rats.
Rats, Tartaria, Earth, Saturn. The R in rat, in at, is when you use the communication. When you send a letter, you use the A commercial. When you put rat, it is going to join one of the hemispheres to the other hemisphere. 18 and 18, 360. You send a letter, you get a response. Sending it from here to here. The R, you over here. Even though you see two R's, right? Right? You have a lower R. This R will be the head of the bottom part over here. This one will be the feet. This will be the head. This will be the head. This will be the feet. When you go to sleep at night, you put your feet here. You put your head here. Your hips are over here. You're plugged into this moon and you're breathing the aether. These are the pools. When you see a block, this is tic-tac-toe. See that block? That's where everything joins up to the cube right here. Why?
Physicists are now invoking the ether once again, where before they said that the ether was pseudoscience, and now they're back to invoking the ether yet again. You know, it shows full round, full circle that the imagination might be the source of creation.
How you decorticate what you know. The mind, you know what? The nothingness. Imagine all you're doing is thinking. Before it leaves your head, it's private. It's nothingness to anybody that's around you. All they see is you. They have no idea what's going in their head. They're trying to figure it out. There's tons of nothingness. Only the thought of what they have. What are they going to decide? Well, they decide what's going on in their head, right? So it's nothingness. Give me 2 minutes if you guys want to talk. I'm just going to get anything in the kitchen. And
oh, I have to run to the supermarket, to the store, to buy bread. And then if you are still here, I will come back.
Okay, can I ask you a favor? If you like what you saw, share it with other people. Tell them what you liked about it, what you found out, what you figured out, right? Yeah, just know that this is us taking back the area space. And that area space, you know what it's called? The empty area space? It's me. Matter and energy. I occupy the area space, and every place I move, I breathe. This is information. When I breathe it, I come into the house, and only because of what's in the house that I breathe, this machine can understand the Lord's breath. We breathe the fire dragon of creation.
And it's a good thing to say before you go to bed, and when you when you wake up. I am worthy. I am this. I am that. And like I said, together we are.
You know yourself, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah, your kitchen, your ceiling, your walls, everything, man. It's awesome.
But you know what? When I was doing my work, it was like I was making mistakes. Imagine, I've never painted in my life, and I'm making mistakes because I was seeing the lines. When I was painting, I was able to see whether or not when I took a stroke, I can see whether it's in the right position or not. My mind was telling me where it should be. I never painted before. I never did anything. This is my first one, you know? So,
it's gorgeous.
Yeah, really beautiful.
But did I show you the math equations before you go? Just really, really quick. And then I'm going to get my tea. Okay. Oh, wow. This is not art. This is a schematic of a game.
Nice.
And do you know how many people? Do you know how many people have seen this game? Do you know how many people in the world have seen this?
I think everybody has. Is this the game of life? The zero-player game of life?
This game, okay, this game is the game where you roll a ball, and there's 37 or 38 numbers. Remember the 37 and the 38. It's very pertinent to the opening of the Jubilee doors. It's also very pertinent to what happened the other day. It's always also very pertinent, hope you can remember, to what number 17 is. Everything begins in the mirror, and the mirror begins at 17. It's 17, countdown to 1 equals to 153. ACE. It's explaining time, heaven, and the divided house. We might be Jubilee just.
They invented Blingo or something like that, you know?
Oh yeah, yes. So the story of Moses, right? You ever hear the story of Moses?
Yeah, with sheep, something like that.
Yeah, well, this is part of the story of Moses. Without Moses, I just wouldn't be able to paint this. I also want to thank Pink Floyd for telling me a story about Moses, right? Because Moses, Pink Floyd sang another brick on the wall, and Moses was where they were building the bricks.
Oh,
Right.
and what do you know? One person couldn't build a house, and that was Einstein. You know.
Well, Einstein actually is a relative word. There are other connections to Einstein.
Yeah, I know, but Einstein, you only have, it doesn't Deutsch. You only have one stone, so with one stone you can't build a house. You know, something Einstein.
Well, you can build a cave. You can build a cave. You can go in the stone.
You can carve something in the stone, and then you can live in it.
And then you can go under the stone.
Auf English, yes, Einstein sagt man one stone.
Yeah. So, hey, but if you have a really big stone, you can carve it out and you can go live in it.
Yeah. You don't need a brick. You need some ice and some cold.
Oh yeah. Hey. Then you also have a heater. A heater. No. Okay. Hey, I have to run to the
Okay,
store
see you
now,
later.
and I will be coming back. Okay.
We're here.
Hey,
We arrived.
Thanks for your time and for your information. Love you for that.
No, it's no, I'm thanking you. Don't thank me for my time. Thank yourself for the time, the choice you made to be here. Then that would give me appreciation.
Okay, I'm thanking myself.
Thank you for being here. And the choice you made that led you here.
I am, and together we are. Talk to you soon, gentlemen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Yeah, we say doei, dog, because I'm from the Netherlands. But
Wait a
Germany is
second.
my name. It's my
Hold
name.
on. Did you just say Avita Saint? Did you say Avita Saint? Avita Saint? Do you know what that means?
They say it in Germany.
Until I see you again.
Really? Wow.
Tot de volgende.
Not for me.
No,
Avita
what does it
Saint.
mean for you?
It says a life of saints, ones who crossed over.
I love that.
Well, that's from the French.
Yeah, how vraag ik ein until later, wizard?
Well, you're breaking things up. I don't know. Well, that seems like it's easy. Something to do with timer, breaking things up.
Yeah, in Dutch you mean?
Yeah, how vraag ik ein until later in Nederlanden?
Tot de volgende keer.
Tot de volgende keer.
Volgende keer. Tot de volgende keer.
Tot de volgende keer.
Yes, man. Hey.
Tot de volgende keer.
Okay, Box. Man. Okay. Hey, I'll be back soon, okay? Cheers.
Cheers.
Even if we all come apart from each other for a period of time, even if we all come apart, I have to brush my teeth, right? I have all that energy stuck on it from talking all day. I breathed it in. It's stuck to my teeth. I blame it on the creator. He left it for us, right? So we all have to remember, once we learn or once we begin to believe that we are living in we're directly connected to the source, that there is a source, and the end game is like this. The entrapment is like this. They're going to corner us up right to the end, and they're going to come after us. And the road is 300 feet long, right? But we're in the water. When they come to get us, they'll just be driving in and drowning because we're in the water and they're on the land. so they can
Well,
never
yeah,
get to us.
And we run on admiral law. We run on like the law of the maritime.
Right, because we're in the water. The connection, the number one of the bell goes everywhere to hit every side of number 2. Every side, 1 is everywhere. And it is nowhere because it is the heart of all. It vibrates between the 2 sides. The egg and the sperm is there all the time. It's the communication center coming together. And at the end of life, you're either buried, and if they bury you, okay, do they not bury you in Taurus? Or do they bury you in Virgo? Or do they bury you in Capricorn? Will they bury you in Aries? You know what the Aries the death is?
What is the Aries death?
Aries and Leo and Sagittarius. When they go, where do they go? They go to the fire. What cometh from the fire? Isn't that what sign they are?
The phoenix rises from the ashes.
So which one is the phoenix?
Oh, I'm not sure which one the phoenix would be. Would that be Libra?
It wouldn't. Oh, wow. I still have a lot of work to do because everything is supposed to be on angles. You know what it's supposed to be. Earth's heart is supposed to run on this angle. I don't know why, but just to get back, that number 1 also plays a role with number 3, Gemini. Then it plays a role with Leo. Then it plays a role in Sagittarius. If you look at the deck of cards and you look at the dice, check out where number 1 is, right? Each one does something different. These are our schematics. The deck of cards, schematic. Hockey, baseball, everything that exists, it's just a schematic, okay, to give the analytics over everything. Every person who reads a tarot card, every person that reads the zodiac, anybody who goes for a reading, every single reading is done the same way. I don't care what you go to do. Everything in the life is done the same way by the analytics of the situation, which is a balance of the words. I do a balance of the numbers, and the math is always perfect. It's utopia. All we have to do is put the
end. Wanting to pull out a calculator as you were talking, I was like, "Where's my calculator?" That's what I was thinking.
And up and down is the phone and the calculator, right? The landline, right? The landline. The numbers are not like the numbers on the tabulator. You know, there's a tabulator, which is the calculator. When you go to Las Vegas, they tabulate the odds. So when you go there, they have you in tribulation for tabulation. It's Las Vegas because it's the Vega card. It's the PCU. It's your hookup with inside of you running your station. Hoover Dam, Herbert Hoover, 88. Remember that? Well, that was a representation of the 25 years because 25 years, right? What happens? You jump over into the next cycle.
Every 25 years, he said.
Yeah. What happens? I don't remember the exact equation, but when you keep changing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, when you get to 25, it's 1/4, right? 25, 50, 75. Every number has, once you reach the 4th element of that number, you've jumped onto the other side. Doesn't matter what number it is, but the 4th double up of that number will switch you onto the other side. And the other thing about Earth and Mars, or the 3rd and the 4th planet, is when there's one, they share the same area. And the area center of these two, right, is going to be 3.5, but they share it. They share it here, and here on the cross. I got to go brush my teeth. That's exactly. I went to the den with a horse with no name, sitting out in the rain. The horse with no name. Do you know we have horsepower? We're a V6 and a V8. The numeric value for horse is the same numeric value for 7, the same numeric value for 3. We are connected to the 7th gate of creation, coming out into the house from the house of Abraham. I think what it is, I think the numbers are all going down, and we become the Jacob's ladder with Isaac joining it. The reason I say Isaac,
As if you said Jacob's ladder, because I was just, my lyrics is like energy and motion. Time stands still.
so yes, you're absolutely right. Time is standing still. Very, very good note. You know why time stands still? Because it's brewing right now where the hops are for communication. The still is what makes the alcohol, which is the spirit, which is the 19th hole, giving the energy amongst the moons and connecting the left and the right hemisphere. So the still is not something that's standing, other than what's something that's moving. It's the spirit, right? The alcohol, when you go to a still, right? It's the steam. You got a steam engine.
Yeah, I learned how to distill.
Aries is Ram in Fibonacci sequence, but Aries is the Ram, is it not, Wonder Woman? How'd you like to come up? Anybody want to come up? So let's see where I was, unless I just want to see if I can get a few things out. If a word starts with ACT or anywhere in the word, okay, it's going to be a communication problem. If the letters in the first two letters are P and S, okay, they are the flip side of the same side. P and S are in the same house. It's just on the other side of the 180 degrees. It ends up, P and S end up right here. They're in the cube.
180, the other half on the 180, and then the center is pointing up, or if it's a horse, it might be pointing down. We're not sure. We have to observe.
Right. So, but in roulette, what happens, everybody thinks it's black, red, but it's not. Number one switches every second count of 10. Number one flips over in roulette. 1, 19, red. 10, 28, black. Jack, the Jack card shows me that each suit is both 1 and 2, because they have the 1 eye and the 2 eyes. The king suit, right? That's Jacob's ladder.
Oh yeah, yeah. So in my lyrics, it was like crystallize. Wait, crystallize. What's the matter? Sip life's nectar out from Jacob's ladder. Energy and motion. Time stands still. Gravity stepping void. Trying to tell you in so many words. We're so happy. It hurts.
So when you said that, you just made me think of something, which was, well, just anytime I open my ears, you know, what happens is we're going to take one cube here. This cube is going to go all around here, and it can go all around, but there's area spaces. This cube has to exist here, and then it has to exist here. This one moves. It moves in each one of the houses. Let's call this the male sperm over here. It moves. This is the 7th gate over here. Am I guessing? Absolutely not. It's area number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The number 6 is part of Mars. 6 is all the way around. The 6th area is all the way around. Now Mars has a two cube. So Mars is only going to use up here, 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 and here. And then Mars will overlap here, 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 and here. And then Mars will overlap here, 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 and here. And then there's going to be 4 overlaps. There's 4 energy communications between the cat hexagons to what is one area space. That is the doghouse. That is left. The doghouse seems to belong, the heart seems to belong to the left. That we live in the doghouse, and then we get to run around the yard. We get to be the yard dog.
Yeah, and what's running around is 3 of the cubes, but the 4th one is always remaining in the center.
Yeah, because you can't run the 4. You can't run. You've blocked off all the houses. You only can run. You're connected fully up with 4 strands, right? And then, I mean, I'm not going to break down the whole thing because I don't know the whole thing right now. I mean,
the geometry of it, though, like
right.
My imagination.
Yeah, it has to be
for
basic.
Entertainment purposes only. TikTok algorithm for entertainment purposes only. This is not truth. We swear. We swear we are not approaching truth.
Now, think about the word. You just taught me something just now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for thanking me.
Wow. Wow. What you just said
here and hosting this live.
Thank you very much. What you just said, think about what you said. What did you just say? Repeat it. Just one word. You only have to say one word.
TikTok algorithm, if you're listening. We are not approaching truth. We swear.
Okay, the word is truth. Tell me something about the word. I'm going to get something in the kitchen. Tell me something about truth. Think about it. Don't say anything.
The closer we approach truth, the less true it will
be. But you don't have to say anything. Just think about it. Everybody think about the word truth, and you're all going to laugh after.
Got it. I'll be thinking about the word truth.
You're all going to laugh. Remember that energy, when you hook up the hydro switch, you put the energy in, 1 down here connects to the world up there, 1 in between 2. Remember, there's a lot of 1 between 2s doing different things, right? But they're acting as they're connected together. One of them is like the snake. They're connected together. Some of them have a heart area, and some of them are solidly always connected, making up the difference between the stripes and the solids. In pool, when you play pool, there are 8 solids and 7 stripes, in which it's 1 and 7, okay? Because the 8 ball, although it's a solid, but all the balls are really solid until they got the stripe. And all the balls, all the numbers have the same color, and all the balls have the same color underneath, and all the numbers have the same color. So they're all connected to black and white. They're nothing until you use them.
Yeah, I got something that'll blow your mind, buddy.
Okay, just give me coming back. Okay.
All right, let me see if I can blow your mind here. All right, I got like there's a video that I can't play, but I do got a screenshot of it, of where black and white flashing can give the illusion of color. And so right here, right here is a screenshot from a video where they had black and white flashing really quick. You know, so this would flash like into a blackness, and then it would flash whiteness, and then you would see all these lines traveling through the whiteness. But like as this video was going, this is just black and white, but your brain creates the illusion of cyan, magenta, and yellow as well. So from cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, we can print any color. In fact, that's the way our vision works, is mostly cyan, magenta, and yellow, rather than the red, green, blue. And then I got another screenshot from a similar video, but this one has to do with color. All right, so here is the color. Oh, there we go. All right, so this one's from the one with color. All right, so these ones are colored. So now we've established how to get color from just black and white. But now we got color. So we've got the color now because we did the black and white thing, and we got color from nothingness, from just black and white. We ended up getting color out of nothing. Now we have the color, and then these. It seems like this one is like an oval, pinching in. This one seems like it's an oval expanding out.
I'm going to make it bigger. I want to see it bigger. I just don't know how to operate this thing so good.
Yeah, for sure.
How do I do that? How do I do that?
I have no clue, but I have infinite patience.
Oh, no, don't tell me about clues, because clues comes with Jesus. In French, clue is nail. Oh, my God, right? Okay, I think I'm supposed to touch your picture, and then it says big screen. There you go.
Yeah, so you can see that these here, this one is pinching in, right? This one says that it's pinching in, but even if this was blocked, you could tell that it's pinching in. So the arrows have nothing to do with it. It all has to do with the contrast of, see this brightness?
Right.
That is like green, blue, purple, and it's in contrast to another thing. So everything is about relativity and contrast.
Yeah, a lot of right. So when you're painting, the basic thing I learned from painting is the minute you give angle, nothing is the same. Like when you look at a pyramid, it's not a pyramid at all. It has nothing to do with a pyramid. It's a building.
Yeah, like the number 1 started out as. Here, I'll show you how I draw 1 to 9. So let's. I got a paper here. All right, so I'm gonna just flip the camera around just so we can see it properly. All right, so we got 1 to 9. I'm gonna fold this. I got a plate here. Plate over. All right, so I got 1 to 9. So I got 1 has an angle in it. So we have 0. 0 has 0 angle.
Why are all the smart people having problems holding their papers?
So 0 has 0 angles, but it also has infinite angles, right? So that's why 0 is not empty. So 0 might be the biggest of all infinities. So, and then we got 1 with an angle. 1 has 1 angle. 2, it's kind of like a Z. We got 2 angles. We got 1, 2 angles. All right. And we got 3. Kind of looks like an M. We got 3 angles here. 4. Right. We got 3 angles in the triangle up here, and then a 4th one right there. And then so we got 0 to 4, and then we got 5 to 9. So we got 5 here. So 5 and 0 have this relationship where a 0 is like a whole and 5 is the half.
Well, you can still draw 5, but what they do is they go downwards an extra step, then they go back upwards on an angle, then they come back down on an angle. They make like 3 angles. See, what you're drawing right there is the 5 does not belong to the same house. The 5 and the 1 belong to a different house. Can I see the other ones? When you bend and you come to a point, you're creating the effect of a window. When it's a straight line, it all depends how many angles you go. I mean, how many boxes you go through. You might only be talking about Earth and Mars. If you want to do the 2 of them together, you need a hexagon. Mars and Earth are not the same. They're not the same shape. One is going to be have a window. Mars will have a window like Windows 10, Windows 11, but Earth won't have the window. Earth is going to have a donut hole in the center.
So this will blow your mind here. Right here is the 7, right? So 7, we got 1 angle, right? But how are we going to get the other 7 angles? Well, what we do is we put 1 here, 1 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Right. So the 7th gate of 77 of Jesus Christ, when they chop up the area space in the center, right? That's what they're doing with this. And if I can show you in a design how they hook up the islands together. Yeah,
and
that's
8's like an hourglass, like time. 8's
well,
like
that
time.
that 8 actually, that 8 right there that you drew, that's going to tell you on the calculator 7, 9, 11, 13. So remind me of that.
All right, on the calculator, 7, 9, 11, 13.
Right.
And then the 9 looks like a Fibonacci number, or it looks like a Fibonacci pattern as it goes down like this.
Right. And yeah, okay. And the 9
We got
also
4 here. Then we got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
so it's going to express the peh, the letter peh in Hebrew. Yeah, 7, 9, 11, 13. That's, make sure I do that with the calculator.
Yeah, so there's 1 to 4, 0 to 4, and 5 to 9.
Right. Okay. So anything that's all square, right? Depending how many areas you pass, square is going to be with Earth, and Mars becomes the angle where the queen comes in. But there's a change. Everything I've done in my project, what is on one side might be flipped over on the other side. And that's where I run into a few problems where sometimes it switches, like with man and woman from French to English. In the French, right? In the French, when they say man and woman, homme and femme, the last 3 letters of the word will say woman. So when you say homme and femme in French, femme is F-E, F-E is 11, and homme is H-O. H-O is equal to 23. The thing about 23 and 11, mathematically, 2 times 3, 2 plus 3 will equal 6 and 5, 11. We don't live in the 2 or the 3. We live in the reverse of the 2 and the 3. We live in the reverse of the 2 and the 3. So here's the 2 and the 3, right? You were just talking about 5 and 9.
Yeah.
So the reverse of 2 and 3 is what is going to be equivalent to 5 and 9. Because if I show you 2, 3 on this side, right? I flip it over, it's 5 and 4, 9.
4, yeah.
So if I usually I do it with 2 dice. I don't like to do it this way. It sometimes confuses. Just to note, when I hold a dice cube, what's that?
Yeah, like so, like the opposite of the dice always add up to 7.
Yeah, and when it's the 2 sides, it's always a little bit different, right?
Yes.
So yes, oh right, because the 2 opposite, right? The 2 opposites. So here's your 5 and 4. This now, isn't it funny that 5 and 4 will represent love, represent the sun? It will also represent the word F-O-X.
You're gonna laugh. I created this character called the President of the Universe character, and I invited John for tea. And this President of the Universe character had interrupted me.
Okay, what did Joe Ball say? Don't printers work that way? Oh, don't printers work that way? I don't know if you're the host. I knew it had to be the light through. Okay. Okay, so I think the gentleman on here was asking you a question. Don't printers work that way?
Don't printers work that way? Like 1 and 4, like with the angles.
Anything that's on an, I mean, anything that shows if one wall is thinner than another wall. Oh, very cool.
Just creating an eye patch there and then having it shaped like a fox.
Well, you didn't have to tell me that. I saw it right away. The fox is everything.
Yeah.
It's the cunning fox.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Right here. So I have a genuine eye patch, and then I have the fox eye patch. Here.
Wow. Can you fold that? Looks like a pig.
Oh, true. It does kind of look like a pig. And,
yeah.
And on the back side here, I have, through it, I got the 3D glasses that you can see that it, like it layers, it's polarized filters. Yeah, so if I go into the light here, you can see on the edges. Yeah, so you can see through it.
Right. Yeah.
And then it gets darker, and then it becomes black.
Okay. Right. Beautiful. Beautiful. So you're gonna have 4 areas or 3 areas, and that thing is only going to show through 3 of the 4 areas, because just like a turns, I don't remember which element it was, that when something turns, one part of the turn will be Like if you turn something through a wall, you'll see three parts of the turn, and one part of the turn will be on the other side.
Yeah, so I'm turning the thing right now, and it's becoming darker and brighter as it overlaps. And that's two polarized filters turned on top of each other.
That's through the eyes, right?
Yeah, through the eyes.
Yeah, okay.
And
It's a little dark. If you would shine a flashlight through it, that would be weird. That would be real. That would be crazy weird. That'd be crazy weird.
We have a massive flashlight here.
Because the dog, okay, the dog. Oh, so try and shine it through it. Let's see what happens. Or shine it on it. Oh, that's good. You know, any of the diamonds, right? All the diamonds they have. Oh yeah, okay. So everybody sees what's going on. There it is. Are we seen out or are we seen in? Very interesting. Because that's one of my pieces that I started with. Like from day one, the fox is going to represent the Pluto. Even though Pluto's number 84, right? Fox is number 84. The fox is the orange fox. The orange fox for orange Pluto. Orange Pluto is the 9th planet. It came here for 76 years, and then they threw it out. 7 and 6 is a representation of odd and even, and it's what joins Earth and Mars through, in the upper world, through Saturn and Uranus. And Saturn and Uranus switch positions in Saturn square. The Saturn moves into the 9th position, right, in Saturn square, and the 7 moves from Uranus, and it plays onto Uranus. Uranus moves from its position, and it moves into the Saturn position. And the Saturn position and the Earth position are now on the plane. The 5th position remains the 5th position. Now it's on the plane. Now remember, creation is 3 through 7. So I'm still thinking that we are the mirror of creation.
7, 9, 13.
I'm going to do that in 1 second right after this. Our creation, we went from, I think, a 4 down to a 3. 3 and 4, I have to figure out which side, because we are the 3 Earth, right? But we are a 1 and 2 connection. It's like we have 1 here connected to 2. We're like born between 2 houses. We're the 3. We're not the 4. We're from the reflection. We've been refracted into 3 houses. You would like a summary, Marty? Would you like me to do the 7, 11, 13? Do you know what I do, Marty? Can we play the song a little bit for about a minute? Is that going to bother anybody?
No, it's not going to bother.
Okay, let's play the song. I'm going to play a song that tells you what I do. If you go, and the song, it's not that I didn't write the song. I went to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT, okay, do you know what they did? Yeah. ChatGPT, I'm going to get to that in a minute too. ChatGPT wrote the song. I asked them, I said to ChatGPT, who is Ronald Fremeth? Who is Mr. Tackmans? And then I took it and I put it into this app, and they made this song.
Ronald Fremeth, widely recognized by his alias, Emmer Tackmans is a mysterious and enigmatic figure whose talents span multiple disciplines. Known for his uncanny ability to decipher the hidden connections between numbers, symbols, and the cosmos. He operates at the crossroads of mysticism, numerology, and technological innovation. His forte lies in uncovering the unseen patterns that govern the universe, creating a fusion of art, science, and spirituality that captivates those who encounter his world. It is not just a name, it's a philosophy. From stardom that symbolizes mystery, over patterns and systems, he sees the world as a collective of infinite possibilities. Here each stone and letter, and celestial alignment, everything waiting.
And there you go.
That's awesome.
I didn't play that already.
No, not in my presence.
Okay, I just did that yesterday. Well, I just asked ChatGPT. You know what? If they do so many things, they are. Let me tell you one thing. This is just a crazy show. What's going on with ChatGPT? It's crazy. They're showing us the truth, even when they're hiding the truth, and they show me. I only figured out that the Kaaba was Abraham only because they did it to me. I asked them to show me the Kaaba, and they decorated it. I figured they were going to put 9 dots on it. They put 16 dots on it. Do you know what it says? Do you know what it says, Abraham and Isaac? Do you know what it says?
No, I don't. What does it say?
It's the Fibonacci sequence. It's 5.
No.
It's 5. Yes, it's the Fibonacci sequence. Listen, I'm going to explain to you why. I'm going to explain it to you why. I don't know what the rotation is within the house. I can move the cube within the house, but there's multiple cubes moving within each other in the house. They're all moving around. 1 cube, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, 4 by 4, and then all the shapes, the Tetris shapes, are moving around. But the thing that it is that the numeric value for Abraham is 44. The math for it is 4 times 4, 4 plus 4 is 16 and 8, 24. 16, okay, and 8, 24, 8 is 1/3, and 16 is 2/3. When you calculate the 3 times 3, 9 and 6, it gives you your birth 6 to the 6th life of the half-life. So you end up with the 9 and the 16, and the first 2 letters for phi are P and H. Then you go 3 times 3, 9, 3 plus 3, 6. So it creates phi.
I feel that.
It's your face. It's your birth face in the house. Your 9 birth face in the house. The rotation of 33 is everything. Nothing really passes 33, even if you go higher. It's just another. I have to see. I'm just not sure.
It's like a remix. It's a remix of 33, kind of like it's a remix of all the rest.
We have to get onto the other side. We have to the other side is duplicated to the lower house. Let's say we are ABC of who we are. We're ABC out of the 5 pi. You know ABC Jackson 5? Because what happens is when I go forward, here's 10. When I go backwards, here's 6. We only get the 60 seconds on the clock. This 5, we live out of the donut hole ocean over here. It's the ABC 5. It's Jackson 5. The word Jack is connect 2 to 5. The word sun is 48. 48 is over here. Okay? We don't begin until 8 comes down into 4. Harley Davidson, Pluto, burnt orange. The mixture between the red and the yellow, because orange takes yellow and red to mix them. The numeric value for the yellow and red is 9227. And when you look at the B cards, it's number 92. Your 9 is born into 2 houses, 9 into 11. You cannot change.
For hockey cards, for that, like the B cards. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, you can't change. The 11, 11, 11 is, there's no discussion. There is no 11, okay, without the 9. There's no 11 without the 9. And so you can't reduce it to... you can't reduce it to 2 because then you're not talking about you. You're only talking about the 2 houses. So now you have 11. Wow. Yeah, it's 16 dots. It's 1 between 6 and 7, and then it ends up to express the Monopoly board. It expresses our birth on 6 to 1 day of rest. It is also the half-life, and it's 2.5 away from the 7th gate, which what it means is 1 plus 2.5, 6 minus 2.5. When you count 16, it's a 9 and 7 16. It's not a 10 and 7 16. According to those who follow the moon. The Hebrews somewhere in one of their books I was reading, it's online, right? It was a kids thing because I looked through kids stuff. I mean, when I'm talking kids, I'm talking under 21, right? And I have a time machine with me.
Yeah, like children's stories share a lot of very valuable things. Like there was this sugar daddy for one of my landladies. So my landlady, she was like 60, and this sugar daddy, he was like in his 80s. And like he said to me, yeah, no, it was hilarious.
No, I mean
was like,
6 and
well,
8. It's divided gate, right? It's 6 and 8. The 7th gate passes between. The 8 is a representation of the
Yeah.
dog. It's on the left. The dog's on the left. The 6 is the cat, the hexagon cat. What happens is that the doghouse is empty. The communication comes in. The cat occupies the area space, and everything works with inside the aether that the cat passes through.
Well, like he reminded me. He said row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, for life is but a dream. And he said this to me as an 80-year-old talking to a 23-year-old, you know, like, and this was such profound information. But all this 80-year-old was saying was, you know, just a children's rhyme, a story, a song.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to get water again. I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to do. I said I'm going to talk about 9, 7, 9, 11, 13. I'm not sure because Afi from a tree said something, and I'm not sure which numbers this person is or avatar. You're all avatars. Anybody that's here that says something to me is going to be my random access memory. My memory is alive. This is where we're alive.
Yes.
We're alive. And everything we say that's true, right? We take away from everything that's not true. We're living in the energy. We're living here. So once we start to do good, we push away the evil. It can't do anything. We're like a 10,000, you know what I'm saying? I can lift bridges with this.
Yes.
When I said this, the value of your life is 144,000. So every person who passes on releases this cube. They take everybody to heaven. Stop whatever anybody else is talking about. They're only guessing from parables, but I can explain it to you how it works. Since you're buried 6 feet down, you don't have 6 feet. You become the 1/3 of the original of who you were. Right? So,
33%.
What's that?
The 33rd%.
Well, it sort of seems like a 33rd%, but the 10%, one part, it's not. It's 30 plus 110% to hook up the operation systems. That's why it works on 10% of the brain. 10% of the brain. So we're all 30 because it's 60 seconds on the clock. We're born on one side of the clock only. We get 30 seconds, 110%. We get full communication. We end up 110% on 30 is 33. Now you're a Freemason because you've been ignited. You've hooked up to the whole system.
Yeah.
The 10, I'm going to show you. The 10 on here is 7 and 3 10, and everything starts with 7 and 3. The 9 and 1 10, the 4 and 6 10, the 8 and 2, the schematic backward, everything gets to hook up to here. But don't think that this is alone because we have to hook up the trailer to this. We have the truck and we have the trailer. We're going to be hooking up more numbers all the way down. And then we're going to hook them out this way, right? So we're going to have to, like, where's the 12 zodiac signs? It all works by 9s. And you keep going down, right? It works by 9s. But it works by 9s, but it doesn't work by 9s. Because if you want to go to the rules, right, all the rules come from games that are fair. Even when they're not fair and the house has the advantage, they tell you what the advantage is. So therefore, I understand how to put together. The equation is the same thing because I know what my disadvantage is. So it's the truth. So even if the house has the advantage, you're telling me the truth.
Exactly. Yeah. So even when God tells a lie, it would still be true.
360 degrees of the situation. But they're not all 360 degrees. Some areas are larger. Sometimes, like, listen, like one part of creation.
When the devil tells the truth, it would still be a lie.
Sometimes I get mixed up with that, but I understand it because the numbers that just all you have to understand is the numbers and then the analytics of the words with the numbers.
Yeah, like basically, like God would represent like the principle of doing no harm, the principle of helping guide towards, you know, whoever you want to become without harming yourself or others. And then the devil would be anything that leads to harm, you know. So like the devil would tell truth, but in order to divide and conquer people. But God would tell truth that would bring people together.
So
But I'm not into God and the devil. I'm not into that.
it doesn't matter. Our thing is we have to win over
ideas that are seemingly different, but connecting these seemingly different ideas in a cohesive, interconnected way, like a web of thought. That's why I'm here. I'm bigging you up, and I'm thanking myself for showing up at this live and having past behavior so that the algorithm had recommended your live. So thank you for reminding me to thank me for thanking you, that you would remind me to thank me.
Okay, you don't have to seed me. Every word spoken is a seed, right? Did you know the seed is number 33?
I didn't.
Did you know the seed is 66?
The seed.
Did you know did you know the seed mass? The seed mass is 33, 33, 33.
I didn't know that.
The is 33, and mass is 33, and seed is 33.
Oh, So for 1 to 26
equals 351. Imagine 351. You know what it equals to? ACE, ace. And the numbers aren't the same. The numbers aren't the same. They all connect differently. This schematic over here, let me go over this, right? In the schematic over here, 7, 9, 11, right? See the 5 over here? When you connect the 10 star, you connect to this 5. You connect it here. Yes, there's the position right here. The ace is always in the heart. But in the cards, it's a shared heart. In this one, it's not shared. It's within the house. The game of roulette has
the house looks like this. You know, the house, everybody loses in the house. The house always wins because everybody loses. That's why it's an L. That's why each of the houses is an L.
It's funny that you said that. That's really weird because I was thinking about an equation and a piece of art. If I don't create the art, then I don't know how to believe the equation because it's just geometric shapes. That's all it is. Yeah. And it's geometric shapes on a kindergarten.
Geometry might be an equation itself.
It is. It is. It's 100% itself. The periodic table, the weights and measure table, Celsius and Fahrenheit explains to you, like in Celsius and Fahrenheit, if I remember correctly, and I don't know which of the equations, but every time you go up a certain amount of numbers,
I'm still here. I just got nicotine.
It's okay. Every time you go up a certain amount of numbers, right, with Celsius and Fahrenheit, let me just check. I'll do this after. Somebody remember that. Let me finish with the calculator to explain this. Okay, so now we have the 10. We come into the 10 months of birth. We're born on the day of communication, the 277th day, right? We're born on that day, October 4th. We can't have any kind of inception between the 1st and the 2nd, right? The 1st and 2nd of January, right? That's when the 2 comes together. We need the 1. We need to connect to the moon, and then we need to pass. And we need to pass 39 weeks, and then when we connect, it becomes the 40th week. But you never come out, right? You don't drive into the wall. You stop just before you get to the wall. So it'd be the Wednesday. So 280 is 10 months. Take away 3 days. The 277th day is October 4th. October 10-4 is the communication. It's the 2 ends of the spectrum when the point is made. The point means when the point is made, you didn't have your period, you got the point. It means you have come here, their communication, which is 10 and 4. The point is made because in the game of craps and on the dice, the polarity of these cubes, right? The polarity of 2 cubes, and I don't know where they are. I used to have 100, but I think I gave them away. So the polarity of the cube, 6 and 4, is going to be 1 and 3. That's Jacob's ladder. When 6 and 4 is, okay, it's going to be 1 and 3. You want to hear the crazy thing? 64 is Zion, Israel. 64 is what makes 34 blue. It makes the left side. It makes the dog side of the house. It creates 10 and 24. So it connects the star and it connects a gateway because 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6 each side of the 7th gate. The 24 is going to represent the numeric value for the word cat, C-A-T, in which there's a lot of things that go along that. I don't want to talk too fast. I don't like to do this. This is not good. Hello, Wizard. How you doing? So where was I with this? I wanted to show 7, 9, 11. It takes it's 4 cats, right? It's going to be 4 cats into one doghouse, right? This single 1 and 4. 1 and 4. It takes 4 of these to get into here. 1 and 4. When it goes into here, it spreads this all the way apart when it goes on the inside, or it runs all along. Okay, this one here, I can either put it on the center and split it all apart, and then I end up with a 3 cube. But to make the major of this cube, it's 4 times. So this is the cat communication between all these 4 houses, the dog and the cat. So now let me show it to you on a bigger scale. Unless, man, I didn't get to the 7, 9, 11. So let me open this page up, and then I'll set it up for the answer to that. But I definitely have to answer this. Everything here and here. 2 moons of Mars, okay? And then the lunar moon is going to be in the center. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 6, 7, 8, 9. If you're a tennis player and you want to understand or learn something that's a little weird that works out, is 6, 7, 8, 9, right, equals to 30. But we're pairing them up 2 by 2 in the test tubes, right? 6 and 9, 15, 7 and 8, 15, 30. Then you have 10 points to get the 40, where the 7, 3, 9, 1, 4, 6, 8, 2 connected up. That's your 40. When you're awake, you're going to count the 5 with the 8 with the 2. You're going to count the 4 heavens and Neptune. You're going to work with these 3, and you're going to work with 3's 3. When you're asleep, the zodiac signs change, right? You end up working with here and here. You're going into your REM sleep, and the REM sleep is a continuous, right? And what happens when you do that? You get here, here, and here, and then you're no longer here. Your ship, right? Your ship, where your cube is down over here, the 2 and the 8. Okay, you're released from 2 and 8, and you go here. This 8 and this 2 jump into this area over here. This is the ocean. This is the donut. And where do I find this information? Okay, I find the information right here. The information is here. 1 is going to be opposite of the 6. So I connect 1 with 6. Now remember, the 6, 7, 8, 9 are on the upper level. Then I'm going to connect the 3 with the 4. Remember, the 3 and 4 are on the lower level. You connect with inside your own house. Then the 2 and 5, right? You're going to jump into the ocean. The 8 also jumps into the ocean. When they jump into the ocean, what did they do? They moved 3. They moved 3. When I went up from 3 to 4, it moved 1. When I moved 6 to 1, it moved 5. Well, when I moved 4 to 9, it moves 5. When I move 6 to 7, it moves 1. When I move 8 to 5, it moves the same thing. They all have the same movement. They can all run off the same gear. The only reason we see all this is because this is a schematic to create from. The 12 zodiac signs will overlap each other. 12 signs in 8 playing around 1.
And then it's geometry as well as numbers, so that 1 and 9 make 10. 8 and 2 make 10, 7 and 3 make 10, 4 and 6 make 10, and they're all opposite of each other.
And I'm not finished yet. I'm just going to the kitchen to get some water. If anybody has any questions, I'm not sure if I answered that question before. It'd be nice if you. What about 2 and 2? Isn't it always 4? It depends, right? It's going to be 4, but it's not. It's going to be 2 and 2 can be 2 as well. Because if I took 2 and I plugged it in here, I'd be plugging one area into here. Boom, I plugged it in. They became 1. And it's still 2. Because associated, they're 2
and 2 still equals 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's still 2 and 2 is 2.
2 and 2. If you plug them in, then you get 1 and then 2.
Well, I want to ask you a question. You go up to the plug in your wall, right? And you got two plugs to put it into 2 holes. How many do you have? You plugged 2 in. You had 4. You made 2 because the 2 plugs went in. Now you got the circuitry. Well, I don't know I never know what names are. And now that you said 2 and 2, that's interesting because the queen is the only 2 and 2 in the deck. Even though every suit is 2 and 2, the queen gets a 2 and 2 for her eyes, because she has 2 and 2 eyes on every set of the black and the red cards. And to note that the number 1, I'm going to reiterate that the number 1, every 1, then 10 will be negative, and then 19 will be positive, and 28 will be negative. The even numbers, when they're together, they're negative. When the odd numbers together, they're positive. And it shows me this when we reach into the numbers, when you count down the roulette board, right? And remember, when you count 2 numbers, they're on the outside. When you count 1, it's in the center. The other equation with that, I'm just trying to think that when you get an odd with an even, I'd have to explain this. This is hard. When you get an odd and an even, it's like putting a two cubed, adding a wing onto it. No, it's going to be too hard. I'm going to have to design it. I'll just tell it to you. They're just the layman ways. When you go into the 20s and 30s, right? When you start looking at the numbers of roulette and you start looking at the colors that they are and start seeing which one's odd and which one's even, it starts to give you it starts to tell you a story. It starts to show you a design. I don't know what that answer is yet. Sometimes I don't remember. I haven't done them all. But you know what? I just don't know everything at the moment all the time. I actually have nothing in my head. When I go to sleep at night, I don't know nothing. I just disconnect. I just disconnect the microprocessor and I go to bed. You know what I'm saying? So when you guys walk up here and you send me a message, I'm already hooked up. I'm amped. Hello, Ms. Cooper. I'm here listening. The dark side, I have to go and read this. The dark side of the moon. You see it, the moon is with 2 O's, 2 moons of Mars. Monday is for our singular moon. What is Tuesday? Because Tuesday says that. And Tuesday is also the second day of the first half of the week. So that means everything is going to connect to Tuesday. There's going to be a triangle on one side and a triangle on the other side. You're going to connect Thursday, Friday, Saturday in a triangle. You're going to connect Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in a triangle. And then you're going to run this triangle all the way up. And the point of Wednesday will reach the sky to come back all the way to Saturday. So when you're talking about the weekend, the 6 days of the week, the 1 day of rest, well, that 1 day of rest, it happened all your life. You know why? Because you're working it. You're working it. When you take in that breath and the rest you have, that you get an IP address in life, the Indian Pale Ale, right? And when you walk out of life, they change it. They take away the A, they put an R, it's a rest in peace. So the rest came in and the rest went out. Yeah. Everything we ever thought, everything I ever dreamed has now come true. I wanted to know this. That was my biggest dream. My hardest thing in my life is I wanted to know when I was at my young age, right, how everybody had a connection with their IP address to God, but yet he's never answered the call.
That's how I came up with the conclusion that God might be nothingness itself, because everything is expanding from nothingness into nothingness. Therefore, everywhere is the center, and that nothingness is from which everything came. So nothingness is all powerful. Nothingness is omnipresent, and that we all got to give account to how we utilized this energy that we borrowed from nothingness. So that means nothingness is all knowing as well.
Right. So somebody asked, how would I explain it? I don't know how I learned, right? But I took it all as a flat area space. I more or less like to look at it like this, just how many are there and their positions, right? And also to note from a child, it might be a little difficult to know this area here is not the same as this area here, is not the same as this area here, although they all look the same. But they're the same dots because when the eye, right, when the mouse comes up and sees it, right, when the mouse comes up and sees it, it doesn't need the number. It just needs a configuration. It doesn't care if it's the up house, it's the down house. They have to run all the houses in sequence. So the mouse just flies off of it, right? And then it turns. If it wants to do something different, right? How is this hooked up? Is it hooked up different like this? There's different ways to do it depending on what angle you turn it. Different light is going to refract off of it. Look at my hand, what it has to do. Look what I have to do in order to hold this on its pin. Which finger? I think I can use all my fingers, right? But using this finger, this is the angle. 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 We should be able to move it on all these angles as we change the seasons. But really and truthfully, what I see, it's not only in the space that we see, but it's also happening inside of us. The upper and lower world is what we receive inside of us, okay, is because of the breath we take is what is made to see match with what is on the outside of us, even though, yes, the house is straight. I've heard of Joe Dispenza before. The void is everything in the area space, right? This cube, this thing over here, somebody asked how to learn it. You got to learn the area space. This is the left side. This is the right side. Now, the confusing thing is when you're looking at it, which side do you see that it's on? So we have to understand the difference between the left and the right and the center. Very important, right? The left, right, and the center. And then you might ask yourself, if before you teach this, right, you might want to go to an abacus. And I haven't done all this. Like I should be taking an abacus and looking at other number systems in order to balance this number system, so I can give a little bit more balance at everything, that when I'm going to do an analytic, okay, on something based on numbers, right? When you do an analytic and give a color commentary, if you don't know the balance of your numbers yourself, your story is going to be off. But even if it is off, right, you just might be in another hemisphere telling the story at the wrong time of the year, right? So some other part of that story, okay, will end up here when it should be here. So you'll either be completely right or completely wrong. And usually everything works in Trinity. So you'll never be more than one away from being wrong. So it'll either be here on your right side, it should be, or on your left side. It's either you, your left, or your right. And that's as far wrong as you can be in the Trinity of the calculation. It's based on the average. It's also based, because everything has to be done in micro, right? It's a macro micro. Not sure where this thing is. So I'm not sure if I answered that question over there. Somebody else wants to join the live. I think that was Wizard who went off. Does anybody else in here want to join the live? We're 11. Anybody have any questions of history? Remember, we have a time machine, right? The time machine for asking questions can come right out of here. This is our time machine. All history is written in.
I have a question. What day is it going to be tomorrow?
Then tomorrow is always going to be tomorrow.
Oh, the next day.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, my fault. I knew that. I love your information here. I really do love your information here. And I just wanted to be making a joke out of it.
Oh, that's okay. You see, it's only from the joke that you will know. It's only from that, because the joke comes from the connection, from the relationship.
Well, the Joker, the jester, is like the only one who gets to play the king. And if he's lucky, he's not beheaded, you know? And I was told, like, so Jordan Peterson had brought up that a comedian can automatically elevate their status and by playing the king, you know, but it comes with great risk, right? As such as being beheaded, right? So that the Joker, if they can accurately play the king and get the king to laugh, you know, that's public relations.
And I thought that, sorry to interrupt you, otherwise I forget, because I had an how do you say it, an accident. But I thought that the Joker was the the Joker was the D, but it is the, how do you say it? The boer. We say the boer.
The boy?
The boer. The J in the game from cards.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's the J. He's the Joker. He's
the Bauer. Yeah.
I can't say it because I don't want to get there.
Is it a Bauer? Is that what it is?
But we have the Joker, like you said, that he's dancing for the king, and if the king likes it, then you're okay. Hey, I'm playing the fool all my life, because I can see it. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna smell it because you can smell everything. I see it when others are not, but I give them a try. Go on to the next step. Next step. I don't know what the J is then. How many step it is? Let's say, I don't care. Sorry, it's going too fast in my head.
When you awaken, you see everything.
Yeah, and you just let them try to get out of everything. Yeah, but this. But you did that.
So here we have the Joker. We have the Joker playing the king. We have the Jester playing the king.
So when playing, I call it the fool. When you play the fool, you get so much more information. Just to be, assure yourself, you know it already, but just for.
Yeah, like it takes a brilliant actor to play a fool.
That you, not you, but that the other is really playing a game, or it could be only a moment, And I'm playing the fool. I have so much love to give because so much energy. I don't know, it's your language, not mine. But by playing the fool, you get so much more information about the hypocrites, things about in someone, or why they have a purpose to try to, I don't know, reset your brain or something like that. But always stick to your first impression or your first feeling, but by playing the fool, because there are a lot of around us. By playing the fool, you get so much information, and it's just a confirmation that you get then. So that's what I wanted to say in my best English.
Thank you. So how are you, Gareth?
I'm good. Yeah, how yourself?
I'm good. I'm a little disconnected at this point in the night, meaning that if I wanted to really go deep to find something new, I don't know what my capabilities are at this time. I'm still good. I always try, and if I find it, I find it. I don't. If there's something you want to talk about, say this is the place. We're in a time and period right now that's just like yesterday, because it's always today. So, I mean, for myself, I already see what's happening over 20 years. I know what happened 20 years ago. I know what happened. I've had about 4 or 5 encounters over 20 years, some upgrades. If you went to some channels, everybody's saying, well, I got these upgrades. I met these people, I got sick a bunch of times. And every time after I got mentally ill, right, I was upgraded. It's like I was able to actually do something or think of in a way I never thought before. And I'm not really saying I didn't go to hospital, didn't take no pills, but my head just didn't feel straight for in 2020, my head just, and that's because they worked on some mercury in my mouth and I got gas, and all of a sudden it's just everything, like I woke up again. It took me a couple of months to get out of it. And I've had pictures I've taken in 2009. I had a story that was sent to me. Has anybody ever heard this story? They sent me a 15-minute story. I'm trying to get onto onto a movie so nobody has to sit and listen to me.
Oh, I thought about it. A never-ending story, but okay, 50 minutes.
So
Okay.
yeah, I'm going to go back to Garrett first. So if you have anything to say, Garrett, is it 3-3?
Do you work in more numbers or geometry? How long have you kind of studied or worked in that way?
20 years.
Yeah.
Would you like my books?
I catch you on live fairly often. But,
Okay, so you know where my books are, right?
No.
You don't know where my books are?
No.
I should play this song again. You have some of my books already in your house, right? Did you know that you have my book in your house? One of them is a dictionary or any book on the shelf. Any book on the shelf, okay? If you have one of these, the understanding of Rubik's Cube, the understanding of the face of this calculator and how numbers rotate, okay? Then what you got to do is watch sports, go to the casino, watch how the numbers move, and then do all the number rotations, right? If you have 7 days a week, all the possibilities you can have, that's where I learned from. Never read a book.
And then just followed the patterns.
I just followed the patterns.
Because you work quite a lot in sort of geometry as well. I mean, you sort of sync the two.
Yeah, there's a lot of geometry, and I really like to understand geometry myself. There's a lot I still like to know when I go on an angle. I really want to know what angle that is, because the most thing I do in geometry is I count my squares and then I stretch my line out. If I go the 45 degree angle, the 90 and the 180, everything else is in between. I don't need to know anything else. So then I'm going to either go 4 lines down, 3 lines over. If I do that, I jumped into the other house because of the cube. This cube, no matter what you do, okay, it still has 3 sides. In fact, if you pick up a 4 cube, a 5 cube, a 6 cube, a 7 cube, an 8, 9, 10, it doesn't matter. They all have 3 opposite sides. There's just more houses inside. There's more rings inside. So that's where I got everything from over 20 years.
And it's possible to utilize all of this to memorize more things than you care to imagine. But you don't need to, because like what you're doing is you're doing what everybody should be doing, which is consolidating everything that you know down to one worldview that works for you, right? That's how these AIs learn. They have like a system, an axis, like how axis is crossed like this.
3 moves.
Yeah.
And then they have a bunch of arrows that point.
Yeah, 3 moves. It's 3 moves. It's
3 moves.
Well,
And you have 3 axes. You have X, Y, and Z.
The three moves is you have 3 levels, and then you have 3 levels this way. You have 3 opposite sides to a 6 cube. So this is the basic way to look at this. Those are all your moves. And from understanding that, you'll put everything back in order.
Yep. And keep repeating it.
Right, and keep repeating it, right.
To yourself, because it doesn't work right away. And I see it as from the Netherlands, I try to make a joke now, from knock knock, who's there? Knock knock. We have to knock 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 on that door, because we are capable of taking our own powers back. It's our power. We're gonna take it back. I'm demanding universe. I'm demanding that it's coming back.
It's inside of you. The universe is inside of you. Without you.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm talking to myself.
I love
that simple
There is no universe.
It's that's
You
the
and
direction.
me diverse together. We are combined. So hey, it's not my language, universe. We say universum.
Well, universe is connected to 6.
We are united together. We are.
This is what connects for the breath. It goes, if you're born without your butt, can you live?
No, you wouldn't be able to.
Get shit out of your mouth, but
That
without your butt,
if you take the topology of a human being, there we have we are a 7-holed torus. We are a torus with 7 holes.
whoa, whole lot of shit then. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's never more, this cube works never more than 7 of 9. One of the things that goes on is 1 and 2, the plugins, 1 and 2 creates 3. You start at 3. You start at 3. Therefore, 1 and 2 come out of 7. You have 9. Sorry, 1 and 2 come out of 9. You have 7. So you have this cube, okay, of 20 of all this. Let me do it this way. If you only can get 7 on every single side, times 6, 7 times 6 is 42. You have 2 houses, 42, 42. How about 1984, George Orwell? So why it's 42, I don't know why they do it, but you can see on the cross, like in the centers, there's hardly anything. In the centers, there's... But what happens in Saturn Square? They shift everything. All the odd numbers move to the center. All the odd numbers move to the center in Saturn Square, like this.
My birth number is 3.
There you go, 3.
See, I'm cursed, you know, but I'm cursed in a good way.
You're cured.
Cured. Hey, that's yeah. That's a better.
So now the question is, where did 2468 go? See, 2468, remember, it goes this way, this way, this way, and this way. And that's going to be the representation of the queen. And when it gets moved, the house moves on a 45-degree angle. The fox, the passage of the fox, the cunning fox.
We are.
What comes to mind when you think of the number 21?
Free.
It's first is last. It's the encompassment. Okay, if you add up 1 through 20, right, it equals. If you add up the first and the last of the first house, it's 1 through 20. 1 and 20 is that 21. Close the house. 21st. Okay, 21st is like first. It's the same thing. So it's the other spectrum of 1. When you go bowling, right, 2 and 1 is 3. Well, the third area of pins in bowling will have 2 between 1 in the third row, and in the back row will be 4, all the same. So the first and the third row will be will be connected to what is Earth, okay, in the heart, and the second and the fourth row, the 2 and the 4, is going to be what is going to connect to Mars. Now, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6. Now, what you do is you got to put pins on the other side of those 10 pins and continue on with the house. But you don't need all of them. You only need 6 because you have the 4 in the back row. So to continue the equation of 1, 2, 3, 4, you can now go 3, 2, 1. So you'll have 16. It's a sweet 16. You finished off the square. It's 9 and 7. I like to look at it as 9 and 7 to finish off the square because you don't want to count the 2 head pins at the same time. Right? If you take the 2 head pins out of the 16, you end up to 14, you end up to 16. You follow that? And then they have strike 9 in the game. So, and also it's the gateway. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is it's the division in the cube. The 7th gate. If you take 2 of these cubes, you see this, 5 and 3, 4 and 2 is on the other side. So if you take 5 and 1, 6, 6 and 2 is on the other side. That's the polarity. This is the polarity, this one. Everything comes from 1 and 6. It's very funny. All 7s come from 1 and 6. It's funny, eh?
We've been giving this information in a, let's say, in a childish way, you know. They didn't took it away from us, but they brought it up in a film or in the music or You know, like a kindergarten thing.
Yeah, like we've been robbed of our imagination, and that they're selling it back to us.
Yeah. Let's just all be aware, because I don't know where you are from. I'm from the Netherlands. I don't know where, you don't have to say where you're from, but I'm from the Netherlands. I'm ready, because I want to be helping the next generation, and the next generation. It looked like I don't know, song from Michael Jackson or so. What about sunlight? Yeah. I want to heal the world, and I want to help the next generation not to get into this that we are into right now.
Well, hey, it's been nice making your acquaintance, Mr. Techmans, and pleasure meeting you, Wizard. Pleasure meeting Gareth. I'm off for tonight.
Yeah, we're here for another 15 minutes, so I can't do. I keep going 10 hours, so it's a very, very difficult. Well, it's a bit difficult. I don't want to complain. Shut my mouth. Shut my mouth.
Okay, then you have to do it in sign language.
There's a piece I did today that tells us about Santa Claus. I'm just looking for it now. Somebody mentioned something, because when people speak, right, and if you speak fast or slow, I don't hear the words so good. I don't pay too much attention to anything. My attention span is very short. But when I hear someone speak, I'm just looking until I can catch the fish coming out of your mouth. And then I can talk about it. Let me see where Santa Claus is.
What kind of fish, then?
What kind of fish? I have no idea what kind of fish. But fish is number 42. It's at the 7th gate. That's where you would catch something. Somebody said something to do with ponder. So ponder is when it swims around the pool, and once you've thought, you take it out of the pool, right? The fish swim in a school. Remember that? So the fish swimming around and pondering, they're in the ponds, and now we have to go fishing into the school to figure it out. Thunder and lightning. You know where the Big Bang was? And we solved that mystery. And on this planet, the Big Bang, does anybody know where it is? It's the beginning of the 29th day.
See that there are more days?
The Big Bang is the beginning of the 29th day, but only happens on you will only know on the 3rd day. That is when the egg and the sperm meet up. That on the 29th day, you'll know if it's the Big Bang and they're pregnant, and you're going to continue on to not have your period for 10 months. One strand, okay, in the connecting, one of the strands, right? When you connect the two sides. Egg and sperm is 71 and 19. Remember that 19, right? That number 19, connecting two worlds together. The birth, right where my head is. That's where the birth is, right where the head is. It splits and it brings a heart between the two worlds, that you get the left and the right hemisphere. And what you see in the center behind me is more or less where I'm going to live in the two hemispheres. And this is going to be my book. I'll have a chance to read both stories. Yeah. But this is going to be my book. Yeah. This is where I fit in. There's the father up over there.
Hey, wow. Wow. Yeah. That's amazing. Really. You just fit in here. You are an old soul, eh? You are an old soul. You gave me, or you have given me, I don't know, goosebumps with your knowledge, and you gave me confirmation about things that I also am thinking about, or I know. So normally I say from very, very much, just be grateful, but hey, thank you very much. And okay. Oh wow! Hey,
Research.
How would everybody like to buy themselves a gift? How would everybody like to buy themselves a gift? You won't even know what you're doing when you buy yourself this gift. 5 books with quadrille paper. It's automatically going to reset you, not with straight lines, quadrille paper. It's the only thing that's what reset my mind. If you give me straight lines to work, straight line paper, I can't think.
so four papers. Four.
So I used to use that more when I was younger, a lot more.
Yeah, so I mean, even
Since the
even
screen, I don't use it so much.
so we came in here. I'm trying to see if I have one of these other. They took away our zodiac signs. We're not supposed to be, like I said, more than 10% away from any area. See all these crossing beams? Every time the light meets, there's the goat.
Yeah, the Aries. So, and I'm a goat. I'm a goat in the Chinese.
You're the 8th, so you're like a You're a goat Scorpio, I like to say.
No, you have a Scorpio. No, I don't sting. I just kick.
No, hold on. I shouldn't do it this way. I have to invert it. You're Leo, the goat.
Leo the goat.
Yeah, you're Leo the goat. Because when we go one way in one astrology, I sometimes like to look at the other way in the opposite astrology. So the 8th zodiac sign, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, ends up to, wait a second.
And 5, my father is a Taurus. So, yeah.
So there's a lot of links, like I showed before, how the 10 links up everything. And then inside the 10 link, you have all the other links. The lower house, did I finish doing that with the lower house and the upper house? Let me finish this. I'm going to get some water. Give me a minute. I'm going to come back. I know I can stay here forever because if everybody in the world asks me one question, I'll just keep answering them.
Yeah, that's normal, huh? You get a question.
What do I do? I mean, the answer's right here. I just have to punch it in the time machine.
I know. This is magic. All the numbers are magic. It's really true. I know.
Yeah, I'm just looking to hopefully one day.
Funny here, sorry, but I don't try to be funny here. But the thing is, all the Aries, the Aquarius, or the Taurus, it's all been changed. You know, they just say to you, "Oh, you were born on that day," but they changed the days, they changed the hours, they changed the moonlight, blah blah. They changed everything. So you are just the way you are, and that's why I say I am, and together we are. Maybe if it is 11, so good. Sorry, good betekent kans, maar goed, geef niet. When I say we are 11 days off, as we know, but there are more because the 13th month by the Romans, you know. Maybe I'm I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm still gonna be Aquarius. So I'm an air sign, and I can breathe on the water. And
sorry about that.
So yeah,
I was just wondering, you're not the first person that introduced the connection to time and the calculator as a time machine. I was wondering if you could explain what like is it the geometry and the location of the numbers on that? Like, can you walk me through that and how your mind connects those two concepts?
Okay, you're the one who. Okay, yeah, because I said to you yes, and I didn't know that was you. Yes, okay. And you do know that the snake, right, got there before the horse because it was hidden in the horseshoe. But I'll just go on with that. So, I'm going to take away this window here. Just give me a minute. We got like 10 minutes left, and I can stay here forever. one thing for everybody who's here right now, when we come on here and I bring out a panel one day, hopefully we're going to have a full panel, that the panel is random access memory. It'd be very nice that when someone needs to speak or wants to speak, that we can stick a hand up in one way or another, so we can like really make this business like this is the army. We're in the army right now. Don't you know? We're in the army.
I do know that.
Okay, all our arms are together. This is no joking business. What you're learning is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All we're doing, the basic part of this, okay, is whether the truth of all of this that's going on is the math part. We need to know if the math is right, if the sequences are right. After that, we put in the color commentary and the analytics of all of everything that is a number. We're going to just position it. Then we'll classify it where it goes. Then we'll turn on Enigma on it. And then we'll see what comes out after, because that's all I'm doing. I'm just being like the Enigma machine. I'm being no more than that. I want to be impartial to everything. That's why I am impartial. And in the word impartial, it says I am. It also explains mother and father within the word. Okay, and partial means part of, one of three. In the word golf, when you go to play golf, well, I shouldn't say it that way, because in golf, it's part 3, 4, and 5. They don't use anymore. So then if I'm impartial with all this, I can get an eagle, I can get a hole in one, I can get a birdie, I can get a par, and I can get a bogey. So all of these things are going to be added for me to understand all of the dynamics that are going on with these numbers and in this situation, of course. So I'm not sure exactly what I haven't shown yet. I showed the 1, 9, all the 10s that connect.
Yeah, you were bringing up that the calculator could be seen, or not the calculator itself, but maybe the geometry of and the layout of the numbers could be seen as a time machine. You said.
Yeah, well, because it does.
I'm not the first person to refer to that in my presence.
And this is the Sun Cube.
I like that.
And it's also love. You want to know what happened in 2012? I was brought onto a rate.
I really want to understand what's going on with the calculator. How your mind connected the idea of time machine and the face and the numbers, or the calculator itself, because you're not the first person to bring this up to me, and it seems like it could be a universal connection. I'm going
to give honor to Gene Ray. Okay, and Free Talk Radio, who brought me on their radio show. I never heard of Gene Ray before, and they seated me, right? They seated me by mentioning his name. They laughed at me. It's still online in 2012, and he called it the time cube, right? So when he said that, and I looked at the numbers, I didn't give it any name. I was already working with it, and I was just freaking out, and I was working with it, but I never heard of Gene Ray. And inside the name Gene Ray, I mean, don't you hear the name? Nasera, Jacera, the moon and the sun.
But everything hurts, eh? To go from one transition to another, it really hurts. It makes you aware that we can do it.
So I'm going to get on. I'm going
to know the ability of the either the geometry of the numbers on the face of the calculator, or the operations that are available within the calculator itself, on how that like how your brain connects that to time travel, because you're not the first person to bring this concept up to me, and it interests me in understanding how one arrives at that, because then my brain could arrive at that.
Here's the number one thing about this cube, and the number is 5775. The one spectrum of the cube and the cube itself. The cube itself is 1 through 6. The lower spectrum is 1 through 5. The higher spectrum is 2 through 6. Are we following so far?
Right.
Right. If I drill the cube all the way through on every side, right? If I drill through this and I drill through this. Good afternoon, Edwin. Okay, but I'm going to finish off what I'm doing right now, and I'll just, when I stop, and I'll call your name to speak, so I don't go off track. Much appreciated that you're here this evening. Shalom. So now I'm yeah. So when you drill this cube up, right, only to where the spots are, drill only where the spots are. When you're finished drilling this cube, you will have 4 areas of 5 and 2 areas of 7. 5775. The word electric moon is 5775. The Bat's mitzvah is at 12. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 will equal to 2 and 3 equals to 5. 2 and 3 fit between A and D, which is the bottom half of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom? It fits between 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3 fits between 1, 4. ABC and BCD. When we go BCD, 1 is gone, 3 is in. 3 replaces what 1 is. 1 jumps from 1 over to 3 and then over to 5. Now that I said all this, now I'm a little mixed up. Yes, so we have 5775. So when I said count the total cube of 21 dots, you can't use them all. One of them is the plugin. So you only get to use 5 of them, and you don't need to use the other one because the plugin is the same as this. It's the other end. It's the receiver from this pole. So with that said, when you add 1 through 5, it equals to 15. Step 1. When you add 1 through 15, it equals to 120. Right? I'm just showing you just the 2 things. Now, when you take the 2 through 6 and you add them up, it equals to 20. Right? When you add up 1 through 20, it equals to 210. It's ironic. The 2 of them, okay, have the same numbers, 120 and 210. Now, when you use them, when they come together, right, what's going to happen is 1 through 5 equals to 15. 2 through 6 equals to 20. The year 2015 was the year 5775, and it matches the cube. And you want to hear another thing about this? Is with 5,775 years completed on 13 moons, does anybody know the answer without using a calculator? Just guess. You can't use a calculator. I already gave you the answer. What? I don't want the numbers. I don't want the answer in order. I just want you to tell me the 4 numbers that it is. In 5,775 years, how many moons are there passing? I already gave everybody the answer.
5575 times.
No, I said no. You have to use it in my or. You have to use 5775 times 13.
Oh, because there's 13 moon cycles because of the months. 13 moons in the year is 5775 times 13.
75,075. Same number.
That is. What are the actual digits again? There's 7.
Oh, 75,000.
75,000.
And this is going to link up to Einstein in 1776 as well.
With 1 brick in the wall.
With 1 brick in the wall, yeah. This will hook up to Einstein 1776. So you want me to, I'm going to get on. I'm going to get on. I'm going to explain this whole thing. Just remind me, but I'm going to ask Adwene good evening, just to speak for like 2-3 minutes, and then I'm going to get back to it.
Hey, my friend. Hey, my brother. You have a calculator. Why do you ask us what it is? Well, you have to calculate it.
Whoa, what was that? I missed that part.
Yeah, of course. You asked me or us what 75,000 what it is, and you have a calculator in your hand.
Yeah. He said you have the calculator. Why wouldn't you use the calculator? It's because he knows the numbers. That's why. Yeah.
I've done this 1,000 times. I remember.
1,000 times. Is it minus or plus or 1,000 times 10? I don't know.
No, I'm just saying I've done this calculation over and over. I already remember it.
75 times 13 moon cycles there is 75,400 and what was the last number? $75,075.
And you know what's crazy about this number? You want to see something else? Check this out.
So
75 times 75 equals 5625 plus 75 plus 75 equals
5775. Again, that's crazy. So that's kind of how it would be like So that's kind of how it would be like a time machine, is that you end up coming back to the same numbers, even if you've moved forward in time. By moving forward in the calculation, you can still jump backwards in the calculation by moving forward in the calculation.
so 5 and 2, one cuts everything in half, the other one doubles it up. One cuts it in half, one builds it up. So the movement of 5 and 2, when you move numbers, the binary code, I mean, I like to call it the binary code, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, right?
I've turned pi into like 3.14159265358979323846265338. You know, I've turned this into a binary number by adding up the differences, and it became like a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1. So the 2s became like a 0 because they paired up and disappeared and became nothing, and then the 1s remained 1. You know, so I turned pi. I've condensed an infinite number into less by turning it into binary.
Yeah, you can do that. One of the reasons for I understand is pi is because when there's a separation of one area space, right, and you create that circle within one, and you have a core that passes through it, right? It's a shared area space. Not sure how to explain the shared area space, but anyways, I made pi perfect. There's only 3 numbers in pi, and one of the numbers I might change to a 0. But I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it yet. And
the number I would change to the 0 is the 3 itself.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be.
Pi by pi, you get 1.
It's supposed to be 6. Anything to do with 0 is supposed to be related to 6. The reason for that is everything starts in the 5 position. 20% away from the 5 position is going to equal to 1. So anything associated to the right or the left of the 5 position will be 1 more or 1 less, equaling to 4 and 5. Saturn's.
Can I say something in between before I forget it?
You go ahead.
Why did they teach us in school when you were getting the I don't know, I don't know how to say it, but 0 plus 0 is 0. 1 plus. No, I don't know. What is when you divide it? Is it divide it? Divide.
Divide and conquer.
0 plus 0 is 0. 1 divided. I don't know. Wait. 2 zeros.
I before E except after C, because in creation there is no birth.
Yes, and you have to also have imagination before energy, except after the speed of light.
So the energy brings in the energy brings in the particle so that you can read the particle with the energy.
Yeah, it took us a long time that we could talk about it, about everything, because when we were younger, a little bit younger than today, maybe we could do the math about that. Yesterday we were younger. You couldn't talk about it because everybody was saying, "Oh no, that's not true," or "It's just an illusion," or.
In this channel, most of the 90% of the stuff you do in this channel should all be true. Nothing can be false. Nothing can be fake. Any story you bring in here, it's all real. Do you know why? Because you brought a story in.
And story is the basis of how we understand everything, right? So there's no point in telling a story unless you're trying to make it fake, because like there's no fun in telling absolute truth, because every time I tell absolute truth, the whole universe tries to shut me down, because like no, we already know absolute truth. We want you to lie to us, and we'll show you that what you thought was a lie is actually true.
And then we don't have to show them anything, and that's the part that's our secret. Just like the any patent, anything that's created, there's more in what's not created than what is in creation. When you create anything, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Every time you try, you make a mix of something. Once you have the form, right? Once you have the form, right? Everything you did to get to that form, you already have the schematics of it. Nobody else does. So that part from that schematics can lead you on to doing something else. So imagine I pay you to do something, and all your leftovers, you get to sell them all and do something else with it. You become more with you become and have more with what I didn't get, but I asked you only for what I needed, but you kept all the recipes that went along with what I got.
Yeah, so from nothingness comes everything, but everything is still less than nothing, because nothing is the best of, like, nothing is like a pregnant probability space that contains all possibilities. So zero is not empty. Zero, like zero, rather than having zero angles. Here, let me turn off my filter, turn back my camera.
They put a zero on a zero.
So zero, rather than having no angles. Okay, so 1 has 1 angle, 2 has 2 angles, 3 has 3 angles, 4 has 4 angles, right? 5 has 5, 6, 7 has 7 angles, 8 has 8 angles, 9 has 9 angles. But zero is not empty, right? Because if you take like 3, so say one of these is 1 of these branches from the center to the edge is the radius. So pi is 3 times the radius, right? Plus a little bit. So if you unfold this circle, you'll get a line, and the line will have 3 times that radius plus a little bit. Or so, no, sorry, it'll have 3 times the diameter. I mean.
Yeah, there's a lot of things when the circle
plus 0.14159265358979323846846.
Okay, well, first of all, it's supposed to be divided by 7. That's number 1.
What I'm getting at is that rather than having no angles, a circle has infinite angles.
And it's even it's not in the area space of the occupation of the straight line. It's going to be square, but to the left and the right, there's going to be a slight angle. And how do you choose how many lines there are going to be? First of all, before anything starts, you have already said, I put my protractor on, and you already separated everything in the center. Therefore, you're going to separate the center because you started it with your protractor. That circle is not a circle without making the circle by rule. You need to make a circle by rule. One of the rules is to either follow the lines, okay, and create a square, or to take a protractor and put it on the corner of an area space that has a window to the exterior. And then you choose that area there. How do you know how large you need to make the circle? If you don't do it on square paper, you're going to have to look within the protractor what the angles are before you begin. And nothing begins until 3. So that area space that is in the center, right, is going to be an occupant of the fine line of the division. And the fine line of the division is showing you that 1 is not only just the center, but it is the 2 sides that reach out to both sides of the center.
Yeah, so to draw a circle, you need to go out into an extra dimension with a square, like a protractor, which acts as like a corner, a square. So you're using one corner to create infinite corners by rotating it.
And the number for pi is supposed to be 7, right? Do you know how beautiful that number is? If I show you this, okay, I mean, just where is it? And then I'm going to show you the number 7. You know number 7. So anybody know anything about number 7?
It's 3.5 times 2. And that the lower bounds for pi is 3, and the upper bounds for pi is 4. So the middle bounds for pi would be 3.5. And then if you times that by 2, you get 7, or you get 0. But you're saying that 6 is supposed to be associated with 0.
I'm associating 7 with 0 because the 0 is the heart and the 7 what makes the pi. And here it is. 1 second. I'm going to the kitchen for 1 second. Just one run to the kitchen. I'm going to show you this, and I'm taking a 2-minute break. So maybe I'll stay up a little teeny bit. I just need to recharge with my.
Hey guys, thank you for sharing your knowledge. So yeah, it's yeah.
Thank yourself for. You have to thank yourself. Only you can judge me. You're the judge.
I'm thanking myself for thanking you all.
Yeah.
Does anybody know where is it? How come it keeps disappearing with me? Does anybody know vibration 741 or 250 or 825 or anything?
It sounds a bit familiar, like 741 hertz.
Right. So did you know that it's?
We kept in a low vibration.
So does anybody have a calculator with them?
I was going to go get one. I might actually have one.
No. I know you have one. It's on your phone.
Yeah, because I got a calculator here.
I'll do it for you if you want.
Now he's gonna go. You go.
Yeah, I have a calculator right here. I'm a chair.
You know, the one thing in English, I think it's a little bit strange. When you write, someone else is wrong. But when you write, there's also a left side.
So the wrong is left. The wrong is blue. The wrong is the dog. The wrong is on the left side. It's the base of creation. It is.
Wow. I have 3 scientific calculators here.
So what's happening with pi is that.
Calculators here.
Well, you need 3. You need one. You need one for each house. When you play the soccer game, there's 90 minutes for the 90 minutes of REM. Then you need the major calculator for the whole game. You need 3 calculators.
Nice.
Aren't the calculators all telling or saying or I don't know how to say it. Calculate the same thing, even though you do it on 3. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know where all the information is. It's somewhere. I just keep going over and over and over and over. But did you know that King James, right? You ever heard of King James?
I did, yeah.
Well, in the word itself, right? In the word itself, it says soul. It also says dog soul in creation. The word king, when you add a letter onto something that is part of creation, okay, and the letter is the K, which is the 11th letter, it becomes part of creation. It is the 5. When you see the K, it's a 1 with a 5, right? The ing equals to 30. It equals to 9, 5, and 7. 9, 5, and 7. The 9 is the birth between the 5 and 7. It's the energy, the electric between right on the capstone. 5 is the female. It's going to be the female base, and 7 is going to be the male base by virtue of mathematics. 12 is the female by the virtue of the Bat's mitzvah for those who follow the moon, for I follow the moon with my work. I follow the sun and the moon to learn this. The male is 13 years old. It's bar mitzvah. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 equals to 3 and 4, 7. The other one equals to 2 and 3. The 2 and 3 is the communication. It is BC. It is between AD, in which Our creation is 4 and 4. 4 here, well, 4 here because you have to use the smallest. You always need to know the lowest and then the upper side. You need to understand the polarity. Everything else is in. My cat's printing.
And can I say something in between about that? Otherwise I forget because of my accident. Because blah, blah, blah. The Jewish, they were more correct about blah, 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 what is written or things like that. Then, I don't know, maybe after that, you know? And, yeah.
So the 4-3-2.
That's why they are always being, I don't know what I can say here, you know?
Well, can I tell you something? We're not really here to say what anybody else said, just other than what number they said came out. Like if you're going to talk about anybody that said something, let's direct these things to numbers. So you see, because it's supposed to be impartial. This whole channel is supposed to be impartial, right? So I try not to get any involvement other than linking words that go to the numbers in the situation. Otherwise, we're going to go off somewhere, and then I'm going to start. You know what I'm saying? So, 420 is what happens with 420. It's one. I think it's what is it? Wow, late at night, eh? Number 42 equals to the number 5. Number 42 equals to the number 9. The fishing pool between 5 and 9. Now, there's a lot of things going on. 5 and 9, the upper realm. 1 and 5, the lower realm. 59 is the Joker. 59, okay, is the dragon. 59 is the tiger. So these zodiac signs will have that vibration here, 8, 7, and 6. The lower vibration.
What is Aquarius?
Or what is that?
Aquarius.
I don't know, because if you interrupt me, then I can't stay on track myself.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, because when I speak, then I'm a little like tired now, so I'm already leaving the tracks. When I say I'm leaving the tracks, right? When I say I'm leaving the tracks, hold on a second. I want to show you in here. Is I'm running in between the two sides. When I connect, I can speak, and I speak out of here, one tongue, bringing the information between and balancing them from both sides, right? I don't want to connect up here. I believe I want to connect down here, because this two-headed snake is reading the story from both sides. That's for me. I believe that's what it's doing over here. It brings it into the house. From the two houses, it brings me that information, and then I have to process it. I come onto the tracks. So the 432, 108 times 4, okay, is 432. A lot of people said that it moved to 440. When it moves to 440, that's 110. That's the Twin Towers. That's what it connects to. It connects to an 11. There's the two parts of the house, and 432, right, is what runs your 432. You mentioned it. It's between 1 and 5 is 432. There's 1,440 minutes in a day, right? 3 times 1440 is 4320. The next time you move, and you can never do it more than 3, the minute you go to the fourth one, you flip everything onto the other side. It doesn't happen like that with all of the numbers. Sometimes it's on 3 that it rotates. Sometimes 3, sometimes 4, and there's other situations that it's even more. But most of when I tell you this, my answer, the thing about 3 and 4 is it's in the same house. It's one number difference, and it's 0.1 to 0.9, and then to connect. You see, this is it. I'll go 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9. I did 10. So when I get to the next house, I remove this one, and then I'll go 4. So I'll keep, it's either this one or this one. I've got the information from one side to the other. And in the game of bowling, it tells you you only put 3 strikes in a row, and then you move forward. Although the connection is still connected, because when you get the 3rd strike and the points go into the first frame, when you get the 4th strike, it goes into the second frame, and the second frame went into the first frame. So now they're the first frame and the second frame and the third frame are connected, and the fourth frame connects to the second frame that connects to the first frame. So when you get the fifth strike, right, we now begin to leave, okay, the first frame, but the first frame connects because of the third frame. The third, fourth, and fifth, the fifth strike in a row connects to the fourth and the third is still connected. Only when you get to the sixth strike do you leave the first frame. And that's exactly how the cube works. Once you get to the other side of the cube, right, you have inverted yourself from the first frame into the sixth frame. It's the same thing for baseball. And when they do that in baseball, okay, unless you get there, right, and play five and a half innings, they can call a rain out. The cube does the same thing.
Hey, and what about with darts? 180.
Yeah, you can do the same with darts. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna finish with the calculator. Yeah, we can do the darts also. The darts is equal to 210. When you add up all the darts, all the 20. When I mentioned before the 57.75, right? Well, the games that are involved is when I got the 15 part, right? That was the game of pool. When I got to the 20 part, that was the game of darts, the 15 balls in pool and everything that goes with the game of pool and the 20 areas on the dartboard. And in the set, what is that?
Everything is in numbers.
I don't know. It is. Yes, it is. Everything is. Listen, in order to bake a cake, in order to drive a car, in order to put how much gas you're going to put in, you know, it is. It's numbers, you know, recipes. So I think I'm going to show off that piece now that I mentioned. Wow, where is everything? Where's that book? You know,
Say that recipes.
Recipes, rest in peace. God rested on the seventh day. You die, you rest in peace with God. So this vibration over here, right? Why don't we do it this way? The two, we know the 258, right? 7, half of 7 is what?
3.5.
It's 8.
What?
11.
Has anybody heard of Terrence Howard?
Yeah. I was watching.
Half of 7 is 8. Half of 4 is 2. Half of 1 is 5. Half of 8 is 4. Half of 2 is 1. Half of 5 is 7. Half of 4 is 2. Half of 1 is 5. Half of 8 is 7. Would you like me to show you how it works? Would you like me to show you how it works? You ready?
Yeah, for sure.
2 plus 2 is
4.
plus 4.
8.
8 and 8 is
16.
1 and 6 is
7.
Yeah.
there you go.
1 and 6.
5 and 5 is 10. 1 and 0, 1. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 is 4. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. Is there something somebody didn't understand? So 741 and 852 rotate inside themselves. Inside of pi, right? I'm going to show you this. That 1 and 5, 6. 4 and 2, 6. 7 and 8, 15. 1 and 5, 6. Now connect this. 5 and 7, 12. 1 and 2, 3. 2 and 1, 3. 8 and 4, 12. 1 and 2, 3. Now we go down here. 7 and 8, 15. 1 and 5, 6. 5 and 1, 6. 4 and 2, 6. Now take a good look at this, because this is where pi comes in.
Do you see all now that 6
No, you were saying that pi equals 7. Pi equals 7, but pi is 7.
Anything you divide by 7 will never have 3, 6, and 9.
Yeah, but if you combine them together, squash it, then you have an 8. You know?
Yes. Well,
You have to squeeze hard, eh?
you're born onto the land, but on the land and the recipe of your life is when you're awake. Also count it when you're asleep. The numbers change. You're lying down in the bed. You're no longer standing up. You're no longer standing under that moon. You're lying down under the moon.
That's why it's important. Maybe for your followers, the something that they can do before they go to sleep.
Numbers are never the same.
Before they start the day, you know, I am ready. It's not the same day as yesterday. It's a new beginning. Things like that. Do you have something for your followers to say them to themselves, maybe as an example, but they can use it in their own words? You know, do you have that? Because it's very important, because it makes you help you go through the day better than yesterday. So, when all my troubles seem so far away.
The Mayan
If there's
gridstone with
something
the
that you
13
can
and the
help us
7 to 20 that
all
goes
with,
around.
that would be beautiful.
So the Mayan long year is equivalent to what is 6 times what is, hold on a second, 6, is it 6 times 24? Hold on, I just have to replug my battery. I shouldn't have unplugged it. I'm just trying to remember what there's in 1 week. I'm just trying to remember what this number is. I know it's 6 times 144. What is that? Yeah. Okay. So 6 times 3 times 144. 6 times 3 times 144 equals to the Mayan long count. Your base creation of A going into B multiplied by your birthday, which is equivalent to 12 months, or it is equivalent to the day, which is 1440 minutes. You are the 3 creation of 6. So therefore, multiply the minutes in the day, 1440, times 6 times 3 equals to the Mayan great year. And 6 times 6 times 6 times 6 is 1296, which is equal to half the Mayan great year.
And they made the 666, they made it make us believe that 666 is a bad thing. You know, but if you turn it upside down, you have 999. You know?
Right, right.
They don't believe it.
So now you know exactly with the vibration of 741 258. It's exactly perfect within the house. It's exactly perfect. It's
If I can say it honestly, of course, because I say everything in okay. I'm feeling a vibration in my body, and it's through my whole body. And maybe for the last, I don't know, I didn't put it on my calendar, for almost 2 years. And so if you stick something into my, I don't know, maybe into my nose, you get a, I don't know how to say it in the correct English. I had an accident, so I have a little bit brain damage. So, but I'm gonna be okay. But I feel the vibes, I feel the vibration, I feel the.
You're okay now.
The number is Mason. Well, MAS, first of all, M and A, okay, is part of the Mars, the soul, the part of the soul of Mars, or what I believe is the Earth soul before you attain it, is the AM. Once you obtain it within your birth, okay, you become the AME, and it's in your name, NAME. A and M together, okay, equal to 14. The E equals to 19. It's the same numeric value, which connects the upper house to the lower house, represented in the letter S. So where was that other question? Hold on a second. And that 432, like I said, everything is 3. Once you hit the 4th part, it flips over to the other side. So if we went 3 times 1440 or 1440 minutes, times 3 is 4,320. Once you do it again, it equals to 5,760. Does anybody know what that is? That was the year 2000. That was a reset.
Hey, what about
Millennium
2012?
Logo.
When you might ask too, then, they say, oh, you're gonna stop the time, and
It's an electrical communication center that arrives because what happens is we have to be able to divide our numbers up to find out, where they sit. So I know what they're talking about. So 503 times 4 is 2012. 5 and 3 is going to have a connection between us, okay, and the connection to the moon, the electric and the moon. The reason for that is we need a cap. Do you remember the beginning, right, when I mentioned we need to connect the two systems together, the 7 and 3, the 9 and 1, the 4 and 6. That's what's going to give us our protractor jumping in the center in the donut space. And when it does,
I'm not gonna say thank you anymore to you. I'm gonna say, wow, you are amazing for sharing your knowledge.
Yeah.
well, what would I do with it? I have no knowledge if I don't share it. Who's going to judge me?
Yeah, without a calculator, you can do nothing, eh? It's all in your head. You can
Well, I don't need the numbers really. I mean, but
No, I know what you mean.
right.
I was trying to be funny.
Okay, so I've just been looking through these things. So where was I? What was I just doing? What was I talking?
2012.
Okay, yeah. So 2012 equals to 503, right, or just 53, right? The three of them tells me I'm working with the heart. If it's 53, I'm working without the heart. I'm working with Mars. Mars is number 22, ape life, right? Ape. I'm not going to talk about that anymore because when you bust in blackjack on 12, you're calling for the monkey. And then 22 equals to ape. That's pretty weird. You're asking for a 10 card. The 10 card you call monkey. You need to have 12 when you begin. 9 and 3 is the first beginning, all the way from Isaac. You need the 9 birth. And now you're calling for a monkey in blackjack. That's the connection of the lower sock, the Christmas sock right over here.
I will put it on 3 then.
So 53, what it is it's a cap, and it's a cap for 75. You remember the 57.75? Well, the cap to that is 35.53. And it's also the heart of the cube. The cube splits at 3.5. And then the rotation of pi will be on its side of the house in rotation. It's an auger. There's a wobble. Number 1 is not a fine line. Number 1 is not a fine line. It has an area space with it. It's got 4 corners with it. The split area space.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's either the fine line or the split area space with life or without life. So where were we?
Oh, yeah, about the calculation.
And I'm like really sleepy tonight. So like
how high is like 7? Pi is 7.
yeah. So and 722, you mean? And everybody gets confused because of the wobble, because everybody's putting everything to a fine line.
7 is a 3. 9. I think.
What was that bit where when you went with the heart for 7 is 8?
Okay, first of all, I'm just going to say a shout out to Roxanne. Welcome. I just want to give a shout out to see if there's anybody new. I don't know if I said anything to Natasha. Let me see what it says. I remember the millennium. Okay, millennium. I guess they wrote the word for mille in French means 1,000. And I'm still trying to understand. I haven't learned it yet because I haven't spoken to, if I meet a plumber, I'll know about plumbing. If I meet an electrician, I'll know about electricity. So the more I meet people, the more people speak, the more I'm going to understand the words that others speak for my own self.
A plumber can also have some things with electricity because,
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, you are amazing. I'm not gonna thank you. I'm gonna thank myself.
Spread the word. We know the truth.
Yeah. Exactly.
So do you want to? I'm not sure which way where I should go. Does anybody know how the cat should act?
With 3 letters?
No, I'm just, it's not for anybody to answer this. I'm talking to myself right now. Does anybody know how the cat should act and why the cat ends up on its feet? The possibilities, there's a few things. One of them is the cataract. Everything gets reversed inside the socket. Right? So the energy of the cat works in, the cat has many roles. There's 4 cats. Cats equals to 24. 24 equals to 6. 6 is going to be a hexagon. Hexagon, okay, is 3 connecting stars, connecting 10, 10, 10. Any 3 of the 10s you can connect with the cat. You only connect the whole thing with the dog. It takes,
I was thinking about Orion.
I'd have to know more about Orion, but if that's what it brings you, everything should bring something to somebody. I'm trying to figure out where my book is, and I haven't moved from the seat.
When I was younger, I climbed up my parents' house, you know, and sitting on the roof against the chimney, and it was a 4-story house, you know. So it was very high. So left or right, okay. So yeah.
Okay, but if you're going to get into a story of a house, I need to know, is there anything to do with numbers? Are you telling me a story outside the story of numbers? I can't really get into that because the people that are here are coming here to see me work the numbers. So unless you're going to bring something in there and tell me, if you mentioned toilet, if you went into the bathroom, I'm going to tell you, when you sit down on that toilet, okay, the toilet paper is the scroll. The scroll runs in between the 2 houses. The Torah opens up to the 2 houses. The Torah becomes the bull, not the unicorn of the scroll.
That's somewhere in between, eh? Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
But I was sitting on the roof against the chimney looking at Orion.
I'm going to look up Orion tomorrow, just because you said it, and that it has to be said. Wow, I did 20 pages and I barely talked about any of them. So we have this. One, and I didn't write it down, so I'm just going to tell you the story real quick. A penny for your thoughts, for the mental, for the metal, for the money, for your thoughts. So a penny, right? You are 1 cent is a penny, but a penny for your thoughts is 4 pennies. You need 4 of the 1 pennies, okay, to create that window. Do you follow what I'm saying? You need 4. It's 1 dog equals to 4, right? And 1 dog, sorry, equals, wow. You have 1 doghouse. In 1 doghouse, you need 4 cats. Okay? You need 4 cats. I'm just trying to see if I can find this design, and I'm missing part of my book somewhere. So let me see if I can find this. It's a long, oh, here it is. Here's the 4 cats. Here's the 1 dog, and in here is the 4 cats. Why is it a cat? The numeric value for cat is 24. 2 and 4 equals to 6. Every cube is a 6. It's a hexagon. This is what you create. Inside, you have the heart when you create it. 1 in the heart. When you create 1 in the heart, you have 1 in the heart. You have 8 that goes around. 8 will represent the dog. You now have 1 and 8. Now, this and this are exactly the same. Do you see the similarities in the 2?
I do.
I squeeze these 2 together. I squeeze these 2 together. Now they're over here. Now these 2 have moved up to the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The square is gone. When I do that, I end up with 8 on the outside, right? On this one. But on this one, it's 4, 3, 7, 4, 11, 3, 4, 3, 10, 4, 3, 4, 11, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 7 times 7 times 7, connect the gateway, 3, 4, 3.
No, this just said 7, 7. Okay. Because I told you about 7, 7, 7. 7. So Sorry.
That's
Maybe a moment.
yeah. So yeah, but I think we're all a little tired. What time is it? 4:47.
Oh,
So we have a
I
total
love your
of
information. I really do.
what's that, Wizard?
I really love your information.
Much appreciated. If you ask me a question, like it's something you want to know what numbers, something, a relationship to something, I can probably tell you. I think that the Relusion still wants me to finish off, right, with the connection with this. You have this.
I was wondering how your brain connects the concept of time travel to either the geometry or the numbers on the face or even the functions of the calculator, because you're not the first person to mention that.
Okay, the 5775, thanks. Okay. The number 5775, okay, is going to reduce and reconnect the two hemispheres. 5 times 7 is 35, right? Or 3.5 is the heart of the cube. 5 plus 7 is 12. It's now going to connect the band to the cube. 35 and 12 equals 47. The numeric value for time is 47. It now says time on here. Not only that, when you reduce it again, okay, you end up with angels. It becomes 39 after that. But every time I go down, I'm only showing you this on a like a plane level, because every number works. The only number, listen to this, 3, 6, and 9 do not work like all the other numbers. They're completely different. The 3, 6, and 9, with the 3 and 6, okay, it takes a root. There's 3 numbers, 3, 6, and 9, and then we repeat. When we work with the zodiac sign, 12, but 12 is in the capstone, meaning that it connects. What connects is father and mother, connect the whole ship up. And then you live as creation in the ship. Or actually, when they hook up, they are creation. You come out on the opposite side. This side will end up getting plugged in. This side would be the dead end. You plug in this side over here.
So 12, the 1 and 2 make 3, and then you're back at 3. So you go 3, 6, 9, 12, but 12 is 1 and 2 is 3, and then you're back at 3, 6, 9, and 12. So it's like a cycle.
This whole calculator, okay. Now there's like I said, there's so many of them, and it's a little late. But when you go up this way, this is what the pig is all about. The pig is all 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days for the pregnancy, and it splits the hoof.
3 days, 3 numbers.
4, 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, 16. Tell me when to stop. 1, 4, 7, 10, 13. 13?
It's a lucky number.
1 and 3 is 4. 16, 19, 22, 25, 28, 31. You tell me when to stop. 34, 37, 40, 43. 4 and 3 is 7.
Nice.
So no matter what you do, when you count by threes, it always stays inside its house. So inside the house, Aries and Cancer and Balance will always remain in their house. When these strands are just coming down, all the strands that cross, they'll be able to read all the strands that cross between the both houses. The both houses, as in bowling, you see the pin that's in the center in the 3 position in bowling, where it's split up between the first two, the 2 pins. There's the king pin, the next 2 pins, and then there's this is like the blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I'm thinking about our house in the middle of the street.
Oh my God. Just give me a second. I think let me see what's going on. I'm going to try and make it a little bit more. Let me just, where was I? Let's finish the calculator. Yes. So you wanted to know what the 47, the time, and that's why I say it's the time, and it brings in the 7th inning stretch at the same time. The 7th inning stretch locks in the game. In the 7th inning stretch, there's 21 outs and 18 outs for the home and away, right? Home and away is like this. Here's the away, and the home is all the way around. 1 and 8. I just using for this understanding of this equation, okay, where I just use the first letter for what's going on. And it tells me 1 and 8. Thank you very much, Wizard. 1 and 8. I'm a little way tired. Go. Oh, they disappeared. Okay, they came on. They left. I
Just
did.
before you go, Mr. Tags, you got that when you said half of 7 is 8, and then you got that the 741,825. When it went, how did you get the 666 and the 333?
Oh, there was the calculation of the vibration between the two, or the association of the vibration between the two. When you join them, it creates the 666333.
In the calculation, how did you join them again? That's just when my battery died off it, I think.
Okay, just let me.
And it disappeared.
1 and 5, 6.
Yeah.
4 and 2, 6. 7, 8, 15. 1 and 5, 6. This is the Jubilee. When the Jubilee came, this is what happened. When they shut down TikTok on the 19th, it was because of these two numbers in the gateway at the 7th gate for the two hemispheres at the 7th gate. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7 equals 7 and 8. Remember 17, right? All that 17, 1 times 7, 1 plus 7 is 7 and 8. When we take away 1 and 2 from the play, right? The voided area in the void is 7 and 8. The communication within the house, the connection to the communication, 7 and 8. The 77 is Jesus Christ power. 88 is Trump. 88 is the game. This number in the game of Monopoly, you just think there's 40 around, but there's a lot of stories going on in the game for every single position.
I agree with you there that every story cannot be told by one person. So it's good to trust entirely in what somebody is saying, that they've arrived at it reasonably, rather than questioning how they arrived there.
Yeah, I can't argue with anybody, right? If you argue with me, what are you going to argue? You're going to tell me you don't see 2 dots here? If I tell you you're in my house, and in my house I have 9 spaces, right? I have 9 spaces in my house. If I show you 2, there's 7 missing. Do you want to argue with me? This is my house. So there is no.
In the middle of the street, our house.
Yeah, and it is burning in the middle of the street. You're absolutely right, because the burning fire, it comes out of Aries, but then the fire runs again into Leo, and then it runs into Sagittarius.
They are beautiful signs.
Good evening, Lynch.
Aquarius, that they are beautiful too. You don't have to do that. You are all beautiful beings. I don't like humans. I don't like persons. I don't like individuals. I like beings.
Let me tell you something. When you said just let me talk. When you begin to see, okay, and believe that things are impossible, you tend to believe that it's so impossible. It lifts up your vibration. You walk around the knowledge that how I feel today. I could not speak like this 20 years ago because I didn't know any of this. What I'm telling you today is only what I studied. I mean, why are you here? I just looked at a few things, and look what I found. Look what I found through my observation. And now everybody seems to be interested, and it seems like it solves the mystery of creation. Hello, Sir Leach. I'm very something like good, I guess.
So I've been asking some questions on, but everything that you're saying sounds like a metaphor for when I be single, a Kundalini awakening. I mean, I swear everything you're saying is pointing directly at that. And so I'm sitting here going, is that what he's talking about? Because I get numerology. I had a spontaneous Kundalini awakening back in 2017. I had no idea what it was. And then I started having an understanding of numerology, numbers, and gematria, And then there's like patterns, like the word father etymology is pattern or patterns. And so you're always looking for patterns. And I started seeing like synchronicities and numbers, and it was weird, and I still see them a lot. But anyways, that whole experience has like really changed my life. And then I'm sitting here listening to you talking. I'm like, you're talking like the 7 is between the 2 hemispheres. The 7th chakra is the pituitary gland sitting next to the pineal gland, and it's right between the 2 hemispheres. And the metaphors in the Bible, and I'm not really religious, but I do study the Bible, all point to everything you're talking about. And I'm sitting here going, wow, is this what he's talking about? Or is he talking about something else he's put together, but the message is there? It's like freaking me out.
It seems to me that what he's done is he's distilled everything that he's known into one pattern that's simple to remember for him, but to anybody else it might be a little bit more difficult to remember because they don't have all the information that he's been able to
accumulate.
Cut out. Yeah, like because the information that you've pruned, this is your reference image that allows you to remember everything else that you know. So us trying to challenge what you're saying will not lead to a fruitful discussion. But us just listening to how you've arrived at what you've arrived at based on everything you're saying, it will end up connecting with something in our mind because you've studied the rules of games, you've studied geometry, you've studied numbers, you've studied patterns, and that these things will connect eventually if we sit here and listen long enough.
I've been here less than like 5 minutes, and like he started talking about all the frequencies, and like if you look at Gnosticism and the zodiac signs, and they all are like referencing different parts of your body, and the names are, you know, going with different planets and zodiac signs and all that kind of stuff. And I'm sitting here listening, and just everything is lining up, and I'm like, wow, it's like, look, like at the Vatican, they've got the largest pine cone statue in the world, and it's like, why is that? And then you're looking at Jacob, he saw God in the pineal, and it's like all the symbolism and the numerology and metaphors.
I feel that we're all trying to do this. We're all trying to achieve what Mr. Tackpans has achieved. You know, like we're all trying to strive to what Mr. Tackpans is doing, which is creating a reference image for ourselves. Yeah. That allows us to prune all this extra stuff that serves as a reference image, so that when we go to remember something, we only have to remember this one thing. So when he goes to remember anything, all he has to do is just reference this one image that he's created that combines all these things, and so we are to do the same thing for ourselves, you know, like, so I'm in admiration of the work that he's put in for himself to consolidate all this knowledge that he's not telling us because it's not relevant to this master image, you know.
Yeah, I've been here less than 5 minutes.
It serves as a reference image.
I've just been here less than 5 minutes, and I'm like trying to figure out like what the context of the conversation is. And I was just floored because every time he said something, it tied right into this other thing that, so I'm like over here trying to tie some pieces together too. So if I understand the context, then it helps me shut up and listen to what else he's saying.
Well, the context is like up to you. Like you create the context because like for me, like when I'm thinking of numbers and colors, I associate certain numbers to certain colors because I felt like it, and the number ended up with a certain color because I just felt like it that day. But then I came up with reasons why that they're connected, and then that became a simpler image for my mind to remember.
Yeah.
So whatever he's sharing has
bit
become
more,
a simplified image of everything he's ever learned ever. And this is him simplifying everything that he's ever learned into one thing.
No,
So
bit more,
the context is for him and him alone.
Okay,
But you can create a context for yourself, and as he's speaking,
but that is
the
a
pattern
context.
that he's found will transfer onto you, and whatever concept that you've had, and it'll assist you in condensing all this patterns, all this knowledge.
So, which
And
should
if it doesn't work for you, then it's not for you.
well,
But
No,
if you
I'm
listen
just
long
trying.
enough,
I'm just
it
trying to. That is a context. What you just said is plenty of context. That's all I needed. I mean, it's more of a right brain explanation, but I can play that. I mean, I've studied electronics, communications, and woodworking, and blah blah blah. I went to college for 13 years, but it doesn't mean shit. But I had this experience, and I'm seeing the creator in everything. And so I just wanted to. I don't mean to like interrupt because I know this is the show, but I wanted a frame of context, and that's perfect. But for me, like this, like means what I brought up earlier in my context, and it's just blowing my mind. So, anyways, I'll let.
no. It's if somebody doesn't mention something and we don't bring any credibility to my value or to the value of the findings, how will anybody else find us?
Well, the thing is that to me, sometimes you can show somebody something all you want, but until they have the eyes to see it, they're not going to hear it. I mean, it took me like about a couple minutes to like even start realizing that you're talking about numerology and gematria, but in context of a lot of different other subjects. And then I started seeing the numbers lining up and the symbolism and the metaphors and all the other stuff I brought up before. But I just was like, okay, is this guy talking about a freaking Kundalini awakening? Because that's exactly what everything you're talking about points to.
Well, because what happens, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second. The only reason it seems like that to you, because I hit your subject, because what is actually happening, I should let you listen to the song that ChatGPT wrote about me and my avatar. So what's actually happening is I have to follow the guide, okay, where the masses are. And the masses have been divided by God, okay? So when I'm going to do some comparisons, I need to do some comparisons. There's so many people out here talking about the Bible. I need to show where these numbers match. So what I do is, if you tell me about a zodiac sign, I mean, if I tell you about, I bought a 3/4 inch wrench at the store, how many people want to know about the 3/4 inch wrench, right? Nobody. But if I do my comparisons towards what people have great interest, where did we come from? What is creation? What is number 7, 33, 66, 666? Any of this stuff, I have all the answers for. I only have the answer, I have a story for it. Okay, I have the story for it with the math that goes along with it. And that's what gives this story credibility, is my finding of this number leads me to whatever it is. Then I go ahead and do the exact same thing of the astrologists. How do they know that the enemy sign, okay, of Aries is going to be the horse? How can you figure that out without the math? So I do the same thing. So I know the skeleton that they can go ahead and do the analytics because of what's underneath. But I don't know why that they don't talk about that Aries at the same time is in Leo. Why don't they talk about that? And Sagittarius also gets part of the ram. But why don't they talk about that?
I think some of them are mutable signs, and they can be representative, just like with Venus. Venus is Lucifer, masculine, and Lilith, feminine. But I messed around with Septania Gematria, and I'm not even sure I said that right. But my name is Lynn, and that's 2211. And I was born at 1257, which is 33, or maybe something else to you. And I was born on the 32nd day of the year. And in Septania Gematria, that means Christ. And to me, the Bible doesn't want you to be a Christian. It wants you to be a Christ. And you got to do a lot of fucking work to do that. And so I'm like, I spend a lot of time during the day doing that. And then I just like, I'm rolling through and I see you and hear you. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy.
Your Christ comes up here. You see the 44?
Yes, sir.
You think that's 44? If you look to one side, you take the deck of cards out, you look to the other side, the one-eyed jack, the two-eyed jack. Take a close look at that. Take a close look at that and take a close. Whoop, I'm going to get down. I'm going to have to take this down.
Well, it looks like a tree.
Look at this.
17?
You saw 17, right?
Yeah. So I had my Kundalini awakening on April 17th of 2017. So that's what popped in my head.
See the 1 and the 7?
Yeah, that's
What
yeah.
everybody knows that 1 and 7, when they're flipped on each other, create a 4, right?
Yeah, exactly. I saw that.
Okay. Well, we're just going to continue. We're going to continue. 1 second. I'm going to see if I can get the book, and I want to turn it this way. I want to do it when it's. I'm going to pick up the camera and do it on the floor.
I am hopping down. It's been lovely
Okay.
making your acquaintance, and I'm thanking myself for behaving in such a way that would lead the algorithm to bring us together. And pleasure meeting you, Wiz. Pleasure meeting you, Gareth. Pleasure meeting you, Lynn.
Hey, thank you for talking to me earlier, brother. I appreciate it. I hope I'm not running you off or anything.
I know that's okay, but you want to see what's happening next. You don't want to miss what's happening next. Right? Don't miss what's happening next. This last piece. Just stick around for this. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. Let me see if I get to do this. Whoop, is that right? Oh yeah, okay. You see that? Well, this is only a skeleton. What about continuing it all the way down? So now this is number 1, and this is number 7.
Yeah.
Now I take this one and I put it over this one.
Yeah, the as above, so below.
Look at that. Number 17. There it is.
Oh, it is there. Holy shit. That's insane.
1 over 7 equals 4 and a star.
It's like also a Merkaba. I mean, it's a lot of different things.
Yeah, and this, okay, this, I mean, everybody knows the Tesla 369, right?
Yeah.
But nobody does the artwork, right? It's a skeleton. We get things in skeletons. Everything's a skeleton, skull and bones. I'm going to see if I know, and wow, okay, I think I sent it to my own name. Wow, I don't see it. Just give me 1 second. Not happy about this. I had something to show. No, I had this. Look.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
I need to get my glasses. Hang on a second here. uh
8668, okay, is where the 7th gate is. It's twice of what is Earth, okay? 3 and 3 is 6, 4 and 4 is 8. We're in the upper realm, okay? What number 23 is when we mirror, okay, when we bring Isaac into Abraham, right? When we do that, we bring Isaac into Abraham, okay, what we get is we get a connection between 2 worlds. Number 23 and number 4, which is D4, every time you get to the 4th number, you automatically flip to the dark side. 23 and 4 equals 27, as 23 and 24 equals 27. The entire alphabet, okay, is split up at 3.5. 23.5, right? Donald Trump is 47, 23.5, we split up. The same thing happened at the time as I think it was McKinley. I'm not really sure who it was, but Grover Cleveland was the 22nd and 24th, right? He came back. So what is 23 and 23? 46. The last one was Biden. The 47 is the same thing as splitting between 23, 22, and 24, where the exact position is this.
Well, it's also 4 and 6, which is a 1, which is a Well, it's a 10, but then 10 to me is recalibration, reset, and it's also a 1. But it's crazy to me that Trump is the 9 and the 11, and supposedly Jesus' birthday was September 11th.
September 11th. September 11th. The 9. What it is. Let me finish with this good thing over here. Okay, what it is. And I know you just came in, and I'm definitely 5 minutes more, but everything divides here and here. This is the ocean over here. Let me show you how it's built. Okay, they come in with 2 ships. They come in with 2 ships. Over here is a docking station. Here's another docking station. They take this ship, they fly it in, they plug here, and they plug here into the hole in the cube. And here they fly into the hole in the cube. They fly into the hole in the cube. This area is the dock. It comes with the ocean. It's connected to the seashore. And this one also. They both fly in. When they fly in, see this area of space here? It was empty. All passing through here, through the 7th gate, 2 and 7, it was empty. Only when this heart and this heart joined, okay, did they encompass this area of space.
Yeah, that's a Kundalini awakening, bro.
So when you look at that, you have to now see how the numbers align up with this. Okay. Now I'm just trying to see if I can get this straight, or I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to turn the camera upside down again and show it to you. And I think this is going to be the last piece of the night, because I mean, for me, it doesn't stop. When someone asks me a question, I just do the math and tell the story. But remember, it's a math story giving you the analytics of things that I know. So when you bring something that you know, I give you the story, and now we can know a lot more. It make sense through the math. Now we can line it up with other things that have the same numerical value. So what happens in this, right? Let me see. I think I'm going to do it this way. Okay. I'm going to do it this way for the calculator. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. See this one over here? We're going to keep it for this zone. One of them has to be the negative, one of the positive. This is the lower house. This is the upper house. This would be the aleph running on this angle, if you want to call that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what happens? Okay. Yeah. So you can see up over here. You see what happened? I connected up here all the way around through the heart, through the ocean, and then coming up back over here.
So what you're also talking about is the waters were separated, the waters were above. So when you look at them in the water, what do you see? The right ear becomes left ear, the left ear becomes right ear. It's just a reflection of itself.
Our sockets in our eye flip everything upside down. The cat is communication. The cat flips everything and always lands up on their feet. The reason the cat is communication, it's bringing the packages. It's bringing the information. The child is not born by the breath of the woman alone. She only builds the body for the information network to be built, so that the breath that you take can continue on into the cousage, into the sewing up of the child.
It's the U inverse.
EWE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On the 90, I don't want to get into this, and I already went into the 28th day and the 29th day, Waterworks, Electric Company, Monopoly. I'm hoping that everybody and everything I say, you remember to bring it back at me. Everybody's my random access memory. Once you say what it is, I know what's going on. So let me just finish with this. So with this piece over here, it's me interrupting me, right? I have to come out and, so what happens over here, right? Let me put in some numbers. Let's put in 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see 1, 2, 4 came into this ship with this ship. 3 was a dock they hooked onto. Or there's a possibility. You see that mark over here? It's a possibility it only needed to have a pin to go in. They each pinned up on number 3. They each pinned up over here. You know, 18-wheelers have pins, right? They have 10. They have 10 in the front. They have 8 in the back, and they all hook up to the 5th wheel. Mm-hmm. Okay. So what we have over here on the bottom is 6, 9, 8, 7. So now what we're going to do where is it? Okay. Time machine. So now what we're going to do is when you look at the 1 here, 6 here, right? See that? Now what we're going to do is we're going to bring this over here. 5 opposite 2. So now what I'm going to do is take 5 and 2, connect them together. Then I'm going to flip it over. I'm going to see 1 opposite 6. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect 1 over to 6. Now what I'm going to do is take it over and I'm going to go 3 and 4. We all know that you can't flip it over all the time. Once you do 3 and 4, they're on the opposite sides. They're polar. And guess what? They're in the same house. Look at that. It's in the same house. The only one that left the house was this one. 1 went over to 6. 2 went into the ocean. 3 and 4 connected in the same house. 2, when it went into the ocean, it joined over here at the 3.5 area space, which is the heart of the cube. Remember, all these lines are connections, right? Now, if we go down to the lower house, what is 1 and 6? A difference of 5. 4 and 5 is 9. So what is like the 1 and 6 is like the 4 and 9. Mars comes into the birth. We come here with the connecting to the 1 spirit of the 6th life. Then what happens next is the 8 jumps into the 5. Why does the 8 jump into the 5? What is the 4 and 3 is like the 6 and 7. There's only one difference. What is like 1 and 6 is 9 and 4, 13. There's 5 difference and 5 difference. The lower house is 7. The upper house is 13. So now we connected all 3. So now I'm going to connect the 7 and the 6 over here. Over here, when I connect, it's 3.5. But over here between 5 and 8, it's 6.5. 6.5. Does anybody know, or do you know, or can you figure out where I got these numbers from? This number here or this number here. It comes from over here. The halfway area between going to 2 to 5 is 1.5. 1.5. 1.5 minus and plus is 3.5. It's 1.5. I check them together because they move the same amount together. 6.5, the low and the high. This one over here, what's the next one? I'm just trying to see where the other one is. Yes, these connect over here. When they reach that, it's 3.5. And between here and here is 5. The halfway point is 2.5. Plus 2.5 is 3.5. Minus 2.5 is 3.5, 3.5. Between 9 and 4 is 13. 13 is half of 6.5. Between here and here, it's 3. 1.5 added or minus, it's 6.5. So you can see the schematics where 7 and 6 remain in the same house. Earth and Mars are in the same house. But it's played out through Saturn and Uranus. See, Earth and Mars here, played out by Saturn and Uranus. 1 and 2 is not inside the game. You see these two over here that jump into the ocean? Take a look at the number. Do you see the number?
Yeah, but 2 is duality.
2 and 8, the cycle of the moon is run out of the ocean by our moon.
Yeah, I see that too.
Connecting both what? 7 up and 9. Connecting both 1 up and 3. By that 2 jumping in the ocean, it ignites everything. And then it relates back to 4 and 6. In cribbage, 4, 5, and 6 is a 5-pointer. There's really no other 5-pointers in the game, and it's related to Saturn square. And when you multiply it, okay, and add it, 4, 5, and 6 equals to 15. 4 times 5 times 6, 120 equals 135. This is going to meet up in the center of everything. The numeric value for the sun, the division of the alphabet, okay, is going to equal the division of the hold on a second. Where was I? The division of the alphabet meets at 13.5. The division of the cube meets at 3.5. The division between M and N on the alphabet. Would you like to see what it says and what it designs? It's going to end up designing that.
So you're talking about equilibrium.
Equilibrium. I don't know. I just talk. I never gave anything any value. I don't know anything like that. If I did, I never.
It's about balance.
Yeah, it's all balanced. Everything can be balanced out. Yes. Yeah. So you want to hear that song? What the Chat GPT did for me?
Sure.
I'll just play 1 minute of it. I don't know who wants to see it, who's tired, So let me see if I can hopefully find it.
Do you know there's a way of selling a book, and then there's just a way of selling a book? Did you say you've put all this in writing?
In writing?
Yeah, if you made a book as well.
Well, you know what? When we're done and everybody understands what's going on and they can all do it themselves, I would like to get a programmer that would I can work with to put all the information in, and then we can all put in everybody that's going to put into this. If I take an expert about astrology and all the astrologists, they can put in their numbers, right? And then they're not going to be able to make any mistakes because I'm going to set it up that it's just going to sell the numeric value of what they understand. All I really have to do is put in, first of all, I need to know if there's any more missing equations. Meaning, if somebody tells me something about any zodiac sign, what is the opposite sign? What is this sign? What is that sign? I'm going to match them up in their numeric value and see how it contorts, okay, what I'm already doing. You know, when they go 666, it's actually 66 and 6 because it's the 6 that's in the heart of 66. It's the passage of the seventh gate into the heavens. Even the dice cubes show the same thing, If the passage is 6, we have 5 and 3 is 8. To what is 4 and 2 is 6. We have 1. Okay, we have 1 and 5 is 6. The opposite is 6 and 2 is 8. So
but the original number was 616, and it was gematria for Nero.
616.
But there's only one documentation of that, and it's the oldest one that exists in context to that number. But see, a lot of people think it's because we're made of carbon and our bodies are 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, and 6 protons, too.
Oh, we're in the pig pen.
Oh, we're getting dirty?
Well, pig pen, and it all relates to the male organ, which is connected to Mars because it ends in IS.
Well, and also it stands for lower consciousness, or like root chakra.
Here it is. You just called it. Here's your 616.
Yeah.
This is actually the calling of Trump. This 88022. There's 6 cubes leading up to here, and then 1, and then 6. There's train tracks 2, then 4. Sorry, 2, 3, 1, 1. 2, 3, 1, 1. 2, 3, 1, 1. Why? This reaches outside the area. This is equal to everybody. This is shared with everybody. The 6th area is Mars. Earth joins everything at the heart. This is the 50 points. This is the 25 points that go around. The numeric value for Earth is 2552 to the plug-in. So we're living around the planet, around the clock of Earth. It's a planet. A planet is what, when you buy a game, well, I got a game.
Some people think it's a plane, and the T at the end just stands for the cross.
How many elements? We need the ball in order for the mouse to roll around. So we need the ball. We need to be on the ball. Means moving the mouse around in every location, okay, in order to think. And then we come out. We don't come out to a round thought. We come out to a square thought. We come out to a point, right? We need to make one decision. It's one thought. We come out to a point.
So someone was talking about father and mother, matter, earth, and spirit, the sky, or the heavens as a circle, and the earth as a square.
So what would be the heavens? Would that be a place where you roll around your mouse until you get what you need in order to elevate your vibration to find the peace inside of us? What makes an addiction? What is it that makes an addiction? Right? It's the high of feeling good inside yourself, is it not? It's obviously it's going to be a little, fulfilling your own self of demands is sort of like, would you say a little ego? Because that's where we are. We're in the ocean of the ego. That 5 is going to be the E. Our birth is the 9, right? It's the I. The I and the E exchange for each other. They exchange each other. And the I is everywhere, because once you plug in the I, you plug into both systems. 4, 1, 4.
Well, it's the single I, the I am. And when that I be single, the body is full of life.
Here's the 2 snakes. We're in the year of the snake, right?
Yeah. The serpent. And it's the serpent's, it's raising the serpent.
Does everybody want to meet my snake? You know the name of my snake?
Lucifer?
No, SpongeBob.
No, it's SpongeBob.
Right? Because you have to go down here and sponge everything up right around you. You got to sponge it up. It moves. It's a 2-headed snake, moves between the 2 hemispheres, right?
Yeah.
Right? In the murky waters. And then it doesn't matter what it is. The snake is always going to tell you the truth. It's swimming in the pool. It knows everything. Only you can spit out the lie.
Well, that's why belief has lie in the middle of it.
Thank you, Dozer. So anytime I see Elisa, good evening. Some of the stuff that I work on, I will tell you some of the stuff comes out in hypothesis, but where I find it is through the numbers. And I believe and understand that when we bring the 2 hemispheres together, we bring it together through our birth. Now, my question always is, are we living here? Did our connection to our birth move us over to live over here? Right? We have one sun that ignites, one here and one here. There's a double gate. It's a split gate. Hold on. Just want to see, is it in this book? I don't know. Just ever since the Jubilee there, everything has been way different for me. I saw what they did there. Anybody see the Jubilee doors? What happened?
Are you talking about when they opened the 5 doors in the Vatican?
Yeah. Did you see what they did? They gave us. Well, you only have to see them open the doors. It's over. Once they open the door, it's over. I'm going to show you.
There was 5 doors, and 5 to me means in the spirit, in the context of spiritual, which means spirit ritual, but 5 means change and grace. And pineal gland is 14, which adds up to a 5, which is the change in grace. And 15 is the left hemisphere, and is the 6, which is the harmony and difficulty. And the right hemisphere is 13, which is the feminine hemisphere of the brain. The right hemisphere, Jesus said, cast the net to the right side of the boat and caught 153 fish. But 4 is Gaia, or mother, or matter. So anyway, I got them up to like 1 through 15. I can tell you all that shit if you're ever interested. But
yeah, no, that I need to know all that actually. But right now, now you just reminded me of something, and it sent me out another way. Take a look at this design. See the way the R's are pointed a different way? So maybe we're not living upon the cross, right? Maybe we are here on the cross looking that way into that book, and our back is towards this book.
well, would that be east or west if you had that? Because I can't tell if you're backwards or if not because you're on camera, but like there's a lot of metaphors to east and west according to the sun. You know, you got sun, rises and sets in the west, and the west is the right hemisphere, and then noon is straight above, and noon is 3, and that's the catalyst. 3 is catalyst, but anyways, like that brings just a lot of other thoughts out for me. I don't want to get into right now, but
yeah, because there's, in part of what I do, it sometimes, and I dislike it when it does this, it goes all the way to what was female, and all of a sudden it changes to male. So now I also have to remember the above and the below. In the above, what's male below is now female above, and what is below male is, you know what I'm saying?
But I think what's standing out to me when you say all that is balance and equilibrium. Back to that, and so you have that information. It's like, okay, what do I do with that information? What's it telling me? To me, that's saying balance or equilibrium, and that's the child being born, and that's you.
So, this Orpheus thing is what I wanted to say about that. And okay, is if we're born upon the cross, we would be the 13th sign. Only when we come, right? Even though I say it's 18 and 18, they're also sixes, right? They're 3-part sixes to make up 18, right? Everything has to be broken down at the Trinity. The 18th letter, 180 degrees. 3 times 6 is 18, or 2 times 9 is 18, right? The heart comes with 3.
13 is 4, which is Gaia, and where are we at? It's telling you where you're at.
Gaia.
Gaia, yeah.
We come from here, we go down here. So I have to put that in my head, those numbers. You said noon above. That was pretty interesting, because when we get to noon, we get to the PM when it's the highest sun.
Well, the gap in the Bible for Jesus' age is 12. So where's the sun at 12? It's straight above. And he shows back up at 30. And the circle is 360 degrees divided by 12 zodiac signs, and it's 30. And 33 is when you're born, you have 33 vertebrae in your sign, in your spine. So that's symbolic of Jacob's ladder and the rebirth.
Well, 30 what happens with the Saturn square, right? It shifts all the numbers around, and what happens in the first position, you're going to end up with number. If you want to write this down and check it out yourself at home, right? Get out a piece of paper and write this down. You need 9 areas. In the first area, you're going to mark down the number 7. In the 5th area, right, you're going to mark down number 11. And in the 9th area, you're going to mark down 15. And then in the 3rd area, you're going to mark down number 8. And then again,
I don't even know where to begin with that. We're gonna have to. I've followed you, but I'm gonna meet up with you again sometime, and I'll remind you of this.
Of this moment right now. Well, this was the explanation of 33.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
and besides the 33, when we got to the 5775 earlier, right? 7 and 5 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3, so 5775 inverts the time of 33, which is in rotation, okay, of the birth and the face, the birth face, the 9 and the 6. Well, I don't want to use the 9 face of the 6th birth. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 equals 6 and 9. The word crucifix, do you know the numbers in the word crucifix? Can you guess what the numbers are or where the numbers are? Hold on a second. Where are the numbers in crucifix? Right, left, center? Can you tell me anything? You have 3 choices. Left, right, or center?
I would say either right or center. I'm making 2 guesses.
This is the crucifix right here.
Oh yeah, on the right. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay.
Now I'm going to tell you why, because this is it's not a concrete sense. It's a numeric reality. It has nothing to do with words, has nothing to do with crucifix itself. And when you create the crucifix in art, it will create the letter S and create the same design I showed you, connecting the upper and lower hemisphere. It'll end up creating this. So here's how it goes.
S is the 21st letter in the alphabet, right?
S is the 19th letter in the alphabet.
Oh, okay.
But now that you said that, right, when you can restructure the alphabet and put anything. The 21st letter is U. But when you use gematria, counting only to 7, right, nothing gets past 6. So what is in the U position is going to be the same thing that is in the S position. It's going to be 6. So since I can do it that way, I can also do it backwards, putting the 21st area in the 19th area, since I can do it that way.
Well, you said a whole lot right there.
Okay, listen. When you count in gematria, gematria only goes to 7. Okay, so when you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you go to the other side, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So when you went downward, the 6 that you hit was the U letter, the 21st letter.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, I've heard of different kinds. There's like English gematria, Septania gematria, like there's like several of them. But I don't look. I'm just a generalist here. I mean, I'm going on 54 years old, and I've been retired since I've been 44. Because the beginning kind of forced me into it, and then I had the experience I told you about. And I grew up like with the grandfather was a minister, and I fell away from all that, and I'm just kind of like trying to.
So he was a minister.
He was a Baptist minister.
So he wasn't a Maxister. So I just want to answer. I'm going to just hold on. I just want to answer some questions over here about when you look up on roulette, right? If you look up orphan children on, right? If you look up orphan roulette, go to orphan roulette, right, on a search engine, look it up. You're going to see an area that says orphan. I'm talking to Lisa right now that's out there. We keep going to the moon. We have no, okay. The Orpheus. So that's going to, yeah, you actually, if you're not going to this place right over here, you're not going deep inside and meditating within yourself. That's Orpheus. It's 5775. It's time within yourself. So I'm going to explain this to you. I'm going to actually show you.
Yeah, but if you take the 2 7s in the middle and go 14, that's a 5. So then you got 5, 5, 5, and there's an angel number for 5, 5 for 5, 5, 5.
So 555 is 5 times 71 minutes, because every 71 minutes on the clock is going to equal to 111.
Wow.
And
what was that? So 555 is 5 times 71 minutes.
Yeah.
Because
which would be symbolic of a 111 if you look at the 2 hemispheres in the pineal gland in the middle, and they're all turned on. I mean, there's just like so much here. Like, this is insane.
Yeah, it's insane for me too. But I had a story that, in fact, in 2009, a company called Extra Normal, right, with an X. My computer opens up. I'm sitting here, my friend's on the other side, and I say, "You writing to me?" He goes, "No." I say, "You set me up a web page?" He goes, "No." I go, "You sure?" And then it starts writing to me. And this is a place where robots. It's a movie maker, right? It's called Extra Normal. So they started writing for me, and then I go to sleep at night and wake up the next day, and I said, "What in the world is this whole thing?" And the way I was thinking when I went to bed that night, they wrote that exact same story. Oh my God, what is going on? What is going on? This is nuts. This can't be real. So it also told me you must photocopy everything. So it spoke to me for a week. It told me I have to stop doing the wrong thing and make the right choices, blah, blah, blah. Told me about I'm Angel 720886, and I've been sent down from the 6th hemisphere or 7th hemisphere for your mind. It's somewhere in here. I got the whole story here that they told me. And let me see.
6th dimension?
Yeah, the 6th dimension of my mind. So no more. They told me that, and they told me they gave me the number I use is 7286. I know what it means today, but they gave me the same freaking number. I wasn't even I wasn't even doing lives at the time. You see the 4283
Yeah.
next to the 3003?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, now check. 4 and 2 is 6, and 8 is 14. 17 is 8. 8 and 6, dividing of the gate. Why would they do that? I wasn't doing lives at the time. I did a few. How would they come up with that number? My same number that I used before they used it. They told me my name. They told me I have to watch out for Nebula 7286. Right? You want me to tell you another quick story?
So they were writing to you, telling you this.
You want to hear something funny? Look up that area on the Earth. It's near Devon Island.
Which one, sorry?
7286. If you look up the coordinates, it's near Devon Island.
Yeah.
So I've had here. Here's the year that comes in. Let me see if we can get this here. 2009.
Yeah, it's an 11.
So number 29 is when everything comes to birth. On the 29th day, either you're pregnant or not. Okay, if you didn't have your period, or you did have your period, whichever one is not. But when you play the game of craps, okay, the period can be noted as a point or a dot. In the game of craps, right, you have to come into the game when you make your point. And 1 and 2 is not your point. 1 and 1 is not your point. 1 and 3 can be a point. And that's the first.
Well, 2 is duality, and that's why you can't reduce 11. And it's a master number for enlightenment, but you can't reduce it because it would be a 2.
Well, no. Hold on a second. Wait. Why can't you reduce it? Are you telling me because you're taking the analytics of other people? You're only taking a story?
No, well, I mean, I'm talking in a context, yes.
You can't reduce it. You can't reduce it because you're coming in, bringing two worlds together. Your birth, your 9 brings the two worlds together. You automatically pick up the communication center, the 2 moons of Mars, to your 9 birth. You automatically come in with the moon of Earth.
Same story, different semantics, but 9 to me means graduation or completion or consciousness. And consciousness is also water.
You see this here? You remember we did up and down?
Yes, sir.
Now listen, when we do this, when I said the moon here, the 28 days jumps into the ocean, it ignites with 2 and 8 through the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So now what happens is take 8 and go down to 3 is what?
11.
And go down to this side?
I'm lost.
8 and 1 is?
9. Yeah.
8 and 3 is?
11.
7 and 2 is?
9.
2 and 9 is?
11.
They're split. One side of the house is 2 and 9, 3 and 8, 5 and 6, 11. The other side of the house is 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 5 and 4, 9. The house is split right over here. And when you're up and asleep, it's 9 or 11.
Same story, equilibrium and balance.
Yeah, so you have on this calculator, you have all around number 5, 7, 9, 11, and number 10 is what connects everything that crisscrosses, bringing everything together.
Yep. And in the middle was the 5.
And in the 5, the only reason the 5 exists, okay, is here's this hand here and here's this hand here. See in between? Look at that. It's the only reason it exists because the 2 hands came together. Look at that. All the basins. 1, 2, 3. Look at that. All the basins.
I'll put that on top of your head. What are you wearing? A crown.
Passageway.
Yeah.
The capstone.
Yes.
Capstone. So let me see. Somebody else wants to come up here. Let's see what's going on. We have Steel something. Just give us a second. I know 100% I didn't mention everything. There's so many things. Anyways, they told me in 2009 at this story, And I had a bad feeling about something. I said, I must photocopy it all. And the day I photocopied it, the whole site went down and it disappeared for 3 years. So yeah, just once, I'm going to just say, well, yeah, I was coming back to the orphan, the Orpheus, the 13th sign. It's the 13th sign because we are the birth that brings everything together. We are the 13th. And not only that, but 12 months is 12 months, okay? Hold on a second, the 12th moon is on the 336th day. The two worlds of 6 and 6 that come together.
We're the bridegroom, which is the 13, which is the 4. We're the bridegroom.
So if you're going to get when you have a 13, there's going to be a 1 heart equal to everything, right? When you have 2, 4, 6, 8, it's a window. Sorry, 4, 6, 4, 4, 8 is a window. I'm just trying to figure out whatever. I don't have everything off my heart because remember, off my heart, the reader, right? Yeah, I'm going to go here. Orphan roulette. Orphan roulette. So Morpheus, Orpheus, you know, all that stuff. But or means gold, pH, right? The or is the gold, which is the rotation of your face and your birth to life, the communication. And the pH is going to be the 4 times 4, 4 plus 4. It actually has to do with the cube that's one size bigger than this. And I think it's in the Middle East. They call it Kaaba, the 4x4 Abraham. Meet Isaac.
Kabbalah.
Meet Isaac, right? Jacob's ladder, and Abraham is where the Kabbalah is.
It's also the DNA.
Every casino in the world that I understand has this in roulette. They don't show you it, but it's there. 17, 34, and 6, 1776, total 57. You can divide it by 3 for 3 numbers, is 19. The 19 connects both areas. 57 is the electric moon. There's your 17 gate. Over here, it connects to 75. 75 represents electric. There's 5 of them. Divided by 5 is 15. 15 and 19, 34. Remember that number 34? Yep. It sews everything together. Even the game of cribbage is connected to it. So anyways, that's it. So we're who else there was somebody here, somebody came up. I think we're going to end it. It's Weirdio late. I'm going to take a look and see if there's something I missed in the comments, and then we're going to say good morning and or good night, and I don't like to say those words. I heard something. Okay, I did that. Yo, Mr. Grouser, he's gone. Interesting stuff. Going to crash maybe tomorrow. We spoke about the monkeys and the apes. I'm understanding why he's doing this important now. 555. Oh yeah, 55. So when you cross through the 5 area, when you cross here for your star, you pass through it once, 5. You pass through it twice, 10. Now, when you get to 10, it creates a dimension because the sailboat, right? Dimension, dime for 10 cents, 5 and 5 cents. That's your dimension. And then you get 15. Once you get 15, that 15 star, right? You have 6 crossings. 6 times 6 is 60. Everything's split up into 60. When you get 3, you get the letter O. That's when the cat's communication comes in. And that's the letter O. And when you sing O Canada, or when you sing O say can you see, that's the reason, because of the connecting stars. And they stick.
His father, which means patterns, and O is the heavens, like I was talking about earlier. So that's all I tell a story right there.
Okay, that was very interesting. Repeat that. Sorry, I was turning my book. After this little piece, we're going to just end it. Go ahead. What was that?
So 15 means father, or the masculine. Father is pattern or patterns. So when you get to the 15, you're seeing the patterns. Shit. Then I forgot what I said after that.
Well, I don't know, but in that father can be Abba, and Abba is 1221. And
Well, say again what you said. See if it triggers anything.
the orphan roulette, the stars. I was talking about the stars.
Yeah. I don't know, man, but like that's a story. That's the like when you watch
Oh yes, I remember. I crossed through the 5 area. I created the O for O Canada and
yeah, so like I was telling you earlier, the circle O is the heavens and the square is the mother matter, earth. So you know they like they talk about like square and the circle.
right. You create the area space. You're going to create an area space, right? You need an area space. Anytime you have the skull bones, right? The dot or the skull bones, you need to create area space on each side.
Okay.
So when you square off the circle, you're going to create the area space of 1.
Okay.
Well, that's what it does for me. So don't take my word for it, but I mean, it's not that hard to figure it out. I can show you.
But supposedly everything comes from the 1 anyway.
Let's see if I can just flip my camera just very, very quickly. Just very, very quickly. Just 1 sec. So we know number 23 what it is. Once you hit number 24, you're on the other side.
Which is the 6, which is harmony, and then harmony is also difficulty.
Here's the square. Here's the circle, right? So I'm just doing this really quick. So you put the square inside of it, right? And then you go ahead and you put the square on the outside of it, right? See the alliance signs? So that's what happens. Now you get area space right over here. You see that area space here, the area space here, the area space here and here.
Wow.
And no matter what you do with this, when you have the only way to, you know what, to get a circle, you need a protractor, right? One of the ways, and you can go anywhere to create a circle. And then once you create a circle, you'll draw 1 straight line. And then from this straight line, right, you can create again. From this straight line is a point of reference now. Let me just show you, right? Once you have this point out here, I can create another circle right here because that's your point of reference.
Yeah.
Now I have its point of reference here when they closed in here, right? So I'm going to create another circle over here. And then when you go over here, you see there's another circle. I can do that. These two are going to connect. I mean, I'm not doing them the proper sizes right now because I don't have a protractor, but I'm just following the rules. Those are the rules. And every time you find the point, they just go over each other, right? The next one is here. This one will go over here. So all these crossings. And at the same time, they're all fish eyes.
Also Metatron's cube.
Metatron's cube also, yes. So, I mean, I'm not the only one doing it. Robert Edward Grant. And what I find really funny is I tried to get in touch with him for the last couple of years, but he's got like 100,000 or more people. He goes places and all his art is immaculate. You know, he really takes his time to do all the work. I don't. I have too much work to do to start, and I don't have the programs. If I had the programs, I possibly could put a lot more artwork together, right? Remember I said communication of the cat? I need 4 of the cats, right? One here, one here, one here, one here. The 4 of them come into the house. They're the communication center in the doghouse.
Well, dog backward is God.
Yeah, it's number 26. Okay, at the same time, in God is number 74, which is Jesus, which is the beast, which is the bull, which is time. 7 and 4 are the major numbers. We need this. We have the 7 days a week. The 4th day, okay, is the center day between 313 connecting, and then they split off. During that 7 day, you're going to have a 5 day and a 2 day. So everything's going to be explained through just 7 and 4. So God is 764, right? And 64 is going to be 64 is going to recreate. Oh, there's so many things. Okay, just let's say thank you very much. And there's There's going to be other days. And if you like what you heard, share it around. But 6 o'clock, I can do this 24 hours a day. But when I'm tired, I like to be really fresh, really connect. So everybody wants to, everybody has a question. We need to answer all these questions. Once we do answer a certain amount of questions and people start to see one thing, that it's impossible for me to tell this story so perfectly right out of the Bible, just from some dice cubes. I never read a book in my life, ever. I may have read 2-3 lines somewhere, a few lines here and there, but to tell the story I'm telling you, I didn't do anything. I didn't do any of it at all. But when I say I didn't read a book, I didn't pick up a book to read. But everybody's a book. Anybody we talk to, that we're all books.
You might be remembering it, and that's what they say some of us came here to do, is remember. But it's really a privilege to meet somebody that's experienced the same level of psychosis that I am. I appreciate that.
We need the polarity, right? So everybody have a good night. If you like, share. Let's make this get onto social, onto not the news, right? But something. We just got to push this out there. Once I can get that machine being built, right? This whatever it is, everybody will possess this machine, and we can all enter in we can enter in every word, and it'll just read it all, right? But it has to be, some of the stuff has to be categorized, right? There's so many there's only 8 categories. That's all there is. There's 8 categories. And
I just think you're writing the operating manual to the machine that we're already operating. We just lost the operating manual somewhere along the road.
9 numbers. So before I let it go, for those who haven't seen the last piece, and I think my thing is going to run down, is let me see if I can do this. How about some schematics here? Everybody knows what everybody is seeing. We just talked about this. Right? You see this? I just designed them all differently. So everybody, look at that. Look at that. We got a stop sign inside the 2 X's. Notice the Y and the X. And then the X. And then the Y. The cycle is complete. 2 sides. Now I got to connect again. You see these 2 that come off? I got to connect another set. Each one of these, right, are 36. Each row of 12 are different. This is the same thing I showed you on the calculator, but this is expanded to 36 numbers, 4 calculators. The diagrams come from the roulette wheel. When you look at the roulette wheel betting schematics, everybody thinks it's red and black, but it's not exactly like that.
Well, they say that a huge percentage of our DNA is junk, but I just think it's turned off. So you might be coming up with a formula to turn on that DNA that's turned off, man.
Well, whatever it is, I'm just right now. I know I turned something on because there's 14 people here. I must be doing something right. Although I watch a lot of shows, where there's 400 or 500 people, and then when I listen to it, I don't hear anything. And when I do hear something, it's all numeric. And I want to tell these people, hey, stop, let me explain to you something. And everybody's having a Discord saying maybe and this and that and nothing concrete. And I'm already sitting there scratching my head. Oh, my God, I can't believe they're just going over the whole thing, So see the cube? Metatron's cube fits right here. You know what area this is? The X and Y chromosome connect over here. It's the heart of 36 numbers. In this design over here, right, when they took the penny off the market, right, you ever hear the exchange, something about a penny, for a penny I will, or a 1-for-1 exchange. What was I going with that? Yeah, so a penny is 1 cent. 7, 8, 9, 10 are those initials. S-E-N-T. Forget about the C. I only need the sound. Remember, we're the children of the Creator. We were taught a different language. I'm teaching you a different language. To take the old language, this is like when they were in the war. You know what I'm saying? So what happens when they took the penny off the market, right? You only can pay with 5 and 10 cents in Canada. So what happens is 365 days go by. That's this one over here, 365.47. That's what our year is. Don't say 25 because you have no idea that the 22 goes to our creation. So this is 36547, and then over here is 8912. So there is no 10 cents. So the only way to create this connection is you need to take the stick, right, and roll it over here like this. And when you connect that over here, this end and this end connect, and they create 10, and these two connect to create 10. When I draw this line up over here, right, all the way down to this one over here, they also create 10, but they have a separation. They have the 5 position. So this will be 3. So this will be 3 and 6, 9, and this one will be 4 and 7, 11. 9, 11 connected at the 5 pole. This is when they took, and this is here is the, this is a frequency. This is the movement of numbers that will create how a binary code works. And that's basically it. So I think we're going to end it. I think it's
something with the copper, with the penny, because it's made of copper, and copper in your blood, like, is supposed to do something. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but copper in your blood is supposed to.
I hope it does.
Help with the electromagnetic field, just kind of like salt. I was told in my early 40s that salt was bad, but like when you go to the hospital, the first thing they put in you is saline, and we have a electromagnetic field around us, and salt also stands for Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus, which is the 4 fixed zodiac signs, but like we're the salt of the earth, and so I like douse everything with freaking salt.
The ocean.
Exactly.
The ocean, the 2 and the 8, the cycle we run, okay? The 2 jumps into the ocean. The 8 jumps into the ocean. They both jump into the ocean. This is the cycle of our moon. If we live here, we might be living in the center right over here. Our focal points, we connect 1 point here, 1 point here. There's a point that goes here. Anyways, I'm not going to design it right now, and you know, but according to me, we live inside that torus, inside of it. According to this, and according to the instructions that I read, they say that either we just all connect or we all join there in the heart of it all. 7, 9, 11, 10, 13.
Oh, most definitely.
And here's where my school is.
Not Taurus as in the bull, but Taurus as in the field.
Right. But then it's going to count for the bull, the Taurus. I think Taurus is number 100, but it's 80 and 20, 100. There's probably more stuff to do with that word, meaning the numeric value of the zodiac sign Taurus is 100.
Well, Taurus is in phonetics. Like when you get to if you look at the symbol for Taurus, the circle with the half circle on top, and if you look at the time of the year Taurus is in, it's half the year. So there's a lot of like symbolism there, but it's also in the phonetics.
Because it's on this side and it's on this side. It's split. This side and this side, this side and this side, this side and this side.
For us. And then you start wondering like what tore us.
And you can also, what if we look at Rotas Sator? Rotas Sator tells us everything about connecting the tens. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, that reminds me of Boolean algebra.
And then it connects to a number 19, which connects the 2 hemispheres because of the reduction. But I don't like to talk unless I can show the art and show you exactly where it comes from. My words aren't credible yet.
I can see it all in my head when you're saying it. I mean, I studied electronics and physics and all that stuff, you have to like learn all these kinds of things. But the 1 and the 9 is a 10 and it's a 1. So I mean, it's all right there.
Yeah, it gets a double reduction.
Yeah.
So no other letter gets nothing else, no other number other than 28 get a double reduction. And when you go to 19 and it gets a double reduction, what happens? See, the 10 only gets a single reduction and it's black. Okay, the 19 becomes a red. Okay, and it gets a double reduction. The 28, okay, the 28 is a black, but when it gets its reduction, it goes from 28 to 10. It gets a double reduction and then a single reduction. And then the 37, everything starts over. What does that mean?
Fractal?
What is that?
Are you talking fractals?
I don't know any. I'll explain what I just said because I don't know terminology. I never went to school. I mean, I went to school. I passed 50 years ago. So
I'm just playing in my head with the numbers as like what they look like, and it sounds like you're talking about fractals, but it doesn't mean that that's what you're talking about.
I would love to see what others learn so I can understand where that comes from, how the concept worked to get there. They make it so hard, the concepts. When I look at these things, I have no idea what's going on. You know, I went for an IQ test in 2017, 2018 because of my inability to, and I'm very unstable because I was always working, thinking, right?
You're neurodivergent,
Good morning,
bro.
What is that?
You're neurodivergent. Yeah.
So when I went for my IQ test, I just couldn't believe what it was. It was all about numbers and letters and connecting this and that. And I did a lot of stuff backwards. She wasn't happy, but she's never saw anybody doing that. And then she showed me something that I saw the number sequence and I just zipped right through it. So it was like so cuckoo. The only thing she really hated is when the clock was at 9:45, I told her a quarter to the hour, or I told her both ways to get the time, and then I told her the minutes. And she didn't like that. She just wanted one answer. That, you know, they don't want it. They don't want you to fool around. They want to think you're stable, right? They want you in the stable.
Well, that's why I've got all this freaking education, and every time I had jobs, like they would be trying to, have me, use statistics, and I would show them how we're comparing apples and oranges, or their calculations were wrong, and they've been doing them for 20 some years. And I'm working for the Department of Education in Colorado and the Department of Labor. And I was young, and there was people from the federal branch sitting at the table that I had no idea where they were. So I'm just sitting there listening, and then I'm asking questions like I'm asking you now. And at the end of it, they took me out, and they're like, "You're a liability."
So you become the GOAT.
I am the GOAT.
Well, why did I say it? I don't like to say anything unless there's a reason that makes sense.
There's different meanings of GOAT, but one of them is the scapegoat, and then there's the greatest of all time. But I would rather be the GOAT.
Okay, for me, the reason why you were the GOAT because of the word you used.
Tell me what you.
Well, what was that exact word you used? Ability, or that you were a liability?
Yeah, liability.
Okay, so that is the Billy Goat inside there.
Oh yeah, or the bull in the china shop.
Scorpio is going to be the other one. This is the 8th one. This is the one that goes all the way around the center. 8 goes around 1. Anyways, that doesn't really say too much.
When you get stung by a scorpion, what mark does it leave on your skin?
What mark? I don't know. Marks the spot.
No, it looks like a kiss.
Wow.
That's Judas.
I think I got a couple of scorpions in bed. That's probably why I'm staying up.
Well, if you look at the time of the year of Scorpio, and then what happens to the sun, and the astrological signs, it's all the thing is that it's the same fucking story written everywhere.
So Scorpio is in the time of 9/11, right?
I I believe so. No, it was. I think it might have been Libra. No, not Libra. No, you're right. It was Scorpio. Most definitely, it was Scorpio. Yes, it was. Well,
So
you know what?
Scorpio happens during the time of Halloween, the 304th day of the year, connecting the upper and lower, connecting actually, I don't know which term to use it, right? But it mirrors at that time. 3 and 4 comes together and right there on Halloween, which is the 304th day of the year. And I'm just trying to think. Yes, and it's on the 10th month of the 31st day. The 10th month, the 31st day. 3 and 1 is 4. It's 10-4. It's communication on that day. There is 62 days. I know how many days are left. I think there's 62 days left in the year. So it would be in the upper echelon, not needing to use the 9. You're going to be using the 11. You're going to be in the house of bait. I get to that because I don't use the 1. If I don't use the 1, I can't get to 9 because I'm already starting at 2. So 2 will bring me automatically to 11. It's minus 22 degrees outside. We're flying at a height of 60,000 feet right now.
So when you start writing, I would like think in the terms of domains and taxonomies, and I don't have the time to explain that.
Oh no, you can no. Listen, we can do this. We're definitely it's over. We gotta stop. I think I'm here 6 hours. Yeah. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I think I'm gonna fix. I have to really do something. Like I really like to just come back at like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 7, and I can't. This is 5 days in a row, 10 hours a day. You know, so. And I mean, I'm happy with the audience, right? But we need to be more connections. Eventually we will, right? Amazon started with nobody, right? And we're a lot of it. Once we all understand, all the awakened ones, we're all going to come together regardless. You know, the end result of what's going on right now, no matter how bad it's going to get, I like to look at it this way. If we're in the ocean, and they're on the land, you see they inverse the law, right? If they're on the land controlling us over the ocean in the tortial, whatever you want to call that, that means they will have to travel to get to us 450 feet, but the road ends at 350 feet. So they can't get to us. The minute they come to us, everything breaks apart. The final straw, everything falls. So no matter how ugly it gets, everything will be over. We live in the house of the Creator. The breath we take, they breathe the same. They have to follow the rules to do what they're doing. It costs money to follow the rules. If you don't think they're paying anything, they're absolutely paying something. They're paying something.
Now you're talking about revelation of the method or the Hegelian dialectic. Plausible deniability, because they've already got the solution. All they got to do is create a problem to get everybody to beg for the solution. And the law of the universe is free will. So if you're begging for a solution, they've already got the solution and they're presenting you the solution, they're not violating free will. So
right.
It's like frog in water.
Right. So when your computer starts to screw up, right, and you're hooked up to Microsoft or somebody else, I don't want to do that shout out, and they bring in the virus team, right? That the minute the computer starts doing something, this, that, and the other thing, or it should be set up that if you used up too much memory, it's going to start telling you what's going on. Well, the repair team automatically comes in and cuts off the other people that messed everything up, and they got to start all over again. You never want to get close to having that repair team come in from the other side.
Speaking of virus, COVID adds up to 19 in septenary gematria, so it's 1919. And it's the crown virus.
Yeah. I don't remember. I knew about that in 1984 because I worked on a pig farm and they caught it back in 1984. So I saw what happened. Same results. Everything was the same. Same company, same results. The whole thing was the same. But I really don't. It's late. Don't like to talk about that stuff. Way off the topic. So good night, everybody. Okay, like the television shuts off. I hate to do this, but we're going to be back tomorrow. It'd be great. Whoever's here right now, leave me a message. What is the best time? Anytime after 3.
Tomorrow's workout night. I'll catch you another day.
Okay. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going anywhere, and I got 10,000 videos online. If you want to stream through them down on YouTube, or I have a few here. I have a lot of stories I wrote. There are stories that you have to think about it. If it's some at a time, I don't tell all of the story. I can't tell a precise story because there's more to it. They're all skeletons, so I tell it the way it is.
I don't like to think, man.
Yeah. It's the end of thinking. Good night. We're closing down.
Steve Spade. Yeah, this is why it's Aristotle and paradox. It's a weird phenomenon. So South Africa. But this would explain it, how it works on Flutter. Yeah, absolutely. So South Africa, you disagreed with what you said. So does magnet not attract or work better when it's colder or more efficient?
Well, again, that's different with the speed of the sun, because we can look at the sunrise and sunset in the north, and then sunrise and the sunset in the south. Compare that those times. However, magnets, they can change speed like how you notice, right? But we'd have to confirm this with the sunrise and the sunset. How long is this sun staying up there?
In the summer where I live, I'm getting about 20 hours of sunlight in the summer. In the winter, I'm getting about 8. You're going to be very similar to me, son of Africa. Here.
What was that?
This is a freaking dam.
Damn.
Damn, that's a megalithic dam, all right?
Oh.
1929, they said they built this with horse and buggy.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah, they did it because they had slave labor back then.
So where that is this.
No, it was the aliens from Clearly. Hello.
Yeah, that's a better story. Yeah, that's a way better story. You're right.
We are right here in 1929. Now, they said they built this in 1929. This thing is massive. But I don't know. I mean, was it already here, that dam? It's kind of hard to... Because then they said they built the other dam up in Split Rock Reservoir. So this is Persephone. Now, what there is here is Boonton, too. Putin is crazy. There's
Not
all this
Putin, but
falls in the
Putin.
Fucking river. So it's like
Putin and
wherever
Putin.
the
Putin too.
ancient people had stuff is where we went and built right over the top. You know what I mean? Like there was stuff here already, and then it just came in and just kind of said,
Oh, wait, okay, he said 1929 it was built.
yeah, 1929.
Whoa, that's a weird year how that built.
Interesting.
It's massive. Let me see if I can get a better view here. Let me see. Go back in. Yeah, we're going this way. We're going this way.
Here we go.
Vete aquí. Guess what? I love your name, Toxica.
Yes, so that's crazy. You know what? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't even figure out where it was. I completely forgot, right? I completely forgot that I was doing this video, right? I'm just so mixed up here. Wow, that's terrible. Just give me that camera back. I completely forgot I was running the video at the same time. I was only talking to one group. That's why I kept telling everybody to come to the other group. Body Electric. How you doing, Cherry? You still here? Wow, that's very interesting. 32 to 36. I don't know why you said that, right? Yeah, I'm a little upset at myself that so no one was here till 1:47. You've been here 5 hours. It's time for bed. We're shutting down, right? You know, we're shutting down. Cheers.